At midnight, above the central region of Earth, a luminous blue moon hung like a mirror in the sky, while the stealth interstellar vessel, the Phantom Raven, operated by the Special Operations Group of the Earth Security Commission, glided gracefully in orbit. Within the control chamber of the Phantom Raven, 5 individuals gathered around a table, upon which a three-dimensional projection of a cosmic instrument was displayed. Yu Tianshan gestured towards a diminutive figure while elucidating the impending mission of the Special Operations Group. The descendant of the Shui family claims to be named Guan Yu, who has been in slumber beneath a pyramid on Fluorine Star for over 5 centuries. However, we are all aware that Fluorine Star does not possess any pyramids. Thus, I speculate that the so-called pyramid mentioned by the Shui family may merely resemble one. Yet in reality, it could simply be a small hill. I devoted 3 days to employing a quantum computer, utilizing the Tianshan index to compare the elevations of various hills on Fluorine Star, and indeed, I discovered 3 locations where the hill shapes corresponded remarkably. Our task is to venture to these 3 sites, each team member searching individually. We must pay particular attention to any concealed caves or ancient tombs. Liang scoffed. Leader, had you mentioned this earlier, I would have opted out and let Xiaoqiu take the helm instead. 5 centuries of slumber. Isn't that akin to being a deity? There cannot possibly be any gods or immortals in this world. Yu Tianshan nodded. In truth, I too harbor doubts. Yet both the Shui and Huang families assert with unwavering conviction that Guan Yu is indeed a deity, the guardian of Earth, capable of traversing the cosmos in an instant. The guardian of Earth? Instantaneously traversing the cosmos? To cross over 90 billion light years in an ever-expanding universe. Liang, well-versed in modern cosmology and holding a doctorate in medicine, could not conceal her disdain for Shui's assertions. Even if the deity Guan Yu could achieve the speed of light, it would still take 90 billion years to fly that distance. Lin Shouji dismissed the notion. I believe that claiming light speed is the ultimate limit is akin to drawing arbitrary boundaries. When it comes to the mysteries of the universe, humanity only scratches the surface. Consider an ant for it. Its nest constitutes an entire universe, while we humans can effortlessly transcend their dimensional confines. Bu Jun pointed at the celestial device. Just like this contraption, if it were a computer game, a realm of virtual reality, then the game's designer would be akin to a creator deity. Instantaneously traversing the universe would be a mere trifle. Liang maintained her unwavering stance. Regardless, the notion of sleeping for 500 years to instantaneously traverse the cosmos strikes me as. Yu Tianshan chuckled softly. It embodies the musings of amateur scientists, does it not? In truth, science represents a methodology for understanding the universe. The conclusions drawn by official sources, textbooks, or scientific researchers do not equate to absolute truth. Rather, they exist in a perpetual cycle of negation. The culmination of science ultimately leads to mythology. Mythology, in turn, represents the musings of the uninitiated. Such legends suggest the existence of 8 primordial deities of creation, with Guan Yu being one among them. Yu Tianshan abruptly ceased speaking, for he observed the faces of others contorting and shifting, akin to reflections rippling upon water, before returning to their original forms moments later. Upon observing the expressions of the other 4 individuals, Yu Tianshan discerned that they had all witnessed the same peculiar phenomenon moments ago. Indeed, Liang and Bu Jun simultaneously inquired, "Am I seeing things?" As they stood in bewilderment, Liang suddenly pointed towards the panoramic display screen outside the spacecraft, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look, Yuesheng, how has it become so much larger?" Everyone turned their gaze to the screen, and to their astonishment, the celestial sphere appeared to have increased in size nearly tenfold, seemingly continuing to enlarge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though Yu Tianshan possessed extraordinary intelligence and had encountered countless bizarre celestial occurrences, he was taken aback. It is not merely enlarging, it is approaching us, drawing nearer to the Earth. Li Yike's voice trembled with apprehension. No, it is not merely approaching. It seems as though it is about to collide. It's coming towards us. Yu Tianxun took a deep breath, regaining his composure. At the current velocity, in just 8 hours before it collides with the Earth, the tidal forces will trigger tsunamis and earthquakes sufficient to obliterate the majority of humanity on Earth. All personnel aboard the Huanwuhog ceased their tasks, either fixated on the screen or gazing through the portholes, watching as Yueshin grew increasingly larger, instilling a sense of dread and horror. Some looked at Yu Tianxun with hopeful anticipation, wishing he could devise a solution or contact the Earth Security Committee for guidance in the face of this imminent cataclysm. Even the elite members of the Special Operations Team, chosen through rigorous selection, were left in utter confusion. Only Yin Xiaoqiu maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly even calmer than Yu Tianxun himself. Li Yike murmured to herself at this moment, "I truly wish for a deity who could transport us instantaneously." Lin Shouji, fully aware that no answer would be forthcoming, nonetheless asked Yu Tianxun with hopeful anticipation, "Is there truly no way for us to proceed?" Yu Tianxun shook his head. Given the current interception capabilities of Earthstar, there is no means to avert it. After a prolonged silence, Yin Xiaoqiu suddenly spoke up. "Yuge, could you offer a suggestion or perhaps inquire with the Earth Safety Committee about the possibility of canceling the mission?" Bu Jun, fidgeting and stamping his feet, exclaimed, "Yes. We cannot simply stand by and watch. We must take some action, even if it proves futile." Yu Tianxun retrieved his phone, calculating as he spoke. An extinction-level event is expected to occur in approximately 8 hours, and it will take 7 hours to reach Flustar. If we can locate Guan Yu within the hour, perhaps, we can avert total extinction. I believe the Earth Safety Committee shares this sentiment. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the group. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Tianxun dialed a number known only to himself. "I apologize for disturbing your rest. I have significant developments to report. I'm already aware you should proceed as planned. The Illusion Raven still has available spots. Would you consider directing from the Illusion Raven? No need for that. An additional person would considerably slow the Illusion Raven's speed. Time is of the essence. If you can locate Guan Yu sooner, we will have a greater chance of hope." With that, the line went dead. Yu Tianxun finally made up his mind and commanded Li Yike, "Disable the autopilot, set the speed to its maximum, and make haste to Flustar." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Yike had already leaped to the control panel, deftly operating it. Soon, a system prompt echoed in the cabin. "Destination set to Flustar. Completed, please confirm." Noticing Li Yike's hesitation, Yu Tianxun pressed the confirmation button for her, stating, "Once we arrive at Flustar, we will cloak ourselves. There will be no armed conflict, and the protective shield is unnecessary." Li Yike nodded and proceeded with her tasks. Disabling manual mode safety lock. Completed, please confirm. As she was about to press down, Yin Xiaoqiu suddenly dashed over, pulling Li Yike aside and positioning himself in front of the control panel. "I disagree. We should devise a plan to destroy Star and rescue Earth, rather than seeking excuses to save ourselves." Li Yike, uninterested in engaging him, shifted to press the start button. Yin Xiaoqiu seized her hand, and a struggle ensued, pushing and shoving, causing Li Yike to lose her balance and nearly stumble. Lin Shouji, naturally siding with his girlfriend, moved swiftly to grasp Yin Xiaoqiu's wrist, causing him to release Li Yike. Rubbing his wrist, Yin Xiaoqiu prepared to retaliate, but Bujun hurriedly approached and embraced his shoulder, saying, "Brother, I find your words unpalatable. It's not about saving ourselves. None of us in the Special Operations Group are cowards, right? However, without a leader, one cannot move forward, and without direction, one cannot soar. We must heed Brother Yu's orders, mustn't we?" Yet, Yin Xiaoqiu remained unconvinced, shaking off Bujun and standing defiantly in front of the control panel. Though he showed no intent to escalate the conflict further, Yin Xiaoqiu interjected, "Is that so? If the Yue approaches within a certain distance, Yueshing will be torn apart by tidal forces. Even if the Earth Alliance bombards it with all their nuclear weapons, I can conceive of a method to obliterate Yueshing. Surely, Brother Yu is not unaware of this? Yu Tianshan sighed and raised his phone. Xiaoqiu, this is a simulation result. Indeed, we could destroy Yueshing, however. Firstly, the inhabitants of Yueshing are originally from Earth. Secondly, even if we were to shatter Yueshing into thousands of PCs as the simulation indicates, 9,971 fragments, we would merely be transforming a single impact into tens of thousands of impacts, yielding the same outcome. Thirdly, I have already consulted with the Earth Security Committee, and their orders remain unchanged. Moreover, they have urged me to act swiftly. I have also mentioned that the Huanwu can evacuate the higher-ups, but they insist that speed is of the essence. The sooner we locate Guan Yu, the greater our hope. He paused before continuing. Furthermore, the Earth Security Committee has contingency plans and escape strategies in place. However, I know he will not depart. Yin Shaoqi's expression finally softened. Very well. If that is the case, you all may leave. Allow me to descend. Li Yike became anxious. What purpose would your descent serve? I implore you, Xiaoqiu. Yu Tianchun gestured to her, aware that when Yun Xiaoqiu had made up her mind, no argument would sway her. Yun Xiaoqiu swiftly retrieved the folding flight armor. Yu Tianchun then addressed the group. Is there anyone else who wishes to descend? Let's go together, we are out of time. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Yun Xiaoqiu swiftly donned the mech, racing towards the escape pod while exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Yu. Comrades, we shall meet in our next life." With tears in her eyes, Li Yike opened the outer door of the escape pod, and Yun Xiaoqiu leaped out. Through screens and portholes, the onlookers realized that Yun Xiaoqiu did not plummet to the ground as anticipated. Instead, he spun rapidly in midair, disappearing in an instant. A voice cried out, "The flying mech has malfunctioned. It's over for Xiaoqiu." Yu Tianchun shook his head. It doesn't seem like a malfunction, it appears to be a spatial phenomenon. Li Yike wiped her tears. Indeed, it's a spatial vortex caused by multidimensional tidal forces. The power of the mech's nuclear battery is simply insufficient to contend with it. We cannot wait any longer. No one should descend. With that, she forcefully pressed the ignition switch. The Wanwis thrusters roared to life, accelerating to 200 kilometers per second within a minute, hurtling towards Flooring Star. Chapter 2. The escape of Yuya in the northern suburbs of Zhongjing. Within the confines of the Wudi Group's residential area, Chairman Huang Daiji's phone vibrated incessantly. Noticing the absence of response, Li Mai turned in bed, picking up the device while murmuring, "How peculiar. Has dawn arrived so swiftly? It feels as though I have just fallen asleep." The call connected automatically, and an anxious voice burst forth. "Chairman Huang, hurry to the headquarters. Activate the highest level of emergency response plan." Li Mai, momentarily bewildered, replied, "Is this Secretary Jean?" "This is General Manager Li. What response are you referring to?" His gaze was abruptly drawn to the enormous U-sphere outside the window, leaving him utterly astounded. "No time for questions. Hurry over. It will be too late if you delay." Secretary Jean Douyi's words echoed before the line went dead. In a flurry, Li Mai urged Huang Daiji, who was now irate. "What is it? Can't we wait until tomorrow for whatever it is?" Li Mai pointed toward the window. "Can this wait until tomorrow?" Huang Daiji glanced outside. Her expression froze for 3 seconds, and she immediately leaped from her bed, calling out as she ran, "Qianhan, Xiaoshan, Xiaoyin, wake up, quickly. Assemble in the garage in 5 minutes. Bring nothing." Li Mai, cradling Huang Xiaoyin, followed suit. He placed the 2 children in the back seat, fastening their seatbelts while they remained in deep slumber. "Where's Qianhan?" Huang Daiji shouted as she activated the electric vehicle manufactured by Anqing. "I don't know. I've searched the bedroom multiple times, checked every room." "Call him." "Why must I remind you of everything?" "All right, I'll call." "Why are you so anxious? We are still quite a distance away." "Hello? Qianhan, what on earth? You are already aboard the 5-dimensional starship?" "All right. We'll head over immediately. Huang Daizhan exclaimed. What kind of son is this? Only thinking of himself. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding towards the headquarters. Li Imo hesitated. Should we notify all employees via email? Huang Daizhan shot him a disdainful glance. 100,000 people trying to escape? In the end, none will get away. Li Imo had no choice but to remain silent, closing his eyes. Indeed, we can only leave it to fate. Suddenly, Huang Daizhan slammed on the brakes, startled by a pack of stray dogs barking furiously at the sky in the middle of the road. Damn dogs. You scared me to death. She cursed. 10-year-old Xiaoyin awoke, peering through the panoramic sunroof, marveling at the enormous Yueshing, blissfully unaware of the impending events. Filled with excitement, she felt wide awake and began taking selfies. 8-year-old Xiaoshan also stirred, rubbing her eyes, and pulled out her phone to snap pictures. Let us take a photo together, Xiaoyin urged. However, Xiaoshan pushed her away. Who wants to take a picture with you? Xiaoyin shrugged it off. Suit yourself. Xiaoshan snatched the phone. Did you get me in the shot? Delete it. She shouted, Mom. Xiaoyin is bullying me again. Huang Daizhan, feeling exasperated, interjected, enough noise. Don't distract me while I'm driving. Xiaoyin pouted, handing her phone to Xiaoshan. Go ahead and delete it. Upon arriving at the headquarters, the family rushed into the building, taking the elevator to the top-level Starship launch hall, only to discover the dome wide open, with no one in sight. As Huang Daizhan was engulfed in a tempest of indignation, another call came from Jin Dai. President Huang. I apologize. What do you mean? Huang Daizhan struggled to suppress her fury. It's young Master Huang. He said we cannot wait any longer. If we delay further, we shall all perish. So, did you really heed his words? You actually abandoned both me and President Li? We dare not. However, you are aware that young Master Huang is the only one among us capable of piloting a starship. Consumed by a blend of rage and desperation, Huang Daizhan felt an overwhelming wave of frustration, nearly losing consciousness. Li Mai comforted her. Do not fret, do not fret. There is always a way out of despair. Let us consider alternative solutions. Huang Daizhan, furious at her son's insubordination and blaming her husband for his ineffective parenting, finally succumbed to tears. Mother, what is wrong? Xiaoyin, sensing the disquiet, paused her poses and instructed Xiaoshan to put away her phone. I am fine. Huang Daizhan managed to choke out, forcing a smile through her tears. No, we cannot sit idly by. I will contact the Earth Alliance. Yes, indeed. The Earth Alliance must have a solution. Just as Huang Daizhan began to dial, Xiaoyin pointed towards the distance. Mother, a helicopter. Recognizing the Da emblem of the Earth Security Committee, Huang Daizhan's heart soared. Thank heavens. I never expected the Earth Security Committee would still be concerned for our family. However, without warning, the building began to tremble violently. An earthquake? Before Huang Daizhan could fully comprehend the situation, the helicopter from the Earth Security Committee plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Adults and children hurried to the glass walls, only to witness the aircraft crash to the ground, igniting into flames and exploding. The couple exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The building continued to sway intermittently, and Xiaoyin and Xiaoshan finally succumbed to fear, tightly clutching their parents' arms, their faces etched with terror. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the wreckage of a burning airplane, clutching 2 pieces of flight armor. He dashed to a safe spot, donned one of the armors, picked up the other, and pressed the power button, soaring into the air. Descending through the opening in the dome, he approached the family. The man saluted, addressing them. Greetings, Mr. Huang and Mr. Li. The Earth Safety Commission has dispatched me to escort you to the Starship Center in the western suburbs. Thank you, the couple repeatedly expressed their gratitude. The man assisted them in donning the flight armor and setting the destination. Huang Daizhan suddenly realized there were only 2 pieces of armor. But what about my 2 children, and what will you do? The man smiled gently. Each of you can carry 1 child. Do not concern yourselves with me. As long as your family arrives safely at the Starship Center, my mission will be accomplished. Tears welled in Huang Daizhan's eyes, and Li Imo was similarly moved, pulling Xiaoshan and Xiaoyin closer. Hurry, Thank the uncle. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiaoshan muttered under her breath. Why didn't he take more pieces of armor? Fortunately, the man did not hear her, and Huang Xiaoyin quickly expressed his gratitude aloud before asking, Uncle, what is your name? I want to share it on social media so my classmates and friends will know about you. The man became shy. Oh, there's no need for thanks. My name is Meng Renjun. You all should hurry along. While the tremor still as he spoke, the building shook violently once more. Meng Renjun gestured for the couple to secure their children, then activated the flight armor, lifting off into the sky. The couple held their child tightly, shouting towards Meng Renjun. Be careful. Meng Renjun waved goodbye and dashed towards the corridor. Suddenly, the entire ceiling exploded, and before he could react, a heavy piece of tempered glass struck him. The Starship launch facility lay concealed within a vast expanse of jungle, its surface obscured by creeping vines that cloaked the low buildings. The flying vehicle soared directly to one of the entrances, where the couple disembarked. The night watchman inquired about their identities. We've been expecting you. Enter here. Proceed to the end, and you'll find the elevator. Take it down to the bottom. Amidst the continuous swaying, the family hurried down the gentle slope. After running a mere few dozen meters, Huang Xiaoshan suddenly halted, exclaiming, Mom, I can't run anymore. Oh dear. Just hold on a little longer. I can hardly manage myself. Li Mai quickly knelt down, offering, Dad will carry you. I don't think it's too far. Huang Xiaoshan jumped high, clambering onto Li Mai's back, casting a proud glance at Huang Xiaoyin. Huang Daiji looked at Huang Xiaoyin, who shook her head, indicating that she could still run. After sprinting approximately 300 meters, breathless and exhausted, they finally reached the elevator entrance. The lift descended straight down about 100 meters, arriving at the entrance of the Starship launch facility. The captain stationed at the door bore a serious expression. I'm sorry, but there are only 2 available spots, and they are reserved for the commanders. Huang Daiji was taken aback. Is it not permissible for us to carry the child? No. Make a decision quickly. We have already waited half an hour. Li Mai interjected hastily. All right, let the children go up. Huang Daiji shot him a glare. What options do we have? Then she turned to the captain. Comrade, please make an exception. After all, this is the commander's intention. The captain gazed at her as if she were a monster. This is a starship. You cannot survive while holding a child. If you do not wish to be separated as a family, then none of you should board. I truly have no time left. Huang Daizhong, feeling helpless, pushed the 2 children forward once more and began to weep. You 2 must pay attention to your safety. At that moment, Huang Xiaoshan suddenly burst into tears, pushing Huang Xiaoyin outward as she cried, I don't want to be with my sister. I want my mother. Huang Daizhong, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, Stop this nonsense. If you continue, you shall come down. Huang Xiaoshan cried even harder, clinging tightly to the hatch. I won't go down. I simply refuse to leave my sister. The captain, now anxious, urged, Hurry up. Time is running out, and none of us can bear the consequences. Huang Daizhong scolded Huang Xiaoshan while imploring the captain to close the door. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyin stepped forward. Mom, you should go with Xiaoshan. Uncle, please do not blame my sister. She has always been attached to my mother. The captain, deeply moved, felt tears welling up in his eyes. He had initially intended to reprimand them, but found himself at a loss for words. Huang Daizhong, usually a shrewd and resolute woman, looked at Xiaoshan and then at Xiaoyin, her tears flowing even more freely. Huang Xiaoyin, while pushing Huang Daizhong inward, reassured her, Mom, I just saw that inside there were 1 adult and 1 child. Do not worry. I am not afraid. Guan Yu will come to save us. The captain ceased his words, ushering Huang Daizhong into the cockpit. Then turned to Xiaoyin. Do not blame your uncle for being unyielding. It is simply, and swiftly closed the hatch. The entrance to the launch bay slowly descended. Li Moyin pulled Huang Xiaoyin closer, and soon a loud rumble echoed from the launch pit, followed by a moment of tranquility. Dad, let us go find Uncle Meng Renjun, she exclaimed. All right, I'll follow your lead, Li Moyin replied, nodding. Yes, the Earth Security Committee is searching for him. Huang Xiaoyin immediately burst into joyous excitement. Wonderful. I can finally witness the real-life version of the futuristic epic, Liam thought to himself. Yet, this is merely a legend. After 5 centuries, there has been no trace. However, witnessing Huang Xiaoyin's elation over a single character, he refrained from shattering what he perceived as a benevolent illusion. He wished to spare her from enduring the same terror he had faced as the end drew near. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, the guard saluted Huang Xiaoyin and assisted her in donning the flying armor. Liam equipped himself as well, and they soared towards the Wu Di group. Upon witnessing the collapsed dome, they hastily descended, discovering Meng Renjun, bloodied and unconscious beneath the shattered glass. Liam exerted force to lift one side of the glass, and in a moment of desperation, Huang Xiaoyin managed to pull the robust Meng Renjun free. Liam forced a smile. It's done. There is no more room. Only then did Meng Renjun notice the wreckage of the dome and his own injuries. You saved me, but my mission remains unfinished. The aftershocks persisted, and the sphere loomed large. Meng Renjun struggled to rise. This place is unsafe. I will take you to the Earth Security Committee. He draped his outer garment over Huang Xiaoyin, and the three of them flew towards the center of Zhongjing City. Chapter 3. The Revelation of Atonement. Within the Phantom Wu, witnessing the demise of the earthly star, the crowd was devoid of any semblance of joy that one might expect after surviving a calamity. Some wept inconsolably, while others uttered nonsensical phrases. Feng Lei, responsible for the logistics of the Phantom Crow, clutched her phone, alternating between activating and deactivating the screen, all the while sobbing, "Mom and Dad. I don't know. I truly don't know. Should I awaken you to bid farewell, or let you depart unknowingly in your slumber?" Bu Jian echoed her sentiments, lamenting, "Indeed, I too am unwilling to accept this. I have always felt, Guan Yu, if such a divine being truly exists, they ought to intervene and prevent the destruction of the earthly star." Yu Tianxin cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "We must place our trust in the Earth Security Committee. They would not dispatch our special operations team to seek out an individual who may not exist, or even if found, holds no significance. The Earth Security Committee must possess reliable intelligence, classified information beyond our reach." But wait, did you just not mention that this information was provided by the Shui family? Yu Tianxin affirmed, "Indeed, the intelligence from the Shui family was classified 70 years ago. However, today, especially on the brink of a galaxy-level catastrophe, there is no longer a need for secrecy. It is the descendants of the Shui family who, seeking atonement, have disclosed this to the first generation of earthly star." Atonement for what sin? Yu Tianxin, it is well known that 5 centuries ago, the planet Earth was overtaken by the hydrogen star. Mainstream historians unanimously assert that hydrogen star was merely a satellite of Earth, and its victory over the formidable Earth of the Taiwu galaxy was due to natural disasters and famine, compounded by the protracted conflict between the Li family and the ruling Hong family, which left both sides severely weakened. Additionally, there were traitors who deactivated the celestial defense barriers, allowing the hydrogen star forces to land on Earth and reap the benefits of this turmoil. However, is this truly the case? No. The actual history has been distorted through a collusion between uranium star and hydrogen star. The descendants of the Shui family have meticulously produced an animated film that illustrates these events. I encourage everyone to watch it. Subtitles begin in the year 1402. The sovereign of Earth, Hong Lizong, dispatched his confidant He Zheng to lead a space fleet under the pretext of extraterrestrial exploration. Their mission was to hunt down the defeated Hong Wenyun and the former Earth colonizer, the king of Manganese Star, Yumuzhen, to eliminate future threats. However, due to the adverse conditions of foreign lands, many in the fleet succumbed to illness. He Zheng, upon arriving at each celestial body, constructed a grand pyramid-like tomb to inter the fallen soldiers. On his 7th expedition beyond Earth, he successfully located Hong Wenyun and Yumuzhen during his 3rd attempt. Both had ascended to kingship on Uranium Star, each commanding their own armies, frequently clashing in battles over wealth and sovereignty. Yumuzhen had established his dominion on Uranium Star over 3 decades prior to Hong Wenyun, possessing a significant advantage in military strength, including troop numbers, combat readiness, and weaponry. During the final 4 extraterrestrial explorations, He Zheng discreetly delivered numerous ancient texts utilized in compiling the military industry compendium to Hong Wenyun in batches. Eventually, he transferred the entire collection of the compendium, consisting of 20,000 volumes, and even brought along several munitions experts, including the ancestors of the Shui family. The illegitimate son and disciple of the Hu family, Li Ma, with Su Wan, the daughter of the wealthiest individual on earth, Su Jinliao. And they had a daughter named Su Donglin. Su Donglin then married the earth scientist Shui Mingpi, and they had a daughter, Shui Zian, who grew into a stunningly beautiful woman, captivating all who beheld her. Guan Yu fell deeply in love, while the Shui Su and Li families urged him to overthrow the Hong family and support Shui Mingpi as the new king of Earth. Guan Yu, however, declined their proposition and was subsequently poisoned by Xian, imprisoned beneath the golden mountain of Fluorine Star. The three families provided advanced weaponry to Hydrogen Star for free. While selling counterfeit goods on their own planet, they oppressed the populace, framed the Hong family, incited rebellion, and depleted Earth's combat capabilities. Once both sides were severely weakened, they conspired with Hydrogen Star to easily overthrow the Hong family and successfully colonize Earth. As the audience absorbed this revelation, they were enlightened. The demise of Earth and the rise of extraterrestrial forces were indeed the result of the treachery of the Shui family in collusion with the Hu family. Only Li Yike remained unconvinced, for her higher education had instilled in her the belief that the entire Taiwu medical system, along with its associated scientific framework, was established by generations of distinguished talents from the Hu family of Uranus, the Yu family, and the Lei family of Ammon Star. She found it difficult to accept that all of this originated from Earth. Yet, the Shui family had no apparent reason to tarnish their own legacy by fabricating a history of ancestral crimes, which compelled her to believe. Thus, Li Yike found herself ensnared in a temporary crisis of faith, momentarily lost in a haze of confusion. Apart from her, everyone began to chatter animatedly. What happened next? The military-industrial classic must still reside in the library of Uranus, right? Impossible. It is likely that the entire collection has been translated into Uranian, and the original version must have been destroyed to avoid leaving evidence of infringing on the intellectual property of Earth. Haha. The people of Hydrogen are mere puppets. The Hu family and the Shui family are the true masters. The invasion of the 8 stars must have been provoked by Hydrogen's unwillingness to remain a puppet. It could also be an endeavor to search for lost ancient manuscripts, to incinerate the texts already in their possession. No wonder the commander stated that true history must be coherent, while false history is invariably suspect. It appears that Guan Yu truly exists, and he alone possesses the capability to safeguard Earth, which is why the Shui family seeks to harm him. Lin Shoji elaborated, "This is termed division of labor. Our team comprises only 5 field operatives, yet requires 30 internal staff. If we were to consider Guan Yu as part of our team, he would necessitate the full support of us all." Yu Tianqian interjected with a smile. One could liken it to a pyramid. The taller the apex, the broader the base. The greater the capability of the team, the more support it requires. Li Yike murmured to herself, Guan Yu. Could it be that he alone can sway the entire course of history? Yu Tianqian responded, if we do not seek him out and help him rise from despair, he will be of no use. By the way, in 6 hours, we shall arrive at Fluorine Star, right, Yike? He then glanced at the navigation display and suddenly exclaimed, No, we have already reached Fluorine Star. In just 10 minutes, we will enter the atmosphere of Fluor Star. How is that possible? The speed has remained constant at 200. Bu Juyuan clapped his hands, exclaiming, wonderful. We are 6 hours ahead of schedule. This grants us more time to locate Guan Yu. However, Lin Shoji furrowed his brow, remarking, the speed remains unchanged. If time is advanced, it implies a reduction in distance. Could it be that Earth and Fluor Star are drawing closer? Li Yike pondered aloud. Could it be Guan Yu's superpower that disrupted the equilibrium between the stars? Unthinkable. A superpower could not affect an entire star system. Suddenly, Yu Tianqian inquired, does everyone recall? Xiaoqiu was immediately swept away upon exiting the cabin. The group nodded in affirmation. Yu Tianqian continued, and it was in the same direction as us. Yike suggested it was caused by a spatial vortex, which arises from the flow of space itself. Li Yike queried, So our current situation resembles that of a ship moving through water, where the vessel's speed remains constant, yet the water's flow accelerates? Yu Tianxian praised, excellent. That metaphor is quite vivid. Li Yike elaborated, the Earth and Moon are moving in tandem, with the Moon possessing a lesser mass and thus moving more swiftly. Hence, the Earth and Moon are drawing nearer. If we could halt the flow of space, the distance would restore. Everyone was taken aback by Feng Lei's remark, but we are already in the year 2008. Feng Lei herself was bewildered. Why do I feel as though 60 years have passed? Bu Jiyuan chuckled. It must be that you've indulged in too many time travel novels. Just as this was being discussed, two Fleur Starwave shadow attack ships suddenly appeared on the screen. Yu Tianxian hastily commanded, quickly, activate stealth mode. Li Yike was unconvinced, asserting that the relationship between Fleur Star and Earth Star was amicable, and that by revealing their identities, they would likely not come under fire. Yu Tianxian wasted no time activating the cloaking layer, reminding her, have you forgotten? We lack a shield. The hunter, unaware of our concealment, will inevitably become the prey. A moment too late, Lang Ying detected the phantom crow, and two missiles hurtled toward them. Lin Shouji and Bu Jin, not daring to be negligent, each launched two interceptors. The 6 projectiles collided, exploding not far from the phantom crow. Seizing the opportunity, the phantom crow completed its cloaking, causing Lang Ying to miss its target and hastily retreat. Unwilling to engage further, Li Yike, stung by the turn of events, seethed, how can they behave in such a manner? It is utterly devoid of martial ethics. She proceeded to allocate tasks. Jiyuan and I will tackle target 1. Shouji and Yike will address target 2. As for Xiaoqiu, she self-deprecatingly shook her head, continuing, target 3 bears a lesser resemblance. We shall leave it for now. Chapter 4. The Ancient Tombs, Undead 1. Near a coastal city in Fleur Star, there exists a solitary peak known to the locals as Gold Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, hidden beneath it lies an ancient tomb with a history of 500 years. Within the previously dark and shadowy crypt, an extraordinary radiance now illuminates the space. The source of this brilliance is a massive stone sarcophagus, accompanied by a smaller one nearby. Additionally, there are numerous wooden coffins deeper within the tomb, evidently interred long before the stone sarcophagi. Under the influence of the intense light, the stone sarcophagus appears almost transparent. This situation can be explained solely by the notion that the brilliant light and the stone sarcophagus do not belong to the same cosmic material. Rather, the light emanates from the dark universe, impervious to the matter of the manifest universe. Both sarcophagi lack lids, appearing as a seamless whole, indicating that the bodies were placed within a mold before being cast with stone slurry. The walls are a formidable meter thick, reflecting the creator's profound fear of the corpses either escaping or being rescued. Yet, they failed to anticipate that such an immense stone sarcophagus would be as insignificant as heir to Guan Yu, who radiated brilliantly and emerged effortlessly from the nearly transparent coffin. He appeared with his eyes slightly closed and brows furrowed, seemingly displeased by the intense light he emitted. 5 centuries had merely passed as a fleeting nap, a transient dream for him. At that moment, he lingered in a state that was neither wholly dream nor reality. He envisioned himself soaring through the dark universe, witnessing a serpentine creature of cosmic proportions, dedicated to processing the remains of stars. The serpent's head swayed back and forth, engulfing the deceased stars of all sizes, matter devoid of information, and thus incapable of generating energy. The tail of the serpent vanished into the abyss, its destination unknown. With each body consumed, a vast void formed locally, akin to the emergence of substantial pits on the ocean floor, instigating spatial vortices that cause celestial bodies to oscillate in proximity. Nearby planets either filled the voids in tandem with the shifting space or were drawn towards other stars. The interaction between closely orbiting planets, or the combined effects of the vacuum's allure and the gravitational pull of other stars, gives rise to tidal forces, floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even catastrophic collisions that lead to mutual destruction, annihilating both celestial bodies and humanity alike. He, confident in his own abilities and unafraid of the adage that curiosity may kill the cat, resolved to traverse the passageway directly to its destination in pursuit of truth. His speed was beyond description, akin to an ant scientist attempting to articulate the velocity of a person passing by. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart as he entered a realm of resplendent light, a breathtakingly beautiful and ethereal place that defied description. Possessing eyes unbounded by obstacles, he was momentarily blind, engulfed by the universe's most potent and infinite white light. Where was this? The modern inhabitants of Earth refer to it as the central black hole of the multiverse, while ancient denizens called it the Great Way. Yet, it appeared undeniably white, smooth, dense, vast, spherical, solid, and frigid, a place where life does not flourish. It is colorless. The white you perceive is light that cannot escape the event horizon. The corpses of stars are processed here, transforming into new matter, infused with fresh information, generating new energy, and subsequently released from the white hole. Released to where? From the dark cosmos to the manifest universe. From the manifest universe to the dark cosmos. Who are you? I do not know who I am. I only know that I must control this central black hole of the multiverse, empowering you or diminishing you. When you speak of you, who do you refer to? In the realm of human legends, figures such as Pangu, Hao-Ian, Nuwa, Sishi, Titan, Xuanji, and Fuxi emerge. Fuxi, that is you, possesses the ability to govern the cosmic information and human consciousness. Yet, why is it that my current form remains immobile? It is because you have become one with the great Tao. You have been poisoned and taken a slumber for 5 centuries. Oh, and your disciple shares your fate. I have entered your consciousness merely to remind you not to divulge the secrets of heaven or expose divine miracles, lest you risk losing everything. Losing everything? I care not. These 5 centuries have been a consequence of your revealing your identity to your beloved, resulting in the near obliteration of the earth you vowed to protect. Fortunately, through serendipity, the collective thoughts of the earth have given rise to extraordinary talents. If you truly cared not, you would not awaken. Now, you need only to regulate your breath and return your thoughts to emptiness to extricate yourself from the great Tao, one you wish to counter. Yet he recognized the futility of his efforts and thus followed the guidance, fingers firmly positioned, tongue aligned with the governing meridians, body akin to an unborn child, abdomen swelling and contracting like a bellows. With each breath, the space around him fluctuated, initially with an imperceptible subtlety, then gradually intensifying, counteracting the temporal ripples caused by the absorption of stellar remnants. At the midpoint of Mount Gold, Ma Buqing, a scientist from Earth involved in the Artificial Space City project, along with his daughter Ma Qianni and wife Exine, were ascending. There was originally a gentle road allowing vehicles to reach the summit effortlessly, yet the family found it lacking in excitement and opted for a steep, less trodden path. They walked and took photographs, sharing laughter along the way. As they neared the summit, Ma Buqing suddenly noticed a subtle undulation in the mountain. His first instinct was to warn his wife and daughter of an impending earthquake, but it was too late. The mountain began to rise and fall dramatically, and both Ma Buqing and Exine felt as though they were on a roller coaster, their faces paling with terror as they clung desperately to the ancient shrubs beside them. In stark contrast, Ma Qianni was exhilarated, shouting with delight and leaping in rhythm with the mountain's movements, as if enjoying a trampoline. After one final heave, the mountain crashed down heavily, flattening the terrain, and the 3 of them fell from the original peak, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Guan Yu soared upwards from the ground, suspended in the air. With a sweeping gesture of his hands, 2 stone coffins emerged from the earth. His eyes radiated a luminous energy as he gazed upon the smaller coffin, tilting his head slightly to scan the surroundings while muttering to himself. 500 years ago, due to my exposed identity, I was exploited by others, unable to protect the Earth star, which consequently fell into ruin, and its people suffered greatly. If anyone asks about me in the future, simply tell them I reside within your mind. Turning his attention to the Ma family, he noticed that Ma Buqing had suffered a broken rib. while Xian Weiduo and Ma Qianyi appeared largely unscathed. Utilizing his light as a healing remedy, he mended Ma Buqing's injuries from a distance, restoring him to perfect health in an instant. He then scanned the nearby skies and spotted a floating object, propelling himself towards it. It turned out to be Yin Xiaoqiu, who had exited the illusory crow ship and been caught in a spatial vortex, losing control of his flying armor, which had arrived at Florian Star ahead of the illusory crow. Subsequently, the unusual force dissipated and the flight control system began to function. After an extended period of oxygen deprivation, Yin Xiaoqiu fell into a state of unconsciousness. Fortunately, it was only for an hour. Otherwise, he would have faced certain death. With no further commands, the flying armor hovered in the atmosphere of Florian Star. Guan Yu discovered that he was merely suffering from hypoxia and promptly removed the mask. Observing that Yin Xiaoqiu began to breathe deeply, Guan Yu lifted him, armor and all, and carried him to Jishan, placing him beside the Ma family. He then raised his hands once more, restoring Jishan to its former state. With a sudden shift, he transported himself to Earthstar. Although he intended to arrive in Zhongqing, he unfortunately lost control, plummeting to the seabed of the East Sea. After inhaling sufficient oxygen, Yin Xiaoqiu gradually regained consciousness. The Ma family also stirred awake. Yin Xiaoqiu inquired of Ma Buqing, "May I ask where we are?" Ma Buqing, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Are you from Earthstar?" "So are we. This is Flu Star." Yin Xiaoqiu chuckled wryly. "This is quite the fortunate blunder. It appears I am the one solely focused on my own escape." The Ma family was left bewildered. And as Yin Xiaoqiu waved his hand dismissively, he suddenly noticed two coffins and warned the trio, "You must leave quickly. This place seems unsafe." Ma Buqing was about to ask further questions when Xian Weiduo urged him, "Hurry. I fear another earthquake may strike." Ma Qianyi raised her phone to take a picture, but Yin Xiaoqiu stopped her, saying, "Little sister, it would be better not to take any pictures. Some things are better left unknown. Storing photos of coffins on your phone brings ill fortune." After these words, the family hastily departed. Only then did Yin Xiaoqiu turn to inspect the two stone coffins, discovering that they lacked lids and could not be opened. As he pondered whether to smash a large stone against them, he suddenly saw Yu Tianqin and Bu Jin descending from the sky. Upon seeing Yin Xiaoqiu, they were both astonished and delighted. Before they could elaborate on the situation, a muffled explosion echoed, and one of the coffins shattered, revealing an individual who emerged from the rubble. Upon observing the thickness of the stone coffin and the frail appearance of the individual before him, Yu Tianqin could not help but exclaim, "You are Guan Yu." The man chuckled lightly, "Do you know my master?" "I am his disciple, Louis." "Goodness. I am famished. I must find something to eat." Yu Tianqin inquired, then, "Where is your master?" Louis paused momentarily. "Master? He resides within my mind." Yu Tianqin pondered. Is this fellow merely disoriented from awakening? What does he mean, in my mind? I have not heard from the Shui or Huang families that Guan Yu has a disciple. Just as he was about to inquire further, Yin Xiaoqiu suddenly drew a handgun, raising it and unleashing a barrage toward Lu Yi's thigh. Bu Juan shouted for Xiaoqiu to refrain, but it was too late to intervene. Lu Yi appeared oblivious to the nature of the firearm, yet seemed to realize evasion was futile. Thus, he stood resolute, allowing the bullets to strike him. "Do not seek my master any longer. He has communicated to me that he resides within my mind. Initially, I should not have comprehended why you were searching for him. Yet now I understand that the moon star is on a collision course with the Earth star, and only my master can remedy this predicament. Am I correct? I am also aware that your name is Yin Xiaoqiu. You wish to test the extent of my abilities, so I hold no resentment toward you." Yin Xiaoqiu nodded, uttering no words, yet in his heart, he held profound admiration for Louis. Yu Tianqin and Bu Jiyuan shared expressions of astonishment. Bu Jiyuan pointed toward the stone coffin, questioning, "If the coffin is intact, how can your master be in your mind?" Lu Yi gestured animatedly as he replied, "I simply give it a gentle push." Bu Jiyuan gasped in awe. "Goodness, how much strength must you possess? Why not attempt to open this coffin and rescue your master's mortal remains?" As he spoke, his eyes shimmered with determination. He identified the most vulnerable point at the apex of the tomb, delivering a gentle strike that created a substantial opening. With a swift turn, he lifted the stone sarcophagus and leaped inside, positioning it alongside the other coffins. He then soared out, using several nearby boulders to seal the breach. Yu Tianchen and Bu Jiyuan stood in astonishment. Even the typically stoic Yun Xiaoqiu was visibly moved. Yet, Yun Xiaoqiu remained skeptical. How do you intend to address the issue of the collision with the Earth Star? Lu Yi shook his head. I cannot, but my master has a plan. He resides within my mind. Once we arrive at the Earth Star, I shall undoubtedly know what to do. At that moment, a contingent of Flu Star police encircled them, issuing commands in Flu language and signaling for the four to raise their hands. As Yun Xiaoqiu and Bu Jiyuan prepared to draw their weapons, Yu Tianchen interjected. Let us not harm anyone. We should surrender first. However, Lu Yi raised his hands and approached the officers, inquiring in Flu language. Could you provide us with some food? I have been famished for 5 centuries. The lead officer tossed a pair of handcuffs towards him, commanding, Stop. Put these on yourself. Lu Yi shook his head. What a bother. I truly lack the time. My hunger is unbearable. Before he finished speaking, he stood before the officer. In almost an instant, the officers' firearms were seized one by one and hurled down the mountainside. The officers, still with their hands raised, found themselves disarmed. Yu Tianchen, witnessing this, was elated, turning to Lu Yi with a smile. There is an abundance of food aboard the starship. Lu Yi inquired, What is a starship? Lu Yi, I comprehend back in the day, He Zheng embarked on 7 explorations beyond the terrestrial realm, articulating his thoughts while scanning the heavens. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, transcending the clouds. His eyes gleamed with a radiant light as he detected the concealed phantom crow. He darted towards it, circling the vessel while exclaiming, I am famished, do let me in. The occupants within gazed at him, utterly astonished and at a loss for how to respond. Feng Lei received a call from Yu Tianchen. A guest has arrived. Please prepare some sustenance for him. Chapter 5, Childhood Friend 1. Guan Yu drifted to the shore when a beam of white light suddenly appeared, swirling above his head and emitting a sound akin to electromagnetic interference. The dark energy has significantly diminished, and your teleportation abilities have been greatly impaired. Guan Yu reclined on the sand, sinking 10 meters. The heavens align with my desires. I yearn to experience the life of an ordinary person. The lesser my abilities, the lighter my burdens. How delightful that would be. The white light emitted a peculiar laughter. Ha! This is truly the most formidable display of vanity in history. Guan Yu sprang from the sand pit, which swiftly restored itself. He pointed at the U star, magnified nearly 100 times its usual size. A supermassive black hole has been siphoned away from the Milky Way, causing the space to self-transform and repair. All matter in the galaxy is being drawn towards it. What shall we do when the Earth collides with the U star in 5 hours? The white light morphed into an oddly shaped figure, bearing a cherubic face, with hair and beard completely white, circling around Guan Yu a few times. Great Guan, do you still recognize your old rascal? Wu Biwei, hailing from the Green Star, has long resided on Earth within the solar system, contemplating the profound truths of existence. With the ability to disperse into vapor at will or to coalesce into form, he earnestly advises me to part ways with Xian. A sentiment that Guan certainly will not forget. Guan Yu chuckles softly. Have you not always been secluded on Earth? What brings you here? Wu Biwei snorts, feigning innocence while knowing full well it was your interstellar teleportation that created a spatial vortex, drawing me into a higher dimensional wormhole. It was impossible to resist the pull. Not only did it generate a wormhole, but it also caused spatial disarray and temporal chaos, phenomena they label as supernatural events. Guan Yu expresses mild astonishment. How is that possible? I restored everything in an instant. Wu Biwei remarks, perhaps you have been resting in your coffin for 5 centuries, unaware that the dark energy required for your teleportation has significantly diminished, resulting in certain discrepancies. No wonder I lost control and plunged into the depths of the sea. What caused the reduction in dark energy? Wu Biwei makes a playful grimace. Since you inquire, let me demonstrate my understanding and elucidate. Dark energy is akin to what is commonly referred to as vital energy, the essence of life, derived from the natural environment and the human spirit. Nowadays, human hearts have grown cold, resources are excessively depleted, and the natural environment has suffered extensive damage, leading to a significant decline in vital energy and a surge in deathly energy. Guan Yu praises, truly, one who engages in cultivation possesses profound insights into the heavenly, earthly, and human affairs. Wu Buwei beams with delight, you flatter me. Indeed, 5 centuries ago, vitality had waned and the spirit had diminished. Even I, a participant in this unfolding drama, disregarded Brother Wu's counsel, indulging instead in 100 casks of wine to please Xian and flaunt my prowess. What kind of wine could render one intoxicated for 5 centuries? It is not the wine that is at fault, but rather the neural suppressants devised by her father, Xue Mingbai. This Xue Mingbai is indeed a remarkable figure, bound by the fates of the Earth Star, unable to escape his destiny. This time, however, the situation is different. Guan Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, I must learn from this experience and refrain from further exposure. Yet I will require Brother Wu's assistance. Wu Bu feigned surprise, exclaiming, I am willing to offer my humble services. How may I assist? To prevent the collision of the Earth and Moon, there are 2 possible solutions. One involves repairing the spatial voids left in the wake of the stellar remains, akin to Nuwa mending the heavens in ancient times. This method would necessitate a balancing act, affecting neighboring star systems and creating an endless chain reaction that would violate the cosmic order of self-regulation. This is not a prudent approach. Is there another option? Indeed, we could construct an energy wall to encircle the remaining voids. When the spatial flow collides with the energy wall, it would rebound and reverse its course, thereby restoring the distance between the Earth and Moon. However, this would require a decade spent gazing at the luminous Earth. That is precisely my concern. As you are aware, all things in the universe stem from the great Tao, originating from the central black hole of the master universe, thus sharing the same essence and energy, intertwined regardless of the vastness of time and space. The inhabitants of the Earth gaze upon the colossal Yuxing, perpetually ensnared in a state of oppression and dread, their inner turmoil deepening by the day. Those entangled with them from other planets and galaxies endure a similar plight. The diminishing dark energy threatens to disrupt the cosmic equilibrium. What, then, is to be done? It seems there are no viable solutions. The only recourse lies in extinguishing this fear within a single day, compressing 10 years, 3,650 days, into a mere 24 hours. Compressing time? A revelation. By traversing into higher dimensional realms, one can proportionally condense the Taiwu system by a factor of 3,650. By compressing space, time can likewise be contracted. However, this would result in the Earthlings losing 3,649 days of memories. Could the memories of Earth's denizens be transferred to the inhabitants of the Earth? Only one person understands me well, Brother Tong Enwil. How fortunate I am. Yet you have not mentioned what you require of me. Guan Yu smiled. It is quite simple. I ask you, Brother Wu, to help me conceal my identity. Whenever I engage in any indiscreet actions, you must step forward to claim the credit. This is not claiming credit. This is taking the fall. Wu Buwei, somewhat skeptical, inquired, Are you implying that the great Tao Divine once resided within? Guan Yu nodded. There is no need to deceive you. You will discover the truth upon entering. Wu Buwei ceased to linger on trivialities, dispersing into light, merging with Guan Yu's crown, and instantly heard him exclaim in an electromagnetic voice, I believe, your mind is akin to a forbidden city. Guan Yu chuckled. You were not an emperor, were you? Wu Buwei replied, You guessed correctly. Just as Guan Yu was about to teleport away, he noticed 2 shadows swiftly approaching. The incident was triggered by the father-daughter duo of the Huang family and Meng Renjun, who were transported by Guan Yu from Flu Star to the central capital's out-of-control vortex, resulting in their being pulled into the East China Sea. Just as the 3 were about to plunge into the ocean, Guan Yu swiftly concealed himself behind a reef and, with a mere wave of his hand, enveloped them in an unseen dark energy, gently placing them upon the sandy shore. Meng Renjun, already suffering from a head injury and significant blood loss, was overwhelmed by a sudden loss of control from the flying armor, causing him to break into a cold sweat and approach a state of near collapse. Li Mo-in, shaken by repeated fright, was left in a daze, glancing around in confusion. Only Huang Xiaoyan, filled with exuberance, shouted joyfully, "Daddy! Uncle! I knew it! Guan Yu would surely save us. I was right. We were just about to fall into the sea. Someone must have intervened. It must be Guan Yu. He is the guardian deity of Earth Star." Her brief exclamations deeply moved Guan Yu, filling the void within his soul, created by Shui Xian's betrayal, with a sudden rush of emotion. Through the rocks, he observed Huang Xiaoyan, her small fist raised against the ocean breeze, calling out to the sea, "Guan Yu, thank you. Thank you for saving us. Thank you." She abruptly halted, gazing towards the ocean, and shouted again, "Look, it's a tsunami. How magnificent. A true spectacle of the future." As she continued her enthusiastic declarations, she recorded the moment on her phone. Without a second thought, she waved her hand, conjuring a massive wall of air that surged forward, displacing water and causing the sea behind it to rise rapidly. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. The water reached a height of 1,000 meters, and the air towered even higher, the relentless sea ultimately retreating before the formidable barrier. Only a portion of the water surged forward, inundating the vast beach. However, due to a lack of subsequent reinforcements, it could not breach the embankment, nor could it incite even the slightest calamity. Witnessing this peculiar sight, Xiaoyan could not help but smile more joyfully. It must be him. Surely it is Guan Yu. Yet, there was a heartfelt sentiment she refrained from voicing. When I grow up, I will definitely seek out Guan Yu. Guan Yu, however, heard her thoughts and involuntarily glanced at Huang Xiaoyan, conversing with Wu Buwei in his mind. "Aren't you going to emerge to claim the credit?" Wu Buwei reluctantly replied, "Alas, I am relishing your presence in the Forbidden City. You have yet to show yourself. Perhaps next time." Guan Yu clasped his hands atop his head, channeling dark energy to compel Wu Buwei to manifest. Wu Buwei had no choice but to assume human form, instantly appearing before Huang Xiaoyan. "Girl, I am Guan Yu. What do you seek from me?" Startled, Huang Xiaoyan scrutinized Wu Buwei, laughing. "You are not him. I recognize you." Now it was Wu Buwei's turn to be astonished. "Impossible. Huang Xiaoyan interjected. "My family lineage states that you are Wu Buwei, an external disciple of the Huang clan, a youthful visage with white brows and hair. A whimsical old man. Indeed, you possess great prowess. Thank you for rescuing us." Wu Buwei slapped his forehead. "So you are of the Huang family. My apologies." Upon saying this, he transformed into a beam of white light and entered Guan Yu's mind, remarking, "This girl is indeed a descendant of an old acquaintance." Guan Yu nodded and immediately set forth to execute his plan. At that moment, Meng Renjun received a voice message from the Earth Safety Committee. All personnel of the Earth Safety Committee, whether on leave or on duty, are to immediately engage in disaster relief, comply with the commands of the local military, and ensure the safety of the people's lives and property. Meng Renjun escorted the father and daughter to the largest disaster relief center in Donghai City, where the entrance displayed information about 100 makeshift shelters. Each shelter was equipped with a large screen terminal, consisting of 50 partitioned rooms, each containing 2 beds, totaling an impressive 10,000 sleeping spaces. After explaining the situation, he picked up the 2 children and turned to leave when Huang Xiaoyan suddenly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Uncle, I want to help save people too." Li Mo-in hurriedly interjected, "Little girl, don't create trouble. If you go, Uncle Ming will have to take care of you, leaving no time to rescue the victims." Huang Xiaoyan shook her head defiantly, saying, "No, where there is disaster, there is a chance to see Guan Yu." Meng Renjun crouched down to comfort her. "Right now, there are earthquakes and tsunamis everywhere. The situation here is not too severe. Guan Yu is surely elsewhere." Reluctantly, Huang Xiaoyan released her grip and waved goodbye to Meng Renjun. Chapter 6. The secret base Guan Yu and the consciousness of Wu Bu traversed through the Taiwu, entered the white hole, and then through the wormhole. They journeyed to the higher dimensional universe. This rescue plan, which involves constructing an energy wall, compressing the Taiwu system, and replicating the consciousness of Earth's humanity for the inhabitants of the Earth star, would require consuming half of your own energy. Do you not feel sorrow for this? These energies do not inherently belong to me. What is there to grieve? We, the Green Star people, are different. Energy is our very essence. Once it is expended, life itself ceases. I comprehend that you have transformed your very essence, including your consciousness, into energy. In the midst of conversation, they have already ventured into higher dimensional space. This realm is vast, yet desolate, devoid of any human information or semblance of humanity. The entire galaxy lies within Guan Yu's purview. At this moment, Guan Yu, akin to a skilled architect, utilizes his own dark energy to coalesce the dark energy of other spaces within the galaxy, as though he were vigorously mixing cement and sand together. He constructs an energy wall in a colossal void, situated away from the forefront of spatial flow. Measuring 1 light-year in diameter, equivalent to merely 10 meters in higher dimensional space, and extending 100 light-years at both ends, a mere 1,000 meters. The torrents of space surge like a tsunami, stretching along the energy wall, only to recede gently like the ebbing tide, reversing its flow. Turning his gaze towards the Taiwu system, the entire expanse resembles a gaseous sphere over 10,000 meters in diameter. He must compress this space down to a mere 3 meters, reducing the spatial dimensions by a factor of 3,650, thereby accelerating time by the same ratio. He envelopes the Taiwu system entirely and begins to apply uniform pressure. What he anticipated to be an immediate effect, however, appears like a stone cast into the sea, yielding no response whatsoever. It seems that the pressure exerted by the dark energy upon the enveloped Taiwu space is dissipated by some mysterious force within. Guan Yu furrows his brow, perspiring for the first time in his life due to the demands of his task. After a moment's contemplation, he discerns the underlying principle, which is equally clear to Wu Bu Wang in his mind. Wu Bu Wang inquires, "Would you like me to assist you?" Guan Yu offered a bitter smile, remarking that it seemed this time you would not bear the brunt of the blame. Indeed, it was imperative for you to take matters into your own hands. Wu Bu transformed into human form and surveyed the Taiwu star system. Once again, there was an overwhelming sense of death energy. The dark energy you released has been consumed. No, rather, it has been neutralized. You are still unable to eradicate it, for malevolent thoughts have been cloaked as inherent rights, brainwashing the majority and becoming their righteous mindset. To eliminate it would mean the annihilation of their very minds. However, there exists a solution, albeit one that demands the expenditure of half my energy to dispel the death energy, followed by the allocation of another half to infuse vitality, leaving no strength to prevent DU from wreaking havoc. Fortunately, your spiritual energy is neutral, capable of shielding the area most saturated with death energy. Wu Bu also noted this. What is that area? It is the source of death energy, the origin of all malevolence. But wait, this is the heart of Taiwu's wealth, a beacon of human justice. I see now. It is the true evil and ugliness masked by false virtue and beauty, controlling the media to dominate minds, leading all to perceive it as beauty. Indeed, the highest form of colonial domination is the manipulation of the populace's consciousness. This is the strategic path to victory without conflict. What remains are the tactical essentials, such as inciting discord at any time and place, fostering opposition, creating chaos among various factions, akin to the clam and the heron contending, allowing it to either reap the rewards or fish in troubled waters. In the intricate web of conflict, each party emerges victorious or defeated, yet they adeptly maximize their own interests, ensuring their perpetual dominance. They inherit wealth and power, securing their exalted positions above the populace. Moreover, they often conceal themselves in the shadows, orchestrating the actions of puppets who engage in a feigned struggle. Their talent for manipulation is evident as they exploit circumstances to their advantage, seizing opportunities amidst chaos. Take, for instance, the recent shifts in spatial dynamics. Why is it that only DEU has drawn near so swiftly? Logically, all celestial bodies approaching the void should exhibit equal velocity. Could it be? Undoubtedly so. It is rather straightforward, as unseen forces propel from behind. Alas, your thoughts penetrate my mind, and the more clarity I gain, the greater my indignation. May I unleash my wrath upon them? The polished facade conceals unspeakable, abhorrent crimes, leaving even the most innocent, such as infants, unprotected. A look of shame crosses Guan Yu's face. It is my fault for not intervening 500 years ago. Very well, Brother Wu. Let us first address the issue of DEU before we cast blame. In the western sea of Instar lies a mobile artificial island known as the Island of Golden Blood Skeletons, or simply Golden Blood Island or Skeleton Island. Yet, within the entire Taiwu star system, only a mere few hundred souls are aware of this island and its name. Even among those, no one dares to speak of it openly. Once revealed, all associated individuals are swiftly erased from existence. Golden Blood Island is transformed from hundreds of decommissioned super aircraft carriers, serving not only as a military stronghold equipped with the most advanced strategic and tactical weaponry of the Taiwu system, capable of withstanding apocalyptic assaults and delivering devastating strikes across various planets, but also as a financial and technological hub. The pyramids on the island are perpetually prepared for interstellar travel, acting as an ark for the end times, and functioning as an intelligence center where robotic spies can scour the vast expanse of the internet for big data, even manifesting themselves into physical forms to reach every corner of the Taiwu system to gather or verify valuable intelligence. 100 humanoid robots toil ceaselessly day and night, conducting regular military drills to protect the island, employing stealth or camouflage techniques, maintaining the island's facilities and equipment, producing various viruses and pharmaceuticals, and engaging in diverse biochemical experiments on both humans and animals to ensure the base is perpetually operational. The robot's paramount duty is to nurture and manage children purchased from various planets within the Taiwu system, who are under the influence of various medications, ensuring they can be utilized or sold at any moment, either as individuals or through the synthesis of components extracted from their bodies, rumored to produce the ageless Mirage Immortal. However, this drug, once ingested, cannot be discontinued. At least one bottle must be consumed annually, or the body will rapidly deteriorate, accompanied by excruciating pain, primarily manifesting as trigeminal neuralgia, along with various gout-like symptoms, inflicting unbearable suffering, leaving one yearning for death, yet unable to attain it without the sanction of Golden Blood Island. The Central Pyramid, occupying the largest area, can accommodate 2,000 individuals and serves as the clandestine assembly place for the core members of the Golden Blood Skull Gate, GBSG, the shadowy ruling group of the Taiwu system. The pinnacle of the tower serves as the emblem of the organization, adorned with 2 bloodied skulls from the Golden Triangle. The tower comprises 7 levels. The topmost tier is the residence of the head of the Hus family, a lineage that has seldom graced the news. It is rumored that their wealth surpasses the combined fortunes of all other families, wielding control over the financial, religious, as several major religions within the Taiwu system are attributed to the Hus, military-industrial, and technological resources of the Taiwu system. Furthermore, they hold significant stakes in the 2 prominent families on the second level. This second tier is bifurcated, housing the illustrious Leek family and the Yomu family, one of the 3 hidden sanctuaries of wealth, each possessing over 100 trillion Wu Yuan. They dominate the energy, biochemical, and medical resources, as well as telecommunications, media, and food resources of the Taiwu system. The third level is reserved for the opulent elite from developed planets, while the fourth tier consists of hotel-style apartments for newcomers from less advanced worlds. The fifth level features a communal lounge for top-tier celebrities and athletes, furnished simply, reminiscent of the business class on planes or high-speed trains. The first basement serves as the venue for meetings, while the second basement is a doomsday bunker, equipped with elevators directly connecting to the top and second levels. Currently, the first basement hall is ablaze with light, filled with tycoons, affluent individuals, and elite dignitaries. The purpose of their gathering today is to celebrate the 160th birthday of a mysterious figure from the Hus family, with many eager to catch a glimpse of this titan of Taiwu wealth. Simultaneously, the Hus family is set to unveil several significant plans that are closely tied to the interests of all present. A large screen announces, photography and videography are strictly prohibited during the meeting. As they await the commencement of the proceedings, attendees engage in cordial exchanges and social interactions. In a small circle of approximately 20 individuals, a significant discussion unfolded regarding the momentous event of the collision involving DU. The spotlight fell upon Yang Baoli, Lu Qingyi, Wei Zhaoyan, and Tian Shirley, all hailing from the Earth Star. Esteemed inhabitants of Earth Star, this is your opportunity for prosperity. Amidst great peril lies great fortune, and from great calamity emerges substantial wealth, jested Tai Wu, the illustrious leader, as he raised his glass towards the trio. The collision of DU will undoubtedly result in countless casualties and an influx of homeless orphans, more fresh prospects. But do refrain from inflating prices. And do not forget about us, your old friends. The media magnate Meng Shi, the tech tycoon Bai Shi, and the pharmaceutical giant Ken Shi exchanged glances, half-jokingly yet with unabashed malevolence. At that moment, a man and a woman donned in nanosuits made their entrance, epitomizing the standard of humanity. The man possessed golden irises, while the woman's were white. They ascended the podium and spoke in unison. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, we are the exterminators. Our master is the robot named Shi. And our sovereign, who is also the sovereign of us all, is the great SUSI. The man proclaimed, I am Jin Ku, GS. The woman introduced herself. I am Shui Lu, BS. Jin Ku continued, let us first extend our heartfelt wishes to the great Mr. SUSI, the creator of the exterminators, on his 160th birthday. Shui Lu added, Mr. SUSI, due to unforeseen circumstances, cannot personally attend to celebrate with you, but his holographic avatar shall represent him here. Jin Ku exclaimed, look, he has arrived. At that moment, an avatar strode confidently onto the podium, gazing down at the assembly with a smile. Amidst a chorus of joyous exclamations, the crowd erupted in unison, chanting happy birthday. Grateful acknowledgments were extended to the host and to my dear friends. As I am currently adapting to the eternal life system, my absence is regrettable, and I humbly ask for your understanding. Nevertheless, I have received all of your heartfelt birthday wishes, for which I am profoundly thankful. The crowd cheered once more, breaking into a resounding rendition of the birthday song. The marionette of Hus departed amidst the jubilant cheers and melodies of the gathering. Jingu spoke, now please settle down. We shall present Mr. Hus's 3 plans. I must reiterate, photography is strictly prohibited. This entire exchange transpired in a mere 10 seconds, and the others appeared unfazed, as though accustomed to such occurrences. Only the 4 newcomers from Earth, attending a gathering for the first time, gasped momentarily, eliciting a sharp glance from Shui Sha, which sent shivers down their spines, though fortunately, she did not pursue the matter further. Shui Sha declared, all of his organs will be frozen, and all assets will be seized. I shall utilize all resources to their fullest extent. Jin Gu continued, the meeting proceeds. Please direct your attention to the giant screen. The display illuminated with the following content. Plan 1, the Enslavement Initiative. Plan 2, the Extermination Protocol. Plan 3, the Immortality Scheme. Shui Sha elaborated. These 3 strategic plans are intricately interwoven, each building upon the last, should any preceding effort falter. The subsequent initiatives cannot hope to achieve true success. Jin Gu added, the Enslavement Initiative aims to control the human mind, aligning their will with ours, their standards with our own. Yet, we shall ensure they believe it to be their own volition and their own values. Bloodskull, we must instill the belief that those who attempt to awaken them to resist our will and defy our standards are tyrannical, despotic, brutal, malevolent, and terroristic, or are mindlessly ignorant, foolish, pitiable, and base, united in their status as our common adversaries. Golden Skull, we have accomplished 90 of the enslavement plan. Yet the final 10 presents formidable challenges, as we face unprecedented opposition from Earth. Thus, we implore the 4 representatives from Earth to fulfill the strategic mission at any cost. Rest assured, Headquarters will provide unwavering support. As for the specific tactics, the vaccine mandate has delineated them with utmost clarity. Bloodskull, the extermination plan aims to eradicate the surplus population, ensuring that the finite resources of the Taiwu star system serve exclusively the human elite. Once the enslavement plan succeeds, we shall allow them to perish, and they will perceive it as an exercise of their own free will, thereby justifying their compliance with our commands and cooperating with our designs, actively reducing their numbers in various ways. Golden Skull, remember, the crux of the extermination plan lies in the gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in tepid water to avert insurrection. Bloodshed is essential, and we must exploit calamities, both man-made and natural, to our advantage, striking when they are vulnerable, such as in the recent celestial collision, where we merely detonated annihilation devices on the far side of the impacted planet. Under no circumstances should we reveal our hand, for they must remain oblivious to our culpability. Those who threaten to expose us will surely meet their end at the hands of the exterminators. As he spoke, he cast a cold, sweeping gaze over each individual present. Those who met his eyes were either filled with dread or paralyzed by fear, enveloped in an unshakable discomfort. Jean Ku continued, once the extermination plan succeeds, the Immortality Project will have achieved half of its goal. Everyone present here will have access to everlasting resources, indulging in the utmost luxury and enjoying a life of perpetual health. Jean Ku posed a question. Aside from the Earth, has the enslavement initiative truly succeeded? Why are there protests against us everywhere? Shueisha replied, that is a foolish inquiry. The protests are an integral part of the enslavement plan. The more we support their demonstrations in the public eye, the more they will acquiesce to our control behind the scenes, which is, in essence, their subjugation. Jean Ku continued with another question. We are providing an increasing number of individuals with superior medical services, and the coverage of health insurance is on the rise. Does this not contradict our extermination plan? Jean Ku posed yet another question. Why must we eradicate the surplus population to achieve immortality? Let us not forget, we require the chives and organs, all of which derive from them. Shueisha responded, that is a nonsensical question, akin to asking why one must consume a third bun to feel satiated. What you are truly asking is why the Immortality Project is subordinate to the extermination plan. Do not overlook that we still require the enslavement initiative. Jean Ku acknowledged. Indeed, this question merely reiterates the 3 plans in essence. The first plan involves a substantial number of conscripts constructing facilities for immortality. The second plan entails the extermination of those conscripts deemed worthless, now reduced to mere refuse, leaving us with inexhaustible resources. The third plan focuses on utilizing these resources to transform ourselves into beings of eternal life. Bloodskull, are these your only inquiries? Perhaps there is one question you dare not pose, so I shall ask it on your behalf. Is it possible to exit the organization? Golden Skull, the answer is yes. But bear in mind that only the deceased may do so. Our master has instructed us to convey a cautionary tale. This year, 2 sports stars, a leader from the Platinum Star, and 3 scientists from the Ammon Star sought to leave the organization. They are now all deceased, victims of various accidents, and their families have followed them to the afterlife. Our master is deeply saddened and hopes such occurrences will not repeat. Bloodskull, you possess far too much knowledge, and it is only the deceased who can keep secrets. Some may wish for a final escape, a resolution through death. Yet you are also aware that every action taken by each of you is meticulously recorded by headquarters. The headquarters can elevate you to instant wealth and fame, or lead you to an untimely demise and eternal infamy. Well, we trust that none of you wish to exit. Do we? Golden Skull, the QA session has concluded. Lastly, each of you shall receive a grand gift, a lifetime membership to the future utopia, along with a bottle of the invaluable elixir Xinshang Xian, worth 100 million yuan. We extend our gratitude to the great Hus. Thank you, omnipotent Hus. Thank you, compassionate Hus. Thank you, Golden Skull. Thank you, Blood Skull. The crowd erupted in exclamations before gradually exiting the hall, where a robot at the entrance distributed exquisite gift boxes to each individual. The 4 members of the Earth 3 team disembarked from the aircraft and entered the only 10-star hotel in the Taiwu system, the Anwu building, engaging in lively conversation as they walked. Young Baoli offered a wry smile, remarking, "It seems this gift cannot be taken for granted." Lu Qingyi, while unwrapping his gift box, retorted, "Why not take it? 100 million Wu Yuan doesn't just fall from the sky." Tian surely glanced around to ensure no one was watching and half-jokingly inquired, "Are you truly not considering withdrawal?" Lu Qingyi snapped back, "If you want to withdraw, go ahead. Once you board that ship, don't even think about getting off. Even if you could, I certainly wouldn't." Yang Baoli attempted to diffuse the tension, saying, "Brother Tian is merely jesting. Withdraw? Nonsense. Let us not make such jokes. The exterminators cannot distinguish between jest and reality. If they catch wind of it, it could spell disaster." He gestured dramatically, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. Tian surely quickly laughed nervously, slapping himself on the cheek as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, I misspoke. I definitely want to withdraw. Even without the immense benefits, those little." Yang Baoli shot him a warning glance. "Enough. Don't say another word. Do you even realize there are life and death talismans involved?" Tian surely looked astonished. "The life and death talisman of the Tianshan Maiden?" Lu Qingyi cast a sidelong glance. "Poverty has limited your imagination." Wei Xiaoan expressed her concerns. "I have heard that consuming this Xinshang Xian can lead to addiction." Tian surely shrugged off the worry. "Once I've had my fill, I simply want to buy it again. Isn't at the end of it?" With that, he unscrewed the bottle cap, and, much like one would consume alcohol, downed it in one swift gulp. The other 3 were left in a state of shock. Goodness, this is an entire year's worth. Chapter 7. The immoral actor. As Huang Xiaoyan walked, she noticed the absence of Guan Yu, which left her quite displeased. Soon, they arrived at room 35, only to discover that it was already occupied by 2 male celebrities, one named Wu Xiangqian and the other He Ziwen, both bare-chested and adorned with tattoos. Li Mai produced the check-in form and, after a thorough examination, mustered the courage to say, "Gentlemen, I apologize, but this room has been reserved by us." Wu Xiangqian replied in a flamboyant tone, "Oh, what do you mean by yours and ours? Whoever seizes it first claims it." He Ziwen feigned a light-hearted slap on Wu Xiangqian's arm, saying, "Brother, don't speak like that. You're scaring the little lady. It's a trivial matter. I have an idea. Why don't we have the young lady squeeze in with us, while this gentleman finds another room? What do you say?" Huang Xiaoyan scoffed. "What a shameless thing to say. And you call yourselves stars? You merely have the appearance of human beings." With that, she tugged at Li Moi, leading him out. Wu and he, accustomed to adoration from countless fans, were taken aback by the insult. He Ziwen blocked the father-daughter duo from leaving, while Wu Xiangqian stepped into the corridor and shouted, "Hey, everyone, come out. Witness how I deal with this insolent little girl." At his call, 7 or 8 burly men, clearly bodyguards, rushed out from the adjacent rooms. Li Moyin, filled with trepidation, cradled Huang Xiaoyan in his embrace, trembling as he implored, "The child is innocent. Please, do not hold her accountable. Spare us, father and daughter." Huang Xiaoyan, whilst dialing a recently saved number, reassured Li Moyin, "Do not be afraid. They dare not harm us." Wu Xiangqian, with a wild shriek, charged forward and struck Xiaoyan with considerable force, exclaiming, "Oh, quite defiant are we? I shall not let this go unpunished. If I do, I shall no longer bear the surname Wu." Li Moyin shielded Xiaoyan protectively behind him. His fury ignited for the first time in his life. "You dare to strike my child? I have never laid a hand on her throughout her life." At that moment, the call was interrupted, and as Huang Xiaoyan prepared to redial, He Ziwen seized the phone from her, flinging it to the ground and crushing the screen underfoot with a cold smirk. "Still hoping for rescue? Do you dare to call for help? My fans and bodyguards are not to be trifled with. Either kneel and bow, or join us in our bed. Otherwise, we shall sell you to the dark web." Li Moyin's face flushed with anger. "You have gone too far. I will call the police. Before he could reach for his phone, a bodyguard had already pinned him to the ground. Huang Xiaoyan shouted, "Father! Let go of my father!" As Liam Oyin struggled, he shouted frantically, "Do not worry about me. Run, Xiaoyan." Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyan cried out to the sky, "Guan Yu, can you hear me? Guan Yu, save my father." For Guan Yu, who resided in a higher dimensional space at that moment, the entire Milky Way was but a mere 10,000 meters in size. According to the laws of scientific physics, it was improbable that Huang Xiaoyan's voice could reach his ears. However, from a higher dimensional perspective to a lower one, everything is possible. Thus, Guan Yu not only heard Huang Xiaoyan's voice, but also witnessed the scene of the father and daughter being bullied by the villains. Wu Xiangqian seized her hair with one hand while covering her mouth with the other, mockingly berating, "Wretched girl, what does it matter? No one can save you. If you refuse to kneel, then come sleep with us. Release her." Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed as the female soldier, Lan Huliao, raised her weapon and approached. He Ziwen was momentarily stunned and shouted at the bodyguards, "Go! Disarm her!" Just as several bodyguards were about to advance, Lan Huliao fired 3 shots into the ground before them, causing the bodyguards to hesitate. Wu Xiangqian cursed, "Useless! She wouldn't dare shoot. Charge!" Lan Huliao sternly declared. "In the face of disaster relief, all military control is in effect. My helmet bears a record of law enforcement. You are illegally appropriating rescue materials and bullying the weak. Already committing unlawful acts. Should you dare continue your misdeeds, I have the authority to dispense justice on the spot." He Ziwen's expression twisted with rage. "Who are you scaring? Don't listen to her. Whoever takes her down, I'll reward you with 100,000. Wu Xiangqian yanked on Xiaoyan's hair, howling, "I'll add another 100,000. Plus this wretched girl." The standoff persisted, and the crowd continued to swell. At that moment, Huang Xiaoyan suddenly heard someone whispering in her ear, "Don't be afraid. I am Guan Yu." Surprised yet delighted, Huang Xiaoyan whispered back, "Okay, I am not afraid." Guan Yu continued, "You have trained in martial arts. Now listen to me. Raise your hands, firmly grasp Wu Xiangqian's wrist, sidestep behind him, and forcefully lift his arm. He will release his grip, and then deliver a strong kick to his backside, causing him to collide with the bodyguard holding your father." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoyan suddenly felt invigorated. Wu Xiangqian was still shouting insults. "Useless. Worthless. I'll add another 100,000. Eliminate this." In a swift motion, Huang Xiaoyan seized his wrist, maneuvered behind him, twisted his arms, and lifted them forcefully. He immediately let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Huang Xiaoyan then delivered a powerful kick, sending Wu Xiangqian crashing into the bodyguard's stomach. Before he tumbled outwards, Huang Xiaoyan quickly helped her father up and dashed behind Lan Huliao. The onlookers erupted in applause, showering praises upon her. At that moment, a squad of male soldiers approached. The leader shouted, "Wu Xiangqian, Ziwen, we have received reports that you have violated military regulations. Surrender immediately, or we will resort to lethal force." The soldiers saluted Lan Huliao and the father-daughter duo, escorting he and Wu to a temporary detention facility. Huang Xiaoyan picked up her phone, and Lan Huliao also saluted her, commending, "Xiaoyan, your skills are impressive." Blushing, Huang Xiaoyan replied, "It wasn't me. Someone helped me." Lan Huliao chuckled, "How modest. We are well aware of your situation. You had the chance to escape, but bravely chose to stay. To be honest, even we adults are quite fearful in the face of such calamities. However, at this moment, many who have been utterly terrified and have resigned themselves to waiting for death have found strength through you. Even if they possess only a few hours of life, they choose to live with dignity." Huang Xiaoyan also offered a respectful gesture. "Thank you, sister. Though I am not so courageous, my lack of fear stems from the knowledge that Guan Yu will surely rescue us." "Guan Yu, I heard you call that name just now. Did I not? Who is Guan Yu?" "Indeed, it was Guan Yu who assisted me just now. Otherwise, I would not have dared to act, and even if I had, I would not have had the strength. By the way, I have a video on my phone that everyone must see. They will surely believe me." As she spoke, she handed her phone to Lan Huliao, who took it and replied, "All right, I shall give it a try." At that moment, another tremor shook the ground. eliciting screams and cries all around. Suddenly, a man burst out of a room, shouting at the enormous yukball. When will this end? Just crush me already. Stop tormenting me. I beg you. I am so frightened. As he wept, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the floor. A woman rushed out in an attempt to comfort him, only to be shoved to the ground by the man, who then began to beat her frantically. Lan Huliao hastily approached and subdued him, scolding, "You, a grown man, are less resilient than a young girl. Death is an inevitable part of life. It will come to us all eventually. Show some of that masculine spirit. Do not allow others to look down upon you." Huang Xiaoyan suddenly rushed to the large screen. Grasping the microphone, grandparents, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, younger siblings, please listen to me. From my own experience and observation, there are indeed at least 2 superheroes who are tirelessly striving to rescue us. The Earth Security Committee and the Earth Alliance's forces are also in the midst of a struggle. We must learn to save ourselves and cultivate our own strength. Lan Huliao hurried over. Sister Yingying, your words resonate profoundly. As the saying goes, heaven does not completely close off a path for humanity, and heaven assists those who help themselves. If we give up, then even divine beings cannot save us. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Little sister, did you truly witness those kinds of superheroes from the future blockbuster?" Huang Xiaoyan vigorously nodded. "Believe me, I have no reason to lie. My father also saw them." She pointed to Li Mui. Lan Huliao raised his phone. "Alas, my phone is broken. I just tried to turn it on, but it wouldn't start." Everyone felt a wave of disappointment. What a pity. After all this talk, it seems we've merely indulged in empty hopes. Surely, you must be experiencing illusions. Indeed, the heavens show strange signs, and humans exhibit anomalies. That man earlier claimed that many sought to kill him, which is why he assaulted his wife. Suddenly, a bespectacled man proclaimed loudly, "I believe this young girl. There must be someone with some divine power." I measured it with the celestial steed ascendant. The Ute sphere has ceased to expand. It had been growing continuously before, but now it remains at 47 meters and has slightly diminished. I noticed that too. I thought I was the only one. Me too. And I. The bespectacled man turned to Lan Huliao and said, "I can repair phones. Let me give it another try." Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyan felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Li Maqin rushed to catch her, utterly flustered. Lan Huliao hurried over to assess the situation. Letting out a sigh of relief, "It's nothing serious. The child is simply exhausted. A little rest will do her good. You must be tired as well. Please take a moment to recuperate." After ensuring the father and daughter were settled, Lan Huliao sought out the bespectacled man. Discovering that he had already removed Huang Xiaoyan's phone storage card and was disassembling his own phone to extract its storage card, just as he was soldering, his hand trembled unexpectedly, causing the hot iron to press down on Huang Xiaoyan's storage card. By the time he realized, a significant portion of the chip's backside had already been scorched. The bespectacled man paused momentarily, then, treating the situation as a last resort, soldered the storage chip back in place. When he powered on the phone, he indeed found the video Huang Xiaoyan had recorded, which lasted merely 3 seconds. There were no tsunamis, nor any extraordinary beings. Lan Huliao smiled and remarked, "What a clever girl. She understands psychology so well. Let us just say we were unable to repair it." She approached Huang Xiaoyan again and, seeing her peacefully asleep, felt reassured and left to patrol elsewhere. Chapter 8. The Fall of the Meteorite Within the Fantasia. The previous sorrow and gloom dissipated, replaced by a vibrant joy. Feng Lei prepared an extravagant feast for everyone, particularly for Lu Yi, complete with a variety of dishes: red wine, white wine, beer, soups, meats, and vegetables, both main and side dishes. Rarely did Yu Tianxian indulge, but he savored a small bowl of Feng Lei's homemade wine. Cheers! Regardless of gender, everyone joined in for a small toast. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was preoccupied with his meal. "Lu Yi, why aren't you drinking? 5 centuries without sustenance would undoubtedly leave one famished and craving. Are you adept at fasting? You cannot possibly claim to abstain from alcohol with such strength. Your capacity for drink must be considerable." The group engaged in lively chatter. Louis rubbed his lips, belched, and shook his head. I do not partake in alcohol. My master met his demise due to drink. This statement piqued Li Yike's interest. Isn't your master a deity? Does he fear poison in his wine? My master's wife. Ahem, that woman surnamed Shui asserted that everyone possesses weaknesses. My master's vulnerability was known to her, and she informed her father, the wily old man Shui, who concocted a remedy to subdue him. So, your master was subdued? Can deities truly fear poison? It appears that the esteemed deity Guin is not so formidable after all. You dare not look down upon my master. That would only amplify your disdain for me, his disciple. How about a contest between us? As Li Yike persisted, her words growing increasingly cutting, Lu Yi found himself cornered. Yu Tianxin swiftly pulled him aside. Li Yike is not targeting you. She is quite amiable. Do not take it to heart. Lin Shouji then took Li Yike to another corner. What is the matter? You are not usually of such a temperament. What temperament? This is precisely how I am. If you find me unpalatable, then disregard me. With that, she collapsed onto the control panel, weeping. Bu Juyuan chuckled, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Li Yike, why are you crying all of a sudden? Have you suffered some indignity? Was it Shouji who neglected you during the mission? Shall I teach him a lesson on your behalf? As he spoke, he cast a significant glance at Lin Shouji. Yun Xiaoqiu coldly declared, this time, I support Yike. Lu Yi laughed heartily. So this is what you were all worried about. I've been too preoccupied with my meal to notice your thoughts. My apologies. Li Yike, now even more incensed, retorted, you still dare to laugh. Are you? Louis shrugged nonchalantly. I mentioned I would find a solution. It appears that everyone, especially you, has little faith in me, nor in my master. Louis, spare us the suspense. It's not just Yike. Everyone is quite anxious. I simply forgot the time difference between direct and reverse flow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in the mood for drinking. Lu Yi suddenly turned serious. All right. It seems I must speak the truth. You may be unaware, but aside from my master, there is an individual from another galaxy named Wu Buwei, who has already resolved the issue. What? Everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. Lu Yi nodded affirmatively. The facts speak for themselves. In due time, you shall all understand. Initially elated, Li Yike's expression shifted to one of deep disappointment, tears welling up once more. I see you are nothing but a charlatan, a pretender. Perhaps I should clarify, lest you cast me out of the starship as a fraud before the truth is revealed. Here is the situation. A star has perished and has been cleared away by the universe's own cleansing system, much like how one relieves themselves. This has resulted in a vast void, causing space to flow towards it, with all celestial bodies following suit. The Uetio is relatively light, hence it moves swiftly, causing the Earth star and the U star to draw ever closer. Li Yike wiped away her tears, stating, I could have guessed most of it without your input. The crux lies in how to resolve this. She proposed two solutions. One involved transferring space from other galaxies to fill the void, akin to the way Nuwa repaired the sky. However, this method was uncontrollable. The alternative was to construct an energy barrier to encircle the gap, preventing the flow of space. This was the approach employed by Wu Buwei, and she was certain that the distance to Diyue would no longer diminish. Therefore, we need not fret about time. If the space ceases to flow, we shall be able to navigate normally. Li Yike remained somewhat skeptical. In response, Yu Tianxin examined the star charts and noted their current passage near Uranus. After some calculations, he joyfully exclaimed, Indeed, in 1 hour, we shall reach Uranus without encountering any countercurrents. The flow of space has halted. Li Yike's worry transformed into joy, her tears replaced by laughter. At that moment, Feng Lei also delivered good news. My parents have messaged me. There was no signal earlier, but we just received one while passing Uranus. They mentioned that the key star has remained at a size of 47 meters. It has not increased further. Yu Tianxin raised his phone as well, declaring, I have also received information from the Earth Security Committee. Aside from Du Yue no longer drawing closer, the Earth Alliance forces and all personnel from the Earth Security Committee have engaged in disaster relief efforts. A collective sigh of relief swept over everyone. Their journey to Florine Star had not been in vain. At last, they could anticipate a restful night. However, Lu Yi interjected, I have no desire to sleep. You all may rest. Should anything arise, I shall call upon you. He then handed his personal phone to Lu Yi, saying, one cannot remain awake alone without feeling bored. Here, take this device. Lu Yi accepted the phone, exclaiming, this gadget is remarkable. It serves as a pair of eyes and ears from afar. How does one operate it? It's quite simple. Just tap on any of these icons, and soon enough, you'll master it without any guidance. Following this, he retired to the rest pod. Before long, apart from Lu Yi, who was captivated by the local game developed by Yu Tianqian, the others had succumbed to slumber. 5 hours later, without waiting for Lu Yi to call, Yu Tianqian, Li Yike, and the others had already risen to adjust the course. They activated stealth mode while dispatching the shield module towards the planet E, preparing for docking with the Phantom Crow. Half an hour later, the stealthy Phantom Crow arrived at the planet E and reloaded its shield before pursuing 10 civilian starships. Yu Tianqian commanded, Xiao Qiu, Zhu Yuan, don your flight armor and proceed to the front to provide early warning. Yike, you are in charge of piloting, and Shouji, you will handle missile launches. Each took to their assigned tasks. Lu Yi hurriedly inquired, what about me? You are responsible for supporting the other team members, particularly Xiao Qiu and Zhu Yuan. What does supporting entail? Essentially, it means assisting. When my master and I engage in combat, I doubt I will be needed. I shall continue playing my game. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoqiu reported, a missile has been detected. Bu Zhu Yuan added, it's a missile from the planet E. Yu Tianqian was taken aback, planet E? Almost simultaneously, a missile, trailing flames, appeared on the screen, confirming it bore the insignia of planet E. Yun Xiaoqiu exclaimed, it has locked onto the Dian. Bu Zhu Yuan warned, 30 seconds remaining. Li Yike cursed, this is madness. The celestial star fears not the onset of interstellar war. I shall compel them to elucidate. Yu Tianqian shook his head. There is no time, yet we must refrain from initiating hostilities. Before Yu Tianqian could issue his command, Lin Shouji swiftly launched high-velocity interceptors, which collided with the incoming missile 10 kilometers from the fleet. Both fell, yet no explosion occurred, indicating they were mere dummies. The Earth Security Committee acquiesced to the Celestial Security Committee's proposal and communicated the dedicated line of the merciless, which the Celestial Security Committee promptly relayed concerning the Celestial 45's communications. At this juncture, the Earth Security Committee, merciless, Celestial Security Committee, and Celestial 45, along with the 10 civilian starships from Earth, formed a cohesive unit capable of sharing real-time imagery from the Celestial Star satellite network. Li Yike exhaled, I thought as much. The Celestial Star and Earth are mutually strategic allies. How could it possibly launch an assault on Earth's civilian vessels? Lin Shouji voiced his concerns. Could this be a ruse by the Instar? Just then, they simultaneously heard Bu Zhuan and Yun Xiaoqiu cry out, a meteorite. It's approaching too swiftly. The group hurriedly glanced over and indeed witnessed a massive meteorite hurtling past the fleet, aimed directly at the Celestial Star. Without a moment's contemplation, Yu Tianqian informed Celestial 45. Celestial 45 promptly fired several missiles to intercept and destroy it, but missed the meteorite, instead targeting the Earth fleet. Huang Qianhan urgently maneuvered to evade, causing chaos within the ship as crew members stumbled about, while the missiles continued their pursuit of the meteorite. Huang Qianhan broke into a cold sweat, his trousers dampened. By heavens, that nearly scared me to death. Jean Dai flattered. Huang, your skills are commendable, otherwise we would be doomed. However, the 3 chairpersons of the 5 ties remained unfazed. Qi Zio remarked, I can see quite clearly from here. It is evidently still a considerable distance away. Why are we hiding? Zhao Minju responded, there was nothing to worry about initially. But your sudden movement has triggered my heart condition. Sun Raquan added, Xiao Huang, your driving skills require significant improvement. Huang Qianhan thought to himself, if you possess the skills, then you should take the wheel. Yet he replied, am I not merely pushing a duck onto a perch? As for the driver, Li Shangyao was reluctant to depart. What could be done? The asteroid missile attempted to turn back in pursuit, but was hopelessly outpaced. The speed disparity was far too great. The missile unit launched multiple projectiles, all of which missed their target. Yun Xiaoqiu suddenly exclaimed, "This asteroid is intelligent." Bu Juyuan concurred. Indeed, it can evade. Once the initial strike of the asteroid missile failed, it could no longer keep up. Lin Shoji pondered. There is only one option left, a saturation attack. Li Yike clenched her fists, affirming, yes, a chaotic flurry to overwhelm the master. Yu Tianxian immediately contacted the missile command. Please lock all missiles onto the asteroid. It's a desperate gamble. The commander of the missile unit also discerned the gravity of the situation, shouting, lock onto all targets. Launch everything. Nearly 100 remaining missiles were simultaneously fired at the asteroid. The asteroid dodged left and right, as the barrage of missiles once again met with failure. Its speed appeared to have increased. The commander of the missile unit grimly stated, in 3 minutes, the asteroid will collide with the city below. Let us pray for the people of the asteroid there. Despair spread across the faces of all personnel. Yu Tianxian murmured, this meteorite is equivalent to 10 million-ton nuclear bombs. Lin Shoji remarked, that city is doomed. Suddenly, Li Yike inquired, where is Lu Yi, the great deity? Someone called out, he is over there. Everyone turned their gaze to find Lu Yi pursuing the meteorite at a speed slightly faster than its descent. 20 seconds left. Lu Yi surpassed the meteorite and then pivoted to confront it. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. The meteorite's immense mass and velocity generated a staggering amount of energy. With every ounce of strength, Lu Yi finally compelled the meteorite to veer off course in the last 3 seconds, leveraging its inertia to hurl it hundreds of kilometers away from the planet. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Yet, before they could commence their celebration, the meteorite suddenly reversed course, soaring over the panting Lu Yi and hurtling back toward the planet. Lu Yi, having exerted himself to the limit, found himself drained of energy. Although the meteorite's speed had diminished, his had declined even more, rendering him powerless to intercept it as he had moments prior. The screens aboard the Huanwu and on Planet 45 shifted to display the impending impact zone of the meteorite. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Chapter 9. A decade and a day, the meteorite drew ever closer to Planet 45, prompting its inhabitants to seek refuge in subways and underground parking garages. Chaos erupted among the tens of thousands gathered at the stadium for a sporting event, as people trampled one another, resulting in hundreds injured or dead. However, in the final moments before the meteorite struck the planet, a blinding flash of white light erupted as the meteorite exploded, showering countless fragments upon Planet 45. Only a fragment ascended into the sky instead of plummeting to the ground. Li Yike exclaimed, that is a robot. Yu Tianxian commanded, capture it. Lu Yi had already pursued it. Yun Xiaoqiu and Bu Jin immediately dove in, attempting to apprehend the robot alive, but the robot evaded them, causing them to miss. Fortunately, Lu Yi had regained his stamina and swiftly closed the distance to the robot, reaching 500 meters, then 400 meters. The robot remarked, we possess no intelligence on your model for launching. Lu Yi inquired, who provided you with that information? The robot replied, you will never know. Initiating self-destruct sequence. Lu Yi questioned, are you going to commit suicide? The robot displayed a peculiar expression, stating, you are not a robot. The organization has already received intelligence. With that, it exploded on the spot. At that moment, Yun Xiaoqiu and Bu Juyuan arrived, both asking in unison, what did it say? The Earth Security Commission and the On Security Commission exchanged mutual praises for their restraint, with the latter expressing genuine gratitude to Lu Yi. In the future, when Mr. Lu visits Anxing, we shall accord him the status of a head of state and waive all formalities. They then terminated the multi-party connection. Yu Tianxian requested Lu Yi to elaborate on the situation regarding the robot. It was evident that the robot had reported your information to the Golden Blood Skeleton Gate before self-destruction. Lu Yi asked, what is the Golden Blood Skeleton Gate? The Skull Gate is the most formidable yet malevolent organization within the Taiwu system, wielding power over the elite of society, including influential aristocrats, military officials, and various luminaries, while also manipulating individuals with extraordinary abilities. These extraordinary individuals, akin to yourself, serve this organization. To my knowledge, there are at least two: the Ice and Fire Maiden and the Shapeshifter, currently in its employ. Lu Yi grinned broadly. Does that mean I am in grave danger? Bu Jiyuan shook his head. No. It is the Skull Gate that poses the true danger. Laughter erupted among the group. Li Yike took the initiative to reconcile with Lu Yi. Great deity Lu, I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses and hope for your forgiveness. Lin Shouji clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Both Li Yike and I once harbored doubts about you, but we now humbly concede our error. Lu Yi waved his hand with a smile. This is nothing compared to my master. It pales in significance. Pausing for a moment, he added, regrettably, he now resides solely within my mind. Li Yike remarked, I have always thought you were merely engaging in trickery. How could one possibly inhabit another's mind? Now, I understand that modern science is not omnipotent, and many phenomena remain beyond explanation. Lu Yi felt a twinge of guilt. In truth, I have deceived you on that matter. However, he knew he must keep it a secret, so he merely smiled and refrained from elaborating, fearing that too much discussion might lead to misfortune. Instead, he changed the subject. Where is the lair of this golden blood skull gate? Yu Tianxian replied, I cannot say for certain, but based on the intelligence I possess, it is highly likely located on Anqing. This organization is immensely powerful. It operates through various branches across Taiwu without revealing itself, either inciting man-made disasters or exploiting natural calamities, utilizing every conceivable method to sow chaos in this world. Lu Ichi remarked, Amonstar? That is a primitive and backward planet. That was 5 centuries ago. What then is their purpose in causing chaos? To take advantage of the turmoil. The more humanity panics, the greater the likelihood they will fulfill their plans. What plans? Are they not fearful of retaliation from Earthstar and Mudstar? This is where their brilliance lies. Firstly, they operate in the shadows, eluding detection. Secondly, their organization is vast and intricately structured. Even if you eliminate their upper echelons, the lower ranks will persist in their malevolence, often executing their deeds through proxies while ensuring the obliteration of evidence. Thirdly, their desire is indeed for vengeance. Take this incident, for example. They utilized Amonstar to sow discord between Earthstar and Mudstar. If successful, Earth and Mud would face annihilation. If they fail, Earth and Mud would unite against Amonstar. Regardless of the outcome, their objective is achieved, successfully inciting war, thereby resulting in greater loss of life. Lin Shouji added, the most astute aspect is their control over all brainwashing apparatuses. The majority of the downtrodden citizens they have victimized perceive them as a benevolent organization. What Tianxian mentioned earlier is dismissed as conspiracy theory by all. Lu Yi appeared bewildered. What is a conspiracy theory? Yu Tianxian further elucidated. The term conspiracy theory is also of their invention. Once something is labeled as a conspiracy theory, the conspiracy you seek to expose becomes mere rumor, and the whistleblower is equivalent to a purveyor of falsehoods. Lu Yi made a face. In the end, this organization is invincible. No one can contend with them? Li Yike was quite displeased. You and Shou Ji are merely indulging in conspiracy theories. You portray this organization as omnipotent and invincible, which only serves to bolster the enemy's confidence while undermining our own morale. Bu Jiuyin stepped forward once more to mediate the situation. All right, everyone, let us cease the argument. I have a suggestion. Didn't Lu Yi mention that his master resides in his mind and can see through people's hearts? Perhaps we could capture a high-ranking member of the Golden Blood Skeleton, allowing Lu Yi to uncover their entire plan? Lu Yi smiled faintly. My master has already seen it. That organization is located on Anqing. However, the higher-ups are like crafty rabbits with multiple burrows, having residences across various planets, hidden in plain sight. At the slightest hint of danger, they take ordinary people as hostages. Upon hearing Lu Yi support the conspiracy theory, Li Yike immediately retorted, You are quite the deity. Spouting nonsense, are you? Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden yawn escaped her lips, followed by a murmur. I'm so tired. Xiaoqiu, you drive. I must take a nap. At her words, everyone suddenly realized their own fatigue. Even Yun Xiaoqiu felt an overwhelming drowsiness, exclaiming, I'm tired too. Let us switch to autopilot. He promptly set the vehicle to automatic and began to rest. Then, Wu Yuan stood still, dozing off in place, and soon fell asleep. Finally, only Yu Tianchen, Lin Shouji, and Lu Yi remained. Yu Tianchen struggled to keep his eyes open, pondering. Could it be that the robot's explosion released some neurotoxin? Lin Shouji, feeling fortunate, firmly slapped his forehead. It shouldn't be. Lu Yi, being closest to that robot, he must be fine. As they spoke, both became engrossed in thought. Lu Yi suddenly muttered to himself, Master, why must they sleep? I feel so lonely on my own. Just then, Guan Yu, operating the vast expanse of high-dimensional space, abruptly appeared on the screen of the illusory Wu, donning a mask, and declared, restoring the Yuetian sphere to its original size will take 10 years. During this decade, disasters will inevitably abound. If the inhabitants of Earth are perpetually engulfed in fear and oppression from the colossal Yuetian, all of humanity entangled with it will be affected. The only solution is to have them resolve this decade within a single day. Sleep is the best remedy. A month has already elapsed. When they awaken, they will possess 10 years of memories. Lu Yi found it perplexing. However, we are currently aboard the starship. Upon waking, we will still be on the starship. Will our consciousness not remain on the starship for 10 years? Guan Yu chuckled. No, when everyone awakens after 10 years, there will be a seamless transition of memories. For instance, what will happen to me? You and I are outsiders. We have already been asleep for 500 years, so we need not undergo any transition. Everyone aboard the starship will each have their own decade of experiences, with every day comprising 24 seconds, and each second holding corresponding memories. What purpose will I serve? Guan Yu smiled, urging, there's no need to do anything. You may as well sleep. Lu Yi felt waves of dizziness wash over him. The shadow of Guan Yu on the screen began to blur, and the phantom crow started to spin, causing the entire world to whirl around him. In one fleeting moment, he sensed his body shrinking, or perhaps the phantom crow expanding, making him feel like a tiny ant. In the next instant, he perceived the phantom crow diminishing, transforming him into a giant, gasping for breath. At last, equilibrium was restored, and Lu Yi finally drifted into slumber. I apologize, Lu Yi. To prevent the leakage of celestial secrets, you too must forget everything that just transpired. 10 years later, within the phantom crow, the crew gradually awoke, each tending to their grooming before gathering in the work area for their meal. In reality, merely 24 hours had elapsed. Yet each individual harbored a decade's worth of memories, firmly convinced that the present moment was a morning 10 years hence. Feng Lei set the table, calling everyone to eat. Today, like yesterday, each person gets 5 buns on average. Yike and I will have 2, Lu Yi will have 11. And everyone gets a bowl of corn porridge. Thank you, Feng Lei and Yike, but today I must reduce my intake by 2. I need to gradually align with everyone else. Please refrain from calling me a food bucket from now on. That simply won't do. You consume the most. Thus you must replenish the most. Does anyone have any objections? Amidst laughter, the meal vanished as quickly as a gust of wind. Everyone felt unsatisfied, and despite his intention to eat 2 fewer, Lu Yi still devoured 11 buns. As Feng Lei tidied up the table, she remarked, it seems that our indulgence in alcohol with the Disaster Relief Committee yesterday has exhausted everyone. If you're still feeling hungry, I shall prepare an additional meal shortly. Yu Tianchen waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that. A little hunger is beneficial for the body, right, Shouji? Lin Shouji nodded in agreement. Indeed. There is a saying that when you eat, the food also consumes you. Li Yike scoffed. Here we go again with your absurd theories. Bu Jueyuan stretched lazily. Today marks the first time I've awakened naturally. It feels delightful. Yin Xiaoqiu echoed. I too experienced the same. Yu Tianchen added. Yes, everyone is expressing similar sentiments. which indicates that the effects of the meteor shower on our bodies have largely dissipated. Li Yike continued. Indeed, seismic activities and tsunamis have become virtually non-existent, allowing us to finally resume a normal life. Before she could finish her thought, an urgent directive from the Disaster Relief Committee arrived. A 3.0 magnitude earthquake has unexpectedly struck the southwestern mountainous region with a depth of only 1 kilometer. Headquarters suspects it may be the work of the enemy star. Special Task Force, please proceed to investigate immediately. Outside the high-speed railway station in Donghai City, Huang Xiaoyan hailed a taxi. As she entered the vehicle, she instructed the driver. Sir, please take me to the site of the Juyue Disaster Relief Center. The driver, Pei Kun, suddenly inquired, You are Huang Xiaoyan, the distinguished individual from the earthquake relief efforts, aren't you? Huang Xiaoyan was taken aback. Is that so? It has been so many years. How could you still recognize me? Pei Kun, filled with emotion, replied, I am the man who was driven to madness back then. Had it not been for you and Director Lon, I would have surely harmed my wife and then taken my own life. Our family truly regards you two as our saviors, and we have been closely following your news. We even went to Zhongjing in search of you, but your family mistook us for troublemakers. You may not even remember. Huang Xiaoyan was equally astonished. Really? What a coincidence. I happened to catch your ride. By the way, the male director you mentioned is, you mean Sister Lon, right? She has become the director now. Indeed. She retired from the army years ago. Distinguished herself in disaster relief efforts, first serving as the head of a police station and now as the director of the Public Security Bureau. Speaking of which, today someone has reserved the site of the resettlement point. It seems to be the wedding of a prominent figure's son. I wonder if you can gain entry. No worries. I am merely going to the memorial display room to retrieve my phone. Isn't your phone screen shattered? It's several generations outdated, and you still want it? I simply wish to see if it can be repaired. The Woody Group offers data recovery services. 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the resettlement point, surrounded by luxury cars and guarded by bodyguards at the entrance. Pei Kun advised her, perhaps it's best to let it go. There will be other opportunities. This is a public venue. Can they truly prevent me from entering? You wait for me here. I have a round-trip ticket. And there's still an hour and a half left. She dashed to the entrance, only to be halted by the bodyguards. Do you have an invitation? No, but I just need to go in and retrieve something. It will only take a few minutes. Impossible. Huang Xiaoyan, growing anxious, pushed her way inside. Suddenly, a flamboyant voice rang out. Oh, who do we have here? Who dares to disrupt my best friend's wedding? Chapter 10. A mysterious heritage Wu Xiangqian emerged from the domineering vehicle, accompanied by his 4 bodyguards. The doorman promptly bowed and greeted him. A female student insisted on entering to retrieve something. We did not allow her, yet she attempted to force her way in. Wu Xiangqian scrutinized Huang Xiaoyan from head to toe. Although she appeared somewhat familiar, he confirmed she was not a wealthy heiress of whom he should be wary. He pointed at her, stating, Today's wedding demands an invitation worth 100,000. Just by looking at your impoverished appearance, it is evident you cannot afford such a sum. Begone at once. Huang Xiaoyan, pressed for time and wishing to avoid conflict, suppressed her anger and calmly replied, I do not intend to attend the wedding. I merely wish to retrieve my phone and will leave immediately. I assure you, it will not disrupt the ceremony. Oh, you claim it won't cause any disruption, so it shall not? He retorted, Let me inform you that the bride and groom have chosen this venue for its auspicious name, Jiwa, symbolizing wealth and happiness. Allowing a pauper like you inside would not only bring misfortune, but also financial loss. There is no way you can enter. What do you wish to retrieve? Your phone? I suspect you aim to steal it. You must know that the affluent possess only the latest flagship phones, which you have likely never even seen, correct? You resemble a thief more and more. Seize her. At that moment, a crowd began to gather, and Pei Kun mustered the courage to defend Huang Xiaoyan. You, Wu, do not look down upon others. Do you not recognize who she is? She is the renowned individual who aided in disaster relief 10 years ago, the daughter of the chairman of the Woody Group. She is merely going in to retrieve her old phone. What harm does it cause? Upon hearing the words, Wu Xiangqian squinted and recognized Huang Xiaoyan. immediately gritting his teeth in fury. What a narrow path for enemies. No wonder you look familiar. You vile wretch. You caused me to languish in prison for 3 long years. If it weren't for my dear friend's financial aid, I might have perished in there. Now I dream of vengeance every single night. Brothers, break her legs and mar her face. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. If worst comes to worst, I shall return to prison. Pei Kun, realizing the perilous situation, exclaimed, Benefactor, run. I will hold them off. At that moment, Huang Xiaoyan also recognized Wu Xiangqian and retorted, So it's you, the scoundrel. I don't know you. You go your way. Wu Xiangqian shouted, Deal with this meddlesome driver as well. Bodyguard Wu San delivered a swift kick, sending Pei Kun sprawling to the ground. As Pei Kun attempted to rise, Wu San struck him again, and seeing Pei Kun still struggling, he prepared to kick once more. However, Huang Xiaoyan forcefully pushed him aside to protect Pei Kun, shouting at the other bodyguards, If you strike again, it will end in tragedy. Will you still proceed with this wedding? Wu San was momentarily taken aback, and Wu Xiangqian was equally startled, quickly instructing his bodyguards, Just incapacitate the driver. Do not spare this wretched girl. Only by disfiguring her and breaking her limbs can my heart's rage be quelled. As 4 bodyguards surrounded Huang Xiaoyan, preparing to strike, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, approaching Wu Xiangqian and softly inquiring, What are the penalties for human trafficking and organ trafficking? His voice was not loud, yet to Wu Xiangqian, it resonated like thunder. He stammered, How do you know? Realizing he had let something slip, he quickly corrected himself. How do I know? How can I possibly know? Why does it concern me? The man pulled Wu Xiangqian aside, raising his voice slightly. The dark web is your client. Interstellar human traffickers sell alien children to Earth and Earth children to aliens. You profit from the price difference, selling at least 10 boys and 10 girls to the dark web each year. Otherwise, you won't have the money to buy that elusive mirage. Wu Xiangqian was struck with horror, stammering, Who are you? The man replied, I am much like you. You deal in children, while I trade in information. What do you intend to do? Nothing, the man responded. Just leave Huang Xiaoyan alone and never disturb her again. Furthermore, cease your human trafficking activities. What if I refuse? If you refuse, I will expose your crimes this very moment. Wu Xiangqian's eyes darted, a smile plastered across his face. All right. I won't touch her, and you shouldn't either. As he spoke, he discreetly sent a message to his bodyguard, Eliminate him. The man chuckled, Eliminate me? Wu Xiangqian looked as if he had seen a ghost. How do you? Do not forget, I trade in information. I hacked into your phone long ago. As soon as you sent that message, see this? I have a wireless earpiece, and I've just received the voice notification. Wu Xiangqian stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. The man continued, Since you have no intention of cooperating, my demands will escalate. Call your 4 bodyguards to kneel before Huang Xiaoyan, each delivering 10 slaps to their own faces. If Huang Xiaoyan intercedes and spares you, I shall grant you mercy. With that, he turned to leave. Wu Xiangqian, infuriated by the man's loathsome yet intimidating figure, felt a surge of rage and determination. He resolved to take the initiative. As the man approached Huang Xiaoyan, who was helping Pei Kun while calling for an ambulance, he paused, seemingly casual yet deliberate, aligning himself with Wu Xiangqian and Wu San. He addressed Wu San. Wu Xiangqian intends to eliminate you to silence you. Wu San was momentarily taken aback, and the man continued, Because you are privy to too many of his secrets. Skeptical, Wu San turned to Wu Xiangqian for confirmation. Wu Xiangqian, his hand delving into his bag, grasped a silencer-equipped pistol and aimed it at the man's back, cursing inwardly. How dare you threaten me? You shall perish. He pulled the trigger, a faint sound echoing as the bullet exited the bag, piercing the man's back and striking Wu San in the chest, blood gushing forth. The man collapsed beside Huang Xiaoyan and Pei Kun, his fingertips pointed ominously at Pei Kun's feet. Meanwhile, Wu San clutched his chest and staggered towards Wu Xiangqian, summoning his remaining strength to land a punch squarely on Wu Xiangqian's throat. The two fell together, lifeless. No one could fathom the true nature of the events that transpired. Witnessing the demise of both Wu Xiangqian and Wu San, The remaining 3 bodyguards, Wu Da, Wu Er, and Wu Si, scattered like frightened birds. The police car and ambulance arrived in succession. After the officers documented the scene and conducted inquiries, the medical personnel proceeded to lift the 2 lifeless bodies into the ambulance. The police and medical staff then separated to attend to the individual sprawled on the ground and Pei Kun, who was half sitting, half leaning against a tree. The man groaned, "I'm dying. I've been hit." Both the police and medical personnel examined him for quite some time. Perplexed, how could a penetrating wound not result in any blood loss? Upon hearing this, the man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Really? Thank heavens." A doctor inquired, "So, did he hit both of you with a single shot?" The man retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, saying, "Here it is. I hadn't had the chance to copy it yet. Please check if I have." At that moment, Huang Xiaoyan bowed to the man, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have suffered a broken leg or facial injuries." The man waved his hand dismissively. "You were fortunate. I merely benefited from your good fortune. Even after being shot in the back, I remain unscathed. I should be thanking you." The medical personnel were examining Pei Kun's injuries when he suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, "Oh, it seems I'm fine too." Huang Xiaoyan, both surprised and elated, responded, "I've caused you trouble. It's wonderful that you're all right." Pei Kun repeatedly shook his head. "Not at all. It was my mistake to reveal your identity. Fortunately, just as that gentleman said, we have all benefited from your good fortune." Suddenly, the police officer asked the man, "What is your name?" The man pondered for a long while. "I do not know." The police officer raised his phone. Wu Xianqian's mobile device meticulously recorded the time and place of the abduction, the names and genders of the kidnapped children, the location of the buyers, and the transaction times. Within it, there exists only one failed transaction concerning a boy sold to Wanqing. The man was taken aback with both astonishment and joy. "That must be me." The officer continued, "That boy was abducted at the entrance of the Wudi Group's residential area in the northern suburbs of Zhongjing." Huang Xiaoyan, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief and exclaimed twice, "You are my neighbor." The man, equally astonished, responded, "What a coincidence. Then, what is my name?" "Your name is Guan Yu. Guan as in one man guarding the pass, and Yu as in renowned across the globe." Huang Xiaoyan gasped once more. "Ah, Guan Yu." Guan Yu, noticing her reaction, expressed his confusion. "What's wrong? We wouldn't have known each other as children, would we?" Both the police officer and Pei Kun chimed in. "You were childhood sweethearts." Huang Xiaoyan's face flushed with embarrassment. No. Please do not misunderstand. It is merely that this name is identical to that of another person I know." Guan Yu suddenly realized. "So that is it." Nearly everyone present echoed in unison. "What a remarkable destiny." Huang Xiaoyan glanced at her phone in alarm. "Oh no. Time is running out. I must go inside." With that, she attempted to rush in again, but the security guard at the entrance insisted on seeing an invitation. Amidst the dispute, Guan Yu cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Huang Xiaoyan, isn't this your invitation?" he said, handing it over to the guard. The bodyguard glanced at the invitation, confirming its authenticity. Although he found it peculiar, the presence of police officers deterred him from further obstruction. Huang Xiaoyan felt an indescribable gratitude towards Guan Yu, yet chose not to voice her thoughts. As she grasped the invitation and prepared to enter, a bespectacled middle-aged man dashed out from within. "Huang Xiaoyan, here's your phone." Overjoyed, Huang Xiaoyan accepted the phone, momentarily at a loss for words. The middle-aged man urged, "Hurry, don't miss your high-speed train." Gratefully, Huang Xiaoyan climbed into Pei Kun's taxi alongside Guan Yu. Throughout the journey, she anxiously checked the time, while Pei Kun reassured her, "Don't worry, we have time. There's still half an hour." Despite his words, Pei Kun pressed the accelerator with increasing fervor. Skeptical, Pei Kun remarked, "No way. I've been driving a taxi for over 20 years. How could I not know?" Guan Yu chuckled, "It's because you're driving. I've traversed this area for the past few days. Trust me, turn left up ahead." His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority that compelled Pei Kun to comply, leading them onto a narrow 2-meter-wide path. Huang Xiaoyan felt a surge of anxiety. What if there's a car coming from the opposite direction? Guan Yu smiled and shook his head. There definitely one TB. His voice, though quiet, was resolute, causing Huang Xiaoyan to inexplicably relax. Pei Kun, intending to question Guan Yu's certainty, suddenly found himself at the end of the road, where a barrier blocked the entrance. Realization dawned upon him. Guan Yu exited the vehicle to move the barrier aside, and once the taxi passed, it returned to its original state. Pei Kun praised, "My friend, you have an excellent memory." In truth, I was aware of the existence of this barrier. Hence, I had never traversed this path. In the future, should guests be pressed for time, I shall adopt the same approach. Huang Xiaoyan was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming her gratitude to Brother Guan. As she spoke, a flush crept across her cheeks, fortunately unnoticed by anyone. Upon reaching the high-speed railway station, she bid farewell to Pei Kun, just as they commenced ticket inspections. Guan Yu turned to Huang Xiaoyan and said, "You go ahead. If I miss this train, I shall wait for the next." Huang Xiaoyan replied, "The next train is in 3 hours, and I shall arrive in Zhongjing at midnight. My parents will be terribly worried. Otherwise, I would not be in such a rush to catch the train. As a man, it matters not. I can find you in Zhongjing." In truth, he sought out Director Huang to arrange a job for him. Huang Xiaoyan felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing he was not looking for her. "Then, I shall take my leave." Guan Yu waved his hand and turned to purchase a ticket. A sense of disarray washed over her, and a voice echoed in her mind. "What is the matter with me? He is not truly Guan Yu." Chapter 11. The extraterrestrial proton. Huang Xiaoyan located her seat and discovered it occupied by an extraterrestrial being named Yu Lily from the planet Platinum. Before Huang Xiaoyan could utter a word, Yu Lily pointed to the man sleeping beside her and feigned, "My friend and I were late in purchasing our tickets. We bought one first-class and one second-class ticket, but we do not wish to be separated, so..." Huang Xiaoyan interjected, "I understand. You wish to exchange with me." Yu Lily replied, "Yes, and you need not compensate for the fare difference." Huang Xiaoyan countered, "That will not do. I insist on covering the difference." After speaking, she handed the second-class ticket and the additional fare to Uli Li. Uli Li then presented the first-class ticket for carriage 16 to Huang Xiaoyan. Upon entering carriage 16, Huang Xiaoyan was dismayed to find the seat cluttered with an array of snacks and a pile of sunflower seed shells. Next to her sat a proton named Caris, hailing from Amstar. Behind her were 2 other extraterrestrials, Mu Yi from Thorstar and Shi-Ni Jiao from Silstar. Huang Xiaoyan requested Caris to clear away the snacks and tidy up the sunflower seed shells. Mu Yi and Shi-Ni Jiao immediately chimed in unison, "Hey, Earthling, haven't you noticed that this carriage is filled with beings of noble lineage? It's no surprise. Perhaps we should post a sign stating that Earthlings and dogs are not permitted entry." The other extraterrestrials in the carriage erupted into laughter. Huang Xiaoyan retorted, "Is that so? I see you two are the dogs. How did you manage to enter?" Mu Yi and Shi-Ni Jiao were left speechless, their mouths agape. Huang Xiaoyan called for the attendant, who instructed Caris to present her ticket. Caris rolled her eyes. "I purchased this seat as well. You should ask this Earthling to show her ticket first." As Huang Xiaoyan reached for her ticket, she replied, "I exchanged it with Uli Li and even compensated him for the difference." Caris scoffed, "You exchanged it? Who would believe that? You must have picked it up." The two began to shout again, "We don't believe you. It must have been picked up, or else stolen. Earthling, are you not ashamed to lie? Get out of the exclusive extraterrestrial carriage." The attendant was in a predicament. "Sister, why not summon that individual?" Huang Xiaoyan promptly set out to find Woolly, only to discover his absence. The man beside her continued to snore loudly. After waiting for an eternity without a sign of Woolly, Huang Xiaoyan quickly realized she had been deceived. These extraterrestrials had become accustomed to such behavior. I must report this to the train officer. However, one might argue that you exchanged tickets and even paid extra, but without evidence, they could easily turn the tables, accusing you of theft. With their numbers, no amount of protestation would suffice. The nearby passengers urged her, "Let it go, little sister. This is how aliens behave on Earth. Officials rely on their investments, treating them like deities." Indeed, when confronting extraterrestrials, Even the most reasonable earthling may find themselves at a disadvantage, never having triumphed in court. Yes, yes. You are such a lovely young lady. It would be troublesome if they took an interest in you. Huang Xiaoyan bit her lip. Thank you all. But I simply cannot swallow this indignation. Suddenly, she thought of Guan Yu and glanced around, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Just then, Lan Huliao called. Xiaoyan, why haven't you visited my home since coming to Donghai? I'm quite upset. Indeed, Sister Lan, what a coincidence. The very place he was abducted from as a child is right at the entrance of Wudi community. Even more astonishingly, his name is also Guan Yu. Huang Xiaoyan grew increasingly animated as she spoke. Suddenly, Lan Huliu felt a sense of unease. Xiaoyin, this coincidence is too numerous. I fear I may have fallen into someone's scheme. You must not trust too easily. That Guan Yu. Surely not, Sister Lan. I find him quite decent. If it were not for him today, I would have suffered a severe injury. Moreover, he assisted me in acquiring an invitation and helped me catch the high-speed train. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. The more Lan Huliu listened, the more she sensed something amiss. The more you speak, the more cautious you must be. Today's deceivers are increasingly cunning. Rest assured, Sister Lan, I am well aware of my surroundings. You wouldn't believe it, just moments ago, several extraterrestrials conspired to bully me. They feigned an interest in swapping seats, lured me into a compartment filled with aliens, and proclaimed that earthlings and dogs were prohibited from entering. It infuriated me. Alas, Guan Yu missed this train. Had he been here, he might have found a way to alleviate my frustration. Huang Xiaoyin became increasingly agitated. Do not forget, Guan Yu possesses an alien passport. Perhaps he is the one to blame. Impossible, Guan Yu. At that moment, a voice interjected. Who is speaking ill of me? Huang Xiaoyin, recognizing the familiar voice, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. She looked up to see Guan Yu reclining against the opposite seat, smiling warmly at her. All her previous displeasure evaporated, replaced by a stammer. Guan. Brother. Sister Lan, why not? Have a word with him. As she spoke, she handed her phone to Guan Yu. He took the phone, smiling as he asked. Director Lan, greetings. What wisdom do you impart? Lu Lanhua did not hold back. Guan Yu, I warn you. Should I discover that you are a deceiver with ill intentions toward Xiaoyin, I shall not spare you, especially as a friend of the National Security Committee. Guan Yu interrupted her. The National Security Committee, is it Ming Renjun? Lu Lanhua was taken aback. How do you know? Guan Yu replied calmly. I know more than you assume. For instance, I am aware that you once perused Xiaoyin's phone and did not find that great deity, Guan Yu. Yet you falsely claimed the phone was malfunctioning. Lu Lanhua was even more astonished. You. How do you know this? There is no need for your surprise. I am acquainted with the engineers from the Relics Management Office. No wonder. I would have doubted you were a spy sent by the Anqing faction otherwise. I understand and appreciate your professional sensitivity. If I intended to harm Xiaoyin, I would have instructed Wu Xianqian's for bodyguards to break her legs and mar her appearance. Why then would I save her? If she cannot gain entry to the Juyue ruins, why would I procure an invitation for her? I share this with you to convey that I harbor no ulterior motives toward Xiaoyin, nor would I ever cause her harm. On the contrary, I intend to protect her. If you doubt me, simply turn on your phone and witness how I deal with those who bully her. As he spoke, he returned the phone to Xiaoyin and inquired, would you like to take revenge? Although Huang Xiaoyin fervently wished that Guan Yu could resolve the situation with those individuals, upon contemplating the overwhelming number of adversaries, she sighed, conceding, perhaps it's best to let this go. After all, there is little to lose. Those extraterrestrials are all protons, each accompanied by bodyguards. I fear you may suffer a setback. Guan Yu felt a surge of emotion, raising his phone and declaring, what is there to fear? With Director Lan backing us, we are fortified. Hand me the ticket, keep your phone handy, and do not disconnect. We may need to engage Director Lan in a video call shortly. All right, no problem. I am eager to discover your true origins, he continued. Lu Lan, intrigued by the unfolding drama, interjected and activated the video. Huang Xiaoyin passed the ticket to Guan Yu, directing the camera towards him. Guan Yu retrieved his phone and nudged the man, who was sprawled out like a lifeless pig, saying, wake up, mate. There's a beautiful woman. The man jolted upright, as if possessed, exclaiming, a beautiful woman. Where? Guan Yu maintained a serious demeanor, replying, it's quite simple. Head to carriage 16, and you will make an acquaintance. However, do not introduce yourself as Panin. Instead, claim your name is Woolly, a Plutonian. This is your ticket. He handed Pan the first-class ticket for Woolly. Pan accepted the ticket, noting its first-class status and feeling he had struck an extraordinary deal, though he feigned displeasure. A Plutonian? Am I that dark? It was only then that he noticed Huang Xiaoyin, his eyes widening in astonishment. Do you wish to woo an extraterrestrial beauty? Then follow my instructions. Guan Yu lowered his voice, advising, once we arrive at carriage 16, locate that Plutonian, rouse him, and assert that is your seat. Beside him stood a stunning beauty from Amstar. The possibility of embarking on a romantic journey with such a lady hinges solely upon one's own abilities. Pan strode ahead in a flurry, with Huang Xiaoyin holding her phone aloft, following closely behind, while Guan Yu trailed Huang Xiaoyin, wary of her potential missteps. In an instant, Pan spotted Yu, more precisely, Carice. He forcefully clapped a hand upon Yu-Lily's shoulder, exclaiming, Hey, Plutonian, you are occupying my seat. Kindly make way. Yu-Lily shot him a glare, retorting, Who says it's your seat? Pan raised his ticket high, declaring, See this? Compartment 16, seat 250. Yu-Lily, that's me. Yu-Lily, flustered, protested, I am Yu-Lily. Pan burst into laughter. Oh really? You claim to be Yu-Lily? Show me your ticket. Yu-Lily reached into her pocket to retrieve her ticket, but suddenly exclaimed, Why should I show you my ticket? I have my passport. I'm going to Pan. Quick-witted, grasped Yu-Lily's wrist and twisted it firmly. As she loosened her grip, he seized the ticket, proclaiming, You are not Yu-Lily, so you may as well stay aside. As he spoke, he pulled Yu-Lily away from the seat and boldly took his place. Turning to the bewildered Carice with a playful grin, Hello, beautiful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pan. At that moment, Carice's bodyguards sprang to his feet, ready to intervene, but Guan Yu interjected loudly, This is Earth. You must adhere to Earth's laws. This high-speed train belongs to Donghai. And Director Lan of the Donghai Public Security Bureau is online. Huang Xiaoyan immediately raised her phone, and Lan Huliu shouted through the video, I am Lan Huliu, the director of the Donghai Public Security Bureau. Please refrain from fighting and abide by the laws of Earth. Otherwise, I will mobilize the aerial enforcement team along the high-speed rail to maintain public order. Kuruisi sneered, The public security director, is it? Such a lofty position. My father could easily have you dismissed with a single phone call. Shi and Mu, the two women, once again displayed their sycophantic nature. What does the director of Donghai's Public Security Bureau amount to? Even the minister of the Interstellar Alliance Police Headquarters wouldn't dare to provoke us. You may not know, but half of Donghai Tower belongs to Kuruisi's father. Kuruisi grew increasingly arrogant. Ignore this public security director. Everyone attack. Pan, upon seeing the beautiful women, foolishly remarked, Oh, please don't be angry. Let's just talk it out. As he reached out, Kuruisi slapped him, and as he dodged, she lost her balance and fell into his arms. The unusual fragrance, sometimes referred to as body odor, overwhelming him to the point of near fainting. Kuruisi hurriedly righted herself, gritting her teeth. Beat this scoundrel and that Huang Xiaoyan to a pulp. Kill them. While Lan Huliu called for the aerial enforcement team, he attempted to dissuade Kuruisi from her frenzy. Please calm down. Do not escalate the situation. Seeing the bodyguards hesitate, Kuruisi cursed. Do you not want to keep your jobs? Get going. Tomorrow, I'll reward you with bonuses. 50,000 each. I'll take responsibility if anyone dies. Let's see what these earthlings can do to me. Upon hearing of the generous reward, the bodyguards eagerly sprang into action, grinning menacingly as they charged forward. Pan, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly made his escape. Guan Yu had already pulled Huang Xiaoyan to safety, her eyes filled with concern. Guan Yu reassured her with a smile. Do not worry, everything will be all right soon. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped Huang Xiaoyan's lips. Watch out. Hearing a rush of wind behind him, Guan Yu swiftly crouched and evaded an attacker, seizing his ankle and pulling him backward with force. The hefty assailant, weighing over 200 pounds, lost his balance and fell, his front teeth meeting the ground, rendering him incapacitated. Another bodyguard swung a punch, but Guan Yu deftly yanked Lily in front of him and leaped to the side of Caris. Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream erupted from Lily as blood streamed from her eyes. Guan Yu had her in a firm grip, akin to an eagle clutching its prey. The remaining bodyguards, witnessing the scene, dared not make another move. In a mere 3 seconds, the skirmish concluded. Just as Caris was about to unleash her fury, Guan Yu leaned in close and whispered, "You hail from the island of the golden-blooded skeleton. Your father is not truly your father. If you continue to act with such arrogance, I shall reveal this information to the media, even if the annihilator of GBSG spares you. Your adoptive father's position as speaker will be compromised, leaving you without the means to enjoy the luxury of the Mirage, nor the finances to continue your studies on Earth." Wielding power at will, Caris, who had been ready to fight just moments before, now trembled in fear. "And no. Please, stop." Guan Yu released his hold, raising his voice. "If you wish for my silence, then kneel before Huang Xiaoyan." Caris would never have willingly agreed, but contemplating the consequences of this secret being exposed, she reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. The occupants of the carriage were oblivious to the unfolding drama, watching as Caris approached the door and suddenly knelt before Huang Xiaoyan. Guan Yu, unfazed, helped Caris to her feet and whispered, "As long as you refrain from tormenting the Guxing people, especially Huang Xiaoyan, I shall keep your secret safe. Do not attempt to silence me, for I am an intelligence expert with my own network. Even in death, this secret shall persist, and your efforts to eliminate me will be futile. Just like the Golden Blood Skeleton Gate, even if I were to eliminate the Hu, Lei, and Yu families, the entire system would continue to function." Caris glared with venomous resentment, retorting, "Remember this. Should you ever disclose our family's secret, I will ensure your demise, along with Huang Xiaoyan's." Guan Yu nodded. "Ah, this is the essence of mutual restraint." He then turned to Woolly. "Why haven't you returned the money to Huang Xiaoyan yet?" Woolly promptly repaid the sum, incessantly offering apologies. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyan interjected, "By the way, Lan Jie, didn't you call the flight enforcement team? Where are they?" Lan Huliao sighed. "This is precisely what I meant. They might have been disregarded." Upon hearing that it was an alien, Caris, the captain of the enforcement team, hesitated and stalled. "Well, as long as you are unharmed, I shall breathe easier. Send me a message when you get home." "Sure, Lan Jie," Huang Xiaoyan replied, hanging up, and expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you, Brother Guan Yu, for avenging me." Guan Yu smiled. "It is merely your good fortune. I am an intelligence operative and happen to be privy to a secret of Kuru AC, which compels her to heed my words. Fortune seems to smile upon me. It was indeed a perilous situation. That bodyguard nearly struck me on the back of my head. It almost frightened me to death. They are all seasoned boxers, training tirelessly on punching bags. The more I reflect on it, the more I shudder. But why worry? My luck is exceptional. I shall emerge unscathed. It's merely a ruse. The bullet originated from my end." Guan Yu gestured towards his underarm. "Truly, how splendid it is that we two fortunate souls shall combine our serendipity. Perhaps not merely tenfold." Guan Yu felt a stirring within, as if ripples were surfacing in a once still pond, stirred by Xiao Yin's concern for him. The more she showed her care, the more he found it difficult to restrain himself, contemplating whether he ought to distance himself from her. Just then, Guan Yu faintly perceived distant tremors, akin to the earth shaking miles away, and said to Xiao Yin, "I shall take a brief respite in the restroom." Xiao Yin nodded, watching as Guan Yu turned and made his way toward the facilities. The Phantom Crow reached the vicinity of the epicenter, and Lu Yi, adorned in aviation armor, distinct from the space armor, lacking oxygen modules and thus more lightweight, along with Yun Xiaoqiu and Buju Yuan, exited the cabin and soared toward the canyon. The robots, lying in wait, upon noticing Lu Yi's approach, emitted loud cries. "Powers user, your arrival is most fortuitous. I have been anticipating you." Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yi intentionally raised his voice towards Bu Jian and Yun Xiaoqiu, saying, "This time, let us not allow him to detonate in place, as it will trigger an even greater earthquake. I shall employ dark energy to unexpectedly hurl him out of the rift, while you ensnare him with the immortal trapping net. No matter how he explodes, he shall pose no danger." Yun Xiaoqiu cautioned him, "Lu Yi, be wary. I sense a trap specifically designed to counter you." Bu Jiuan concurred. "Indeed, he operates from the shadows while we remain in the light. Could there be an ambush?" Suddenly, a voice from the robot resonated like a thunderous bell, buzzing incessantly. "Earthlings, cease your conjectures. I shall now reveal my plan to you. You are utterly powerless. Before your arrival, I have placed 2 nuclear bombs below, awaiting the arrival of your celestial warrior, Lu Yi, to detonate them." Lu Yi laughed heartily. "Then by all means, give it a try. Let us see if you can detonate them." The robot ceased its idle chatter and immediately issued a wireless detonation command, GBSG. It repeated this 3 times, yet no response followed. Louis chuckled. "Have you not realized? You have been rendered impotent by the gel ball." To his astonishment, the robot sighed and began a countdown. 10, 9, 8. Lu Yi, believing the robot was about to self-destruct, remarked, "The energy from your explosion cannot possibly breach the gel ball." Suddenly, 2 beams of intense light erupted from the depths of the rift. Lu Yi was taken aback. It was already on a timer. In the blink of an eye, he found himself unable to wield dark energy in time. Fearing he could only watch helplessly as the nuclear bombs detonated, causing a catastrophic earthquake. But at the moment when the 2 nuclear bombs detonated, the surrounding space suddenly froze, akin to water instantly transforming into ice. Then, 2 transparent fireballs, each 5 meters in size, rose slowly from the fissures, ascending until they exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The sky emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire southwest. However, as it was daytime, the dazzling display lasted less than a minute, and with the sun shining brightly, very few on Earth noticed. The robot sighed once more. "I have failed again." Yet the organization has realized that the celestial warriors manipulate observable matter or dark matter through dark energy. With that, it self-destructed. Huang Xiaoyin inquired with concern, "Why have you taken so long? And what else?" Additionally, one should consume more natural foods and avoid processed items or those with additives. Guan Yu was aware of Huang Xiaoyin's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicinal practices, but feigned surprise. "I just had an upset stomach because I ate too many instant noodles." Instant noodles should not be consumed excessively. They contain numerous additives. "You are quite knowledgeable. I am impressed. It seems I must learn from you regarding food in the future." Guan Yu furrowed his brow. To which Huang Xiaoyin pouted, "Does Brother Guan not wish to grant me the honor?" Guan Yu hurriedly shook his head. "No. I am merely afraid of embarrassing myself." Huang Xiaoyin mischievously smiled. "That is precisely why I want you to embarrass yourself. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Huang Xiaoyin suddenly blushed, lowered her gaze to her phone, and fell silent. Guan Yu was already aware of her unspoken sentiment. "Otherwise, you would be akin to a celestial being, and I feel unworthy of your presence." Upon exiting the Zhongjing South Station, the 2 hailed a taxi towards the Beijiao Wudi family district. The traffic was severely congested, yet neither felt any urgency. In fact, they secretly wished for the jam to persist. Huang Xiaoyan continuously elaborated on their surroundings. "This is the Zhongjing building. That is the Dixing, the tallest structure in the entire Taiwu system. And over there is the headquarters of the Wudi Group, the largest enterprise in Dixing. With over 100,000 employees, combined with partner companies, the total workforce likely exceeds 10 million. And that is the university I attended, the premier institution in the Dime Alliance." Guan Yu, who was initially well-versed in all matters, found immense pleasure in Huang Xiaoyan's voice and refrained from interrupting her. Believing he had fallen asleep, Huang Xiaoyan turned to find Guan Yu gazing intently at her, causing her heart to race. "You," Guan Yu nearly uttered, "you increasingly resemble Shuezian." "What do you mean? Your voice is quite melodious." "Well, if you enjoy listening, I shall continue. I thought you might find my incessant chatter bothersome." "How could that be? I was utterly captivated. By the way, What businesses does Woody engage in? Education, real estate, healthcare, puppetry, media, and a plethora of high-tech ventures. I'm not particularly knowledgeable, but I shall have my mother explain it to you when we meet her. What is puppetry? Is it akin to mannequins? Indeed, it is but a mere automaton. For instance, when you engage in a particular game, you register an account, furnish all requisite information, select an avatar, and thus can manifest a robotic entity that heeds your commands, rather than a genuine human being. This concept is rather intriguing. As the conversation unfolded, a resolution formed within to procure a substitute, apart from Lei. So, are you the authentic self or merely a facade? What do you think? As the two disembarked from the taxi, the clock had already struck 11, and given their location in the suburbs, the vicinity was deserted. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential complex, Guan Yu suddenly sensed a chilling aura of malevolence, prompting him to halt. "What's wrong?" inquired Huang Xiaoyin, who had been walking ahead. Abruptly, Guan Yu pulled her into his embrace, covering her eyes. Huang Xiaoyin, believing that a cinematic moment was about to unfold, felt a mixture of alarm, bashfulness, resistance, and a hint of anticipation when suddenly dizziness overcame her and she succumbed to slumber. From behind the two stone lions at the entrance, two shadowy figures emerged, lunging towards Guan Yu, who held Huang Xiaoyin, brandishing knives poised for a strike. Chapter 13. A family of three. Without waiting for the two shadowy figures to draw near, Guan Yu waved his hand, and the assailants unexpectedly altered their course, each inflicting a fatal blow upon the other. These two individuals were elite assassins. Yet they were taken aback that their intended target did not afford them even a moment's courtesy. They embraced each other tightly, as if they were long-lost friends engaged in an intimate discourse, while both bore a knife lodged in their sides. Was that it? So swiftly accomplished? Came the astonished voice of Kelly from across the way. I had thought that you noble Amstar beings would possess a sense of contractual integrity. Guan Yu's voice was calm. Upon hearing it, Chris was so frightened that she nearly dropped her phone, trembling as she stammered, I didn't. I wasn't trying to have anyone killed. Enough, Chris. Soon you will witness the sensational headline about your esteemed family. And then you shall await the annihilation of the GBSG or your adoptive father's bankruptcy, along with the freezing of your assets. With that, he ended the call. Guan Yu, please don't reveal this. You must believe me. I swear I won't dare again. What do you want from me? I will do anything you ask. Please, spare me. Forgive me. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. Consider this as if it never happened. Remember, there shall be no next time. Thank you, Guan Yu. What is it that you need me to do? I cannot think of anything at the moment, but remember your promise. I swear, I will never harm you again. I will never hurt Huang Xiaoyin again. And what else? Anything you require, I am at your service. Let me remind you once more. There shall be no next time. Now, I shall return the phone to those two unfortunate souls. I have incapacitated them, and it seems they will have to rely on your charity to survive from now on. As he spoke, Guan Yu handed the phone to the two assassins, separating them, drawing his knife, disrupting their energy, yet staunching their wounds. Begone. Once they had distanced themselves, Guan Yu roused Xiaoyin. I apologize, dear Xiaoyin. My affection for you is undeniable. Please forgive me. Guan Yu feigned a grave error. No, I do not hold any grievances. I too harbor feelings. Huang Xiaoyin believed that her first kiss had been lost, yet she did not blame Guan Yu. She simply lamented that it had not occurred in a state of clarity. Apart from feeling blissfully faint, there were no other sensations. By the way, I should check in on Sister Lan. As she spoke, Huang Xiaoyin called Lan Hu Lu. Sister Lan, I have arrived home. Oh my, it's almost midnight. The traffic was terrible, a hallmark of Zhongjing, as you well know. Hee. It's good that you're home. Guan Yu did not trouble you, did he? Not at all. He doesn't even know where I live. I wanted to bring him home, but I feared my family might say something. How about this? I'll act as his guarantor, and he can serve as a helper at your place. That sounds splendid. Guan Yu, would you be willing? It would be my utmost desire. Thank you, Sister Lan, for being my guarantor. At the Huang residence, what? Who? Guan Yu. Hearing Lan Hu Lu utter that name, Huang Daiji nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment, while Li Moyin was equally incredulous. He had even been taken to Anqing. Indeed, it would be quite a while before he could be located. Very well, let him stay with me for the night. We shall discuss it further tomorrow. Thank you for your care towards Xiaoyin. What? It's all about Guan Yu? All right then, goodbye, good night. Rest well. Huang Daiji hung up the phone, utterly astonished. What a coincidence. The couple seemed to be intertwined by these 5 words. It was somewhat peculiar, yet since Sister Lan had vouched for him, there should be no cause for concern. Hurry, go tidy up a guest room. Qianhan and Xiaoshan are not home. How about? No. How could guests stay in the family's bedroom? Then, let us use my study downstairs. There is not much to clean up there. As they spoke, they descended the stairs, and at that moment, Huang Xiaoyin and Guan Yu had already entered the living room. Dad, Mom, this is Guan Yu. Sister Lan has informed you. Yes, he'll stay here for now, and we'll think of something for tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Huang and Mr. Li, for your gracious hospitality, which I shall never forget. For the first time in centuries, Guan Yu felt a sense of home. His heart warmed with gratitude. No need for thanks, let us not be so formal. By the way, this is the washroom. You can make do in the study for the night. It's getting late, we'll head up first. Xiaoyin, you come along too. All right, see you tomorrow. Guan Yu washed his face and rinsed his mouth, then lay down on the sofa in the study. He could hear the lively conversation from upstairs, as Huang Xiaoyin vividly recounted the events at the Jiue ruins and on the high-speed train. In closing, she exclaimed, if it weren't for Guan Yu, I would either be dead or severely injured. Li Moyin remarked, we must express our gratitude to Guan Yu. Huang Daiji added, it's not just gratitude, it's appreciation. Now let us all get some sleep. After a while, Huang Xiaoyin returned to her room, closed the door, and sent a video to Guan Yu. My parents quite like you, aren't you happy? As long as you don't mind me, I'll be happy. Are you this charming to girls on Anqing as well? I am but a humble farmer on Ammonia Star, devoid of any affection from the fairer sex. Nor do I harbor feelings for any young lady. What nonsense. I shall retire to rest. Huang Xiaoyin felt a surge of delight in her heart. After making a playful grimace, she closed the video. What are you babbling about? He is merely staying for a night, having known each other for just a day. How could it be time to discuss marriage? I sense there is more to Guan Yu than meets the eye. He certainly does not appear to be a mere farmer. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Could he be a spy? Is he drawing near to Xiaoyin for the sake of the woody technology? Time to sleep. One learns the strength of a horse through a long journey. The heart reveals itself over time. Let nature take its course. Guan Yu mused to himself. It seems I must assume a different identity. Otherwise, I shall not be worthy of Huang Xiaoyin. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Guan Yu was practicing sitting meditation when Huang Xiaoyin sent another video. What are you doing? This is ancient sitting meditation, beneficial for the body. Why don't you let me see you? No, my eyes are barely open. I look dreadful while half asleep. I want to let you see me. Then you should practice sitting meditation. You will feel invigorated immediately. Really? You will know once you give it a try. All right, tell me the key points, and I shall begin practicing right away. As he spoke, he mimicked Guan Yu's posture. Kneeling on the bed. The bed is too soft. It won't do. Then, fine, I shall kneel on the floor. Actually, it's not about kneeling on the ground, but rather sitting on one's heels and ankles. Then clasp your hands firmly. With your tongue against the roof of your mouth, maintain a gentle upward force. Breathe from your abdomen and relax your entire body. What does clasp firmly mean? When making a fist, the thumb rests within the 4 fingers. So, what is the concept of virtual collar top force? Imagine you are balancing a bowl of water, or a ghost hanging from a noose. At this point, Huang Xiaoyin couldn't help but chuckle, laughing heartily. You're the one who sounds like a ghost hanging from a noose, haha. Guan Yu was also swept up in her infectious laughter. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyin exclaimed, oh dear, my ankle hurts so much. I can't bear it. When it becomes unbearable, sit up straight for a while, and then sit down again. Once you adapt, you can remain seated for an extended period. All right, I will heed your advice. After another 20 minutes, Huang Xiaoyin suddenly exclaimed, really, I feel particularly invigorated now. With daily practice, you will soon understand what it means to feel as light as a feather. Yes. Great. I want to become a celestial being like you. I'm just an uneducated farmer. You wouldn't despise me, would you? Even if you were a beggar, I would not mind. It's just that I worry about my parents, my sister and brother. How about you teach me to study? I could attend university with you. What do you think? Absolutely. Huang Xiaoyan was overjoyed. She had long harbored this thought, but feared Guan Yu might lack interest. With Guan Yu's proposal, it was a wish fulfilled. But I have no money for tuition. Of course, it will be free. First, I need to assess your current academic level. My father should be preparing dinner now. Let us eat first, and then I will give you a test. For individuals settled around the dining table, and Li Mo-yin smiled, saying, Guan Yu, I have conferred with Xiao Yin's mother. And for breakfast, we shall have a light fare. However, for lunch, we will indulge at the renowned upscale restaurant, Wanxiang Cheng, in Zhongjing, to express our gratitude for your life-saving assistance to Xiao Yin. Come now, help yourselves, a glass of milk, an egg, a packet of fries, and a beef burger. If you find yourself still hungry, perhaps Xiao Yin can provide you with another. You are far too kind. I shall suffice with just one egg. What? Only one egg? Huang Xiaoyin hastily clarified. He has an upset stomach. Ah, I see. In that case, feel free to eat whatever you desire, and as much as you wish. Guan Yu picked up the egg, removed the shell, and placed the entire thing into his mouth. However, after a couple of chews, he suddenly covered his mouth and dashed to the restroom, expelling everything. Huang Shan exclaimed, Oh no, I forgot. That was a synthetic egg. He cannot eat that. Huang Daizhong furrowed her brow and muttered softly, He is truly difficult to please. Xiao Yin, you must not indulge him. Guan Yu, hearing this from the restroom, paid it no mind. At that moment, there was a loud crash, and Huang Qianhan, battered and bruised, along with Huang Xiaoshan, disheveled and reeking of smoke and alcohol, burst through the front door, shouting, What has transpired? Huang Qianhan and Huang Xiaoshan, in a call-in response manner, recounted the events leading up to this moment. Huang Xiaoshan remarked, Since we have graduated from high school, we decided to go to karaoke and have a night of revelry to unwind completely. It was all planned so well. But it was my brother's insistence on accompanying me that caused the trouble. Huang Qianhan retorted, How can you blame me? It was that Bai Bei who beckoned me to dance with her, and as we twirled, she suddenly accused me of harassment, claiming I was like a toad yearning for a swan's embrace, demanding I croak like a frog, and threatening to have her bodyguard strike me if I failed to do so. Did you truly harass her? Huang Daijing inquired, her expression one of exasperation. I swear by the heavens, I did not. She is an alien, just graduated from high school. How could I dare? I merely asked if she had a boyfriend and whether I could spend the night with her. She immediately turned hostile. She deserves to be punished. That is harassment. Moreover, you are well aware that Bai Bei's father is a titan in the ammonium star communication industry, our competitor. Li Mo-yin was equally incensed. What shall we do now? She demands a compensation of 1 million within 3 days, or she will report me to the authorities, or worse, sell me off to an extraterrestrial as a lowly servant, and she even dares to. 1 million. What else does she want from you? Huang Daijing immediately embraced Huang Xiaoshan protectively, as if someone were about to snatch her away. She insists I serve her as a slave for a month, subject to her whims and abuses. This is utterly outrageous. Ignore her. She has no money and no power over me. Let us see what she can do. But I cannot. The interstellar school I attend belongs to her family. If they refuse to grant me my diploma, I will be unable to enroll in university. What then? Then let it be. If I cannot attend, so be it. Mother will find you a high-paying job. You can start working early. I refuse. I want to attend university. I wish to surpass my sister. And what about me, mother? You only care for Xiaoshan and neglect your own son. If she sells me, that would be one thing, but if she reports me, I could end up in prison. Then I implore her to sell you off. After all, this matter is beyond my mother's capabilities. Li Mo-yin was in a state of frantic agitation. At that moment, Guan Yu approached with a smile, saying, Is it by Bei from Anqing? I know her father. I will handle this. Huang Xiaoyin, initially clouded with worry, feeling both frustrated with her siblings' inadequacies and anxious for her parents. Clapped her hands in approval upon hearing Guan Yu could resolve the issue. I knew it. If you can manage Kuruisi, you can certainly handle Bai Bei. Who are you? The two wayward youths finally noticed Guan Yu, who had been standing at the restroom door. Li Mo-in introduced, "This is Guan Yu." Guan Yu? Huang Daiji exclaimed, "Not that prominent figure, but the one who was abducted to Anqing as a child and worked on a farm there. Coincidentally named Guan Yu as well. What a disgrace to this name. Reduced to being a farmer after being trafficked. How did he end up at our home?" The two regarded him with disdain, as if detecting an unpleasant odor, and promptly covered their noses. Li Mo-in protested. "Don't act like that. He is Xiaoyin's friend. Sister, how could you casually bring a wild man home?" "Sister, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but among my friends, any one of them is a distinguished heir. You would never look their way, yet you settle on a farmer. One who was likely deprived of education. It's truly disheartening." Chapter 14. Utilizing the enemy against the enemy, Guan Yu maintained a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. Huang Xiaoyin, unable to tolerate it any longer, interjected, "Do you all still wish to resolve the issue with Bai Bei? If so, kindly silence yourselves. Can he really manage it? A mere farmer without any formal education? To win over the extraterrestrial goddess Bai Bei? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Sister, you may not be aware, but the Bai family possesses wealth that rivals nations. She has at least 1,000 servants, bodyguards, attendants. What makes him think he can win her over? Just because he has taken the name Guan Yu, does he truly believe himself to be a deity? I have an online alias of Nuwa. Does that mean I can mend the heavens?" Huang Daizhan suddenly recalled Lan Huliu and decided to call her, explaining the situation to see if she might assist. However, Lan Huliu found herself in a difficult position, regarding this matter. It was Qianhan who made that statement, and they probably recorded it. If it goes to court, she is an alien. Huang Daizhan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Well then, I shall ponder other solutions. After hanging up, she lamented, "This is infuriating. Truly embarrassing." Li Mo-in sighed. "Perhaps we should let Guan Yu give it a try. We might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive." Huang Qianhan interjected, "Let it go, if you lack funds. I can borrow from my good friend." Li Mo-in inquired, "Who do you mean? Ouyang Chuan?" "Indeed, the president of the Taiwi Trading Group. That is interstellar commerce. He is also a major investor in the world's tallest building, the Zhongjing Tower. He must have some solutions. What about me? Could you not be so selfish and only think of yourself? I refuse to be a servant to Bai Bei. One girl from our class was driven mad by the ordeal and is still in a psychiatric hospital. Who said I would abandon you? I will ask Ouyang to intercede on your behalf. Why not make the call without delay?" Huang Daizhong and Li Mo-in, recognizing the absence of alternative solutions, were reluctant to seek assistance from Guan Yu, viewing him as a mere subordinate. They found it beneath them to allow a farmer to witness their predicament, holding him in contempt. Furthermore, they harbored doubts about Guan Yu's ability to resolve this intricate issue, fearing that any attempts might backfire, provoking Bai Bei to articulate even more unreasonable demands. Observing their skepticism, Huang Xiaoyin, along with her parents, chose to disregard Guan Yu entirely, pulling him into her study instead. "I shall present you with a few questions to gauge your abilities." "Very well, but do remember, I was abducted when I was in the 5th grade. So please refrain from posing overly challenging questions." "Understood." As Huang Xiaoyin devised the questions, she listened intently to the commotion outside. Noticing her distraction, Guan Yu suggested, "Let us first hear how Ouyang addresses the situation, and then you may test me." Huang Xiaoyin nodded, setting down her pen and rushing to the door to eavesdrop. Huang Qianhan, having successfully connected the call, got straight to the point. "Ouyang, given our history as classmates, I truly need your assistance." "Qianhan, it's been ages. What is it that you require?" Ouyang Chuan on the other end seemed amiable, filling Huang Qianhan with a sense of pride. "You see, do you know Bai Bei? She is my sister, Huang Xiaoshan's classmate, and Xiaoshan is a rather Navi child." "Who is truly Navi here?" Huang Xiaoshan was displeased but suppressed her irritation, as she was dependent on her brother's friend. Huang Qianhan exchanged a glance with her and continued. Xiaoshan has taken a liking to that male star. What is his name, Jack? Jack is engaged in live streaming, and Xiaoshan generously tips him. Though her financial situation is questionable, it appears she is pilfering my money. When did I steal your money? Had it not been for Huang Daizhan's intervention, Huang Xiaoshan would have delivered a swift kick. Moreover, she borrowed money from Bai Xian, who pressed her for repayment yesterday, and now she must serve as her maid for a month. Ouyang Chuan chuckled and said, You wish to borrow money from me, do you not? What is our relationship that we should be so shy? Enough of this preamble. Just tell me, how much do you need? 1 million. What? 1 million? Ouyang Chuan seemed to mishear. Huang Qianhan, thinking he found the sum excessive, gritted his teeth and reiterated, Yes, 1 million. I thought you were going to ask for 1 billion. Just 1 million? That's a mere pittance. I earn more than that in a single day. Rest assured, I will transfer it to you tomorrow. Oh, Ouyang, you are truly a great friend, remarkably loyal. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoyan let out a long sigh and turned to Guan Yu, saying, Well, that temporarily resolves the matter. Let us not dwell on them any longer. I shall continue to pose questions to you. She swiftly filled an entire sheet of paper and handed it to Guan Yu. Elementary mathematics, 1 hour to complete. And no cheating allowed. Understood, I shall adhere to your instructions. Guan Yu responded earnestly, prompting Huang Xiaoyan to stifle a laugh. Guan Yu, seated on the ground, took the paper, placed it on his lap, and began to tackle the problems. Multiplication tables, mixed operations, the classic chicken and rabbit in the same cage, and pursuit problems. He completed it in 5 minutes. Huang Xiaoyan expressed her delight. I thought you had forgotten. Now I will present some middle school problems, such as those in geometry and algebra. I will strive to make them simple. You should answer as much as you can. She promptly scribbled down several questions while Guan Yu continued to concentrate on his answers. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and the door was flung open. Huang Xiaoshan exclaimed loudly, Sister, Ouyang's borrowing of 1 million comes with conditions. What conditions? Does it concern me? Huang Xiaoyan inquired, puzzled. Of course it does. Ouyang has a business partner, a wealthy individual from Fleur Star named Pierre, who is currently on a business trip in Zhongjing and is in need of a summer intern. Ouyang mentioned that your foreign language skills are exceptional. Only you are capable of fulfilling this role. The monthly salary is 100,000, totaling 200,000 in just 2 months. Just as Huang Xiaoyan was about to agree, Guan Yu, without lifting his head, calmly uttered 2 words, Don't go. He had overheard that Ouyang's condition involved serving as Pierre's escort for 2 months, while Huang Qianhan had deceived their parents by claiming it was a summer internship. He also caught wind of Huang Xiaoshan's suggestion for Huang Xiaoyan to be her substitute servant. Huang Xiaoshan erupted in anger. Country bumpkin. What business is it of yours regarding my sister? Who do you think you are? Sister, you must agree. Go there immediately. Ignore that bumpkin. Simultaneously, she shouted downstairs to Huang Qianhan. My sister has agreed. With a smile, Huang Xiaoyan turned to Guan Yu, saying, I know you are worried about me. It's all right. I will take care of myself. At that moment, Guan Yu had finished his answers and handed them to Huang Xiaoyan, stating, I will accompany you. Huang Xiaoyan responded affirmatively while glancing at the exam paper, astonished. Have you truly only attended elementary school? Guan Yu nodded. I attended a formal school on Earth only until the 5th grade, and while working on Star, I self-studied a bit. Huang Xiaoyan nodded. No wonder. I believe you could easily keep up if you went straight to university, although you might lack formal qualifications. There will be exceptions, after all. Isn't that the case with everything? Well, I support you. Let me change my clothes, and we shall drive over. All right, I'll head to the restroom. Guan Yu called Kuruisi. I am giving you an opportunity now. Kuruisi exclaimed with delight. Guan Yu, thank you for trusting me. Just tell me. I will agree to whatever you ask. Are you familiar with Bai Xian? Yes, her family is from Star, but originally hails from Florine Star. And they are my family's sworn enemies. Are you thinking of going after her? Kuruisi spoke candidly, with a hint of jealousy. She made the same mistake as you. Is that so? She provoked Huang Xiaoyan. It was Huang Xiaoyan's brother, Huang Qianhan, and sister, Huang Xiaosan. So, what do you plan to do about her? Her father possesses a secret, similar to that of your adoptive father. Then you can deal with her in the same manner, correct? It's not about me. You know her secret, while she remains oblivious to yours. Do I need to elaborate further? Kuruisi suddenly understood. You mean, I can blackmail her, and she has no means to blackmail me. Clever. Oh my goodness. Guan Yu. You are indeed killing two birds with one stone. Having aided both myself and my family, you have also exploited my assistance for your own purposes. Speak plainly. How shall I leverage her? Simply convey to her not to provoke Huang Qianhan, Huang Xiaoshan, and of course, Huang Xiaoying. YZI, how effortless. I shall comply immediately. A delightful collaboration, indeed. A delightful collaboration. Guan Yu, you truly do not require my assistance. Is there anything else I might do? Before she could finish her sentence, Guan Yu had already hung up the phone. Huang Xiaoying donned her school uniform and retrieved the Feihua mini electric scooter from the garage. Guan Yu emerged from the house, only to be halted by Huang Qianhan. What are you up to, Guan? Ouyang will be furious. Do not jeopardize my plan to borrow money. Guan Yu shot him a cold glance and murmured, Ouyang Kunin intends to offer Xiaoying to Pierre as an escort, and you, as her brother, claim she is merely an intern. Are you not ashamed? Do you not fear that Director Huang and Director Li will find out? Huang Qianhan stiffened in shock. How do you? No. I am also aware of the unscrupulous deeds Ouyang Kunin has committed under the guise of recruitment. Do you truly believe he has noble intentions this time? Guan Yu dismissed him and hastened a few steps to take his seat in the front passenger position. The two arrived at the Zhongjing building, but the security guard denied them access to the parking lot. The guard stated, "This area is exclusively for luxury vehicles. Should you damage anything, you would owe more than you're worth." Huang Xiaoying replied, "Surely, I cannot park on the roadside. Rest assured, my vehicle is quite small and will not collide with any others." Just then, Ouyang Kunin approached, slipping the guard a 10 yuan note. "No worries, let her through. Park her vehicle beside mine." The security guard then lowered the electric barrier, allowing Huang Xiaoying to enter. After she parked her car, Guan Yu had already stepped out to open the door for her. Upon seeing Guan Yu, Ouyang Chuan inquired, "Who is this?" Huang Xiaoying smiled and introduced. "This is my friend. He has accompanied me to apply for an internship." "An intern?" Ouyang Chuan replied, then directed his attention to Guan Yu, saying, "The recruitment for males is in Building B, over there. This is Building A, which is for female applicants." Guan Yu, maintaining a stoic expression, interjected, "I am Huang Xiaoying's bodyguard and cannot leave her side." Suddenly, Ouyang Chuan received a call from Huang Qianhan and stepped aside to answer. Huang Qianhan exclaimed, "Ouyang, my friend, you are incredible. Even by Basian has to give you face. She called to say we don't need to pay back the money." Ouyang Chuan, perplexed, responded casually, "Oh really? That's good to hear. Do you still need to borrow money?" "No, my sister doesn't need to go to Pierre's anymore. She is with me now, with someone named Guan Yu. Then let her treat you to a meal. I truly don't know how to thank you. My parents mentioned that in the future, the foreign trade of the Wudi Group will prioritize your Taiwu trading group." "Certainly, certainly." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoying grew anxious. Then, "What about the money my brother owes?" "Apologies, but I find myself powerless. Pierre owes me a sum for goods, and since he cannot find the personnel he requires, he refuses to repay me. All my funds are tied up in the stock market, leaving me without cash." Guan Yu whispered into Huang Xiaoyang's ear, suggesting she inquire about her brother's current predicament, but to make Ouyang Chuan believe she was calling Lan Jie. He then intentionally stated for Ouyang Chuan's benefit, "You should call Lan Jie and see if she has any money." Huang Xiaoyang, feigning ignorance, exclaimed, "Does Lan Jie have any money? I'll just take a chance." While speaking, she dialed Huang Qianhan, whispering, "Brother." Ouyang Chuan said he won't lend any money now. "Indeed. No need to borrow." "What? No need to borrow?" "Yes, I just spoke to him. Bai Basian has decided not to trouble me or Xiaoshan anymore." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Chuan felt a surge of joy and pretended to ponder. There are indeed alternatives. "What alternatives? Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Pierre is seeking a companion, so you suggest he recruit interns?" "I said nothing of the sort. Stop this futile chatter. Are you borrowing money or not? If you are, then undress for Pierre's interview. If he is satisfied, he will not only lend your brother 1,000,000, but also grant you 200,000. Furious, Huang Xiaoyan employed a self-defense technique, delivering a swift kick that struck Ouyang Chuan in a sensitive area. You despicable rogue. Ouyang Chuan, writhing in pain, knelt and angrily cursed, "Damn you, you crazy girl. And you still think you can borrow money from me?" Huang Xiaoyan retorted, "Get lost. Do not let me encounter you again." After saying this, she angrily pulled Guan Yu and got into the car. Ouyang Chuan, filled with indignation and humiliation, shouted to the security guard, "Do not let her leave." The guard promptly activated the rising barrier. Huang Xiaoyan, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "What if we can't get out?" Guan Yu, unfazed, replied, "Who said that? It hasn't even risen yet. Just go." Taking a deep breath, Huang Xiaoyan closed her eyes and pressed the accelerator. The Feihua electric vehicle successfully surged out of the parking lot, leaving behind the half-raised barrier, a bewildered security guard, and Ouyang Chuan, squatting on the ground, feeling as if he had been rendered powerless. Chapter 15. A lavish banquet. The Feihua electric vehicle merged onto the third ring road, while Huang Xiaoyan constantly checked the rearview mirror. "Guan Yu, do you see anyone chasing us?" I think I might have killed Ouyang Chuan. Could it be manslaughter?" Observing Huang Xiaoyan in a state of panic akin to a frightened rabbit, Guan Yu feigned a yawn and infused a trace of dark energy into the core of her heart, the source of her spiritual essence, while reassuring her, "Do not worry. Xiaoyan, I knew this person back on Anqing. He is a hypocritical villain without a shred of morality. Once the police acquire solid evidence, they will apprehend and execute him. Even if you did accidentally kill him, it would merely be a preemptive strike against evil." Huang Xiaoyan let out a long sigh of relief, pondering, "How is it that your words make me feel?" Inexplicably, I feel that even if I were to eliminate 10 or 8 such ruffians, it wouldn't be a significant issue. I won't become a murderer. Will I? At that moment, Huang Xiaoshan sent a text message, which was automatically read aloud. Mother says not to invite Ouyang. She wishes to host a banquet personally to express her gratitude and discuss future collaborations. We shall await you at Wanxiang City. She swiftly added 2 more words, "Just you." However, Huang Xiaoyan paid no heed. Why would my mother wish to thank this rogue? In the past, Huang Xiaoyan would have been infuriated, but now she felt merely perplexed. This family believes that Ouyang Chuan has resolved the issue with Bai Beixian. Yet, he did not lend money to my brother, and he even intended to sell me. Soon, we would inquire directly of Ouyang Chuan how he managed the situation. It would be entertaining to observe his performance. As Guan Yu spoke, he sent a text to Ku Ruisi. "Do you possess a VIP card for Wanxiang City? If not, procure one and send me the card number. I intend to expose this fraud face to face. It shall surely be amusing. You may find it difficult to expose him. Haha. Why? Because your family is too what?" Guan Yu initially thought to say too gullible, but found it inappropriate, thus opted for too kind-hearted. "By the way, where's Wanxiang City? I must make a turn ahead. You know Tianhe Gate, right?" Wanxiang City is approximately 5 kilometers east of the square. Wanxiang City sounds delightful. I hope it doesn't make me nauseous. In truth, Guan Yu had no dietary restrictions. He merely feigned a weakness to mask another, which was that a lack of desires leads to strength, while affection brings confusion. Wanxiang City is, after all, a hot pot destination. You surely haven't experienced hot pot in Anqing, have you? A myriad of ingredients, a diverse array of bases, and a multitude of dipping sauces, hence the name Wanxiang. Even extraterrestrials, upon their arrival on Earth, find themselves irresistibly drawn to this culinary haven. I have no desire for bases or sauces. What ingredients do they offer? The essence of hot pot lies in its distinctive flavor. How can one fully savor it without the accompaniments? The selection is abundant, encompassing everything that soars through the skies, swims in the waters, or sprouts from the earth. Once you visit, you'll understand. I can hardly contain my salivation. Well, I hope I do not embarrass myself again. I rather enjoy witnessing your moments of embarrassment. Haha. Carrie, no rush. Enjoy your meal. Huang Xiaoyan pulled Guan Yu into Wanxiang City, where they observed a family waiting in the dining area for their number to be called. Upon spotting Guan Yu, Huang Xiaoshan immediately stood up. "Sister, why did you bring this country bumpkin along? Have you not considered the significance of this establishment? Besides, mother is hosting Ouyang." Before Huang Xiaoyan could respond, Huang Daiji awkwardly chuckled. "Guan Yu, we mentioned inviting you this morning, but there are priorities to consider. Perhaps you could first explore Tiana Gate." Huang Qianhan mocked. "One must possess self-awareness. Otherwise, they risk inviting humiliation upon themselves." Li Maoyin sighed. "Xiaoyan, isn't Guan Yu suffering from a stomachache? Perhaps you should take him for something light. Your father has a card here." Just as Huang Xiaoyan was at a loss for what to do, a server approached, calling out, "Is there a Huang Xiaoyan here?" Huang Xiaoyan replied affirmatively, and the server continued, "Your reservation is at Tianxiang Pavilion. The previous guests have finished their meal, and you may enter now." With that, the server moved on to assist other patrons. Huang Xiaoyin was taken aback, while the other members of the Huang family were utterly astonished. Huang Xiaoshan hurriedly inquired of Huang Daiji. "Xiaoyin? Tianxiang Pavilion? Mother, which one did you book? Did you not say that the more upscale private rooms were all fully booked? How could you have secured the finest Tianxiang Pavilion? And moreover, why is it under my sister's name?" Huang Daiji stammered slightly. "Perhaps. It was the colleagues from the Wudi group dining at Tianxiang Pavilion. After finishing, they only saw Xiaoyin. So that's how." Huang Qianhan suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "What did I tell you? Ouyang is simply remarkable. Not only did he help me resolve the issue with Bai Beixian, but he also used his VIP card to book us at Tianxiang Pavilion." However, Li Maoyin interjected, "I heard the minimum expenditure is 100,000. At least we need to consume 10 bottles of extraterrestrial red wine." "No worries," Huang Xiaoshan retorted. "Did Ouyang not say that his daily salary exceeds 1 million? Huang Xiaoshan then scolded, "Fool. It's not him treating us, it's us treating him." Suddenly, Huang Qianhan pointed towards the entrance. "Is that not him? The main character has arrived. Ouyang, we are over here. Your grand gesture is truly impressive. You booked Tianxiang Pavilion, didn't you?" Ouyang Quan was aware that Huang Qianhan had misattributed the credit, yet he chose not to clarify. After all, feigning credit without remorse is a skill in itself. He thus adopted an aloof demeanor and nodded slightly at Huang Qianhan. Huang Daizhong approached with a hint of embarrassment, expressing, "I truly apologize. My intention was to host you in gratitude, but it has turned into an unwarranted expense for you." Ouyang Chuan paused in surprise, his eyes glinting with inspiration, and waved dismissively. "It is of no consequence, truly." He cast a sidelong glance at Huang Xiaoyin and Guan Yu, opting to play the villain first, and whispered, "Your Xiaoyin and that bodyguard have been rather excessive today. Huang Dong, what do you think?" Huang Daizhong felt an undeniable sense of guilt, responding, "Then let today serve as both my gratitude and my apology. Ouyang Dong, I implore you to be forgiving and not to judge me by the actions of this oblivious young lady. That individual isn't even a bodyguard. In truth, he has only known Xiaoyin for a day. If he has offended you, please do not hold us accountable. Let us not linger on this. We should ascend to the most exquisite private room, where we can sip tea and engage in pleasant conversation, befitting Ouyang's stature." Huang Qianhan ushered the others aside, intercepting Huang Xiaoyin and Guan Yu. "Sister, you two should not enter. Ouyang just called to say you nearly caused him to lose his lineage, which is quite excessive. Let us avoid any further altercations." The 3 words "not worth it" jolted Huang Xiaoyin back to reality, as she reflected on Guan Yu's calm demeanor, in stark contrast to her own frantic disposition. With a self-deprecating smile, she clutched Guan Yu's arm, asking, "Why are you always so composed?" Guan Yu mimicked her tone, responding, "Because losing one's composure does not resolve the issue." "How infuriating." Huang Xiaoyin giggled as she playfully tapped Guan Yu's shoulder with her delicate fists, feeling that all her worries seemed trivial in his presence. "In 5 minutes, we shall ascend. The grand performance is about to conclude." Huang Xiaoyin appeared bewildered. "What do you mean? Did you not say it was not worth it to ignore them? You cannot possibly be thinking of engaging in a brawl, can you?" Ouyang Chuan seems to be accompanied by bodyguards. Rest assured, a gentleman resorts to words, not to fists. Within the three-fragrance pavilion, Huang Qianhan and Huang Xiaoshan ordered the most exquisite century-old Ganoderma tea, along with the finest sweet red wine, complemented by a lavish spread of mountain delicacies and seafood. The waiter pressed the ordering device multiple times, confirming, "The total comes to 152,790. Please make the payment in advance." After repeating this twice without a response, Huang Daiju's expression shifted slightly as she awkwardly addressed Ouyang Chuan. "Mr. Ouyang, did you not say?" Ouyang Chuan feigned surprise. "Is it not the case that Wanshang City operates on a post-payment basis? Why has this changed to prepayment?" "I apologize, sir. We have always operated on a prepayment system." "Oh, I must have dined in too many upscale establishments and mixed them up," Ouyang Chuan replied with a blank expression. He then produced his bank card, handing it to the waiter, who scrutinized it carefully and stated, "I'm sorry, but this card has expired." "Is that so?" Ouyang Chuan pretended to rummage through his pockets for an extended moment before finally stating, "I left in such haste that I brought the wrong card. How about this, Director Huang? Let us charge it to the account at Wudi, considering it as a prepaid purchase from my end." Huang Daiji's expression shifted dramatically. Just as she was about to grit her teeth and agree, the server suddenly interjected, "The VIP card you used for the reservation contains a prepaid balance." Ouyang Chuan smacked his forehead in realization. "I nearly forgot. It's just that I've been so busy." "Yes, let us use the prepaid balance for the payment." The server entered the account number Chris WX into the ordering device, pulling up the password input interface. As Ouyang Chuan attempted to input his password, he remarked, "I have too many cards and can't recall them clearly, but I will give it a try." He entered Chris WX 3 times, only to be met with a screen notification. "Password incorrect after 3 attempts. The card has been locked. Please try again in 5 minutes." Ouyang Chuan shrugged. "It seems there is no other option, Director Huang. We'll have to resort to Wudi for the payment." Huang Xiaoshan had long since been displeased and could no longer contain her frustration. "I believe you are doing this on purpose. Can't even remember your own password?" Huang Qianhan, fearing to offend Ouyang Chuan, interjected, "Nonsense. It's not just Ouyang. Even I, Huang Qianhan, possess countless cards. Who can remember all those passwords?" Huang Xiaoshan retorted, "Then don't you use your phone S-Notes app?" Ouyang Chuan looked at her as if she were foolish. "If the phone is lost and hacked, then all the passwords would be exposed, wouldn't they? Poverty constrains one's imagination, rendering one oblivious to the tribulations of the affluent." "Very well. I shall utilize a 5-tier account." Huang Daijing understood that Ouyang Chuan was reluctant to spend money. However, since she was the one hosting, it would indeed be a jest for her to insist on someone else footing the bill. Using a 5-tier account? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Li Mai cautioned Huang Daijing that an audit was imminent. Should the other board members become aware, it would likely lead to. A thought crossed Huang Daijing's mind. Could it be that Ouyang Chuan is affiliated with Chizio? Resolute in her decision, she prepared to change venues. With this in mind, she mustered her courage and addressed the waiter. "I apologize, but could we please be moved to a mid-range private room?" The waiter, flustered, replied, "Madam, we have already prepared everything on this end, and the kitchen has set aside the finest and most expensive ingredients for your order. Once the packaging is opened, it cannot be returned. Even if you choose not to partake, you will still need to cover the cost of the ingredients. At least 80,000. Huang Daijing was taken aback. "Why did you not mention this sooner? I had no idea that you were dealing with a misplaced card and forgotten passwords. Had I known, I would have informed the kitchen." Upon hearing this, Huang Daijing disregarded the increasingly urgent glances from Li Mai and, without further thought, nodded in agreement. All right. I shall call Xiaoyin." Due to her superstitions, Huang Daijing had consulted a fortune teller when Xiaoyin was born, who ominously foretold that the child would meet an untimely demise. If Ouyang Chuan truly harbors feelings for Xiaoyin, their union might very well alter the course of her destiny. After all, Ouyang is a prosperous magnate in interstellar trade, decidedly more successful than Guan Yu, who resides at the societal bottom and whose origins remain shrouded in mystery. Therefore, despite her prior awareness of Ouyang Chuan's affections, She harbored no intention of exposing the truth or intervening. At that moment, Guan Yu pushed open the door to the private room, with Huang Xiaoyin beside him, her expression as cold as ice. "Mom, there's no need," she said. Chapter 80. The external manifestation. After breakfast, Zhao Junting embarked on his journey to the Royal Fist Clan Gym, pondering how best to confront the trials that awaited him with Abu. Before long, the gym of the Royal Fist Clan, situated in the far northern district, came into view. After parking his water-powered vehicle, Zhao Junting gracefully stepped inside the gym. "Good morning, Mr. Zhao," greeted the polite AI reception robot stationed at the entrance. "Good morning to you as well," Zhao replied. The door remained ajar, allowing entry. Abu showed little hesitation. Upon hearing a knock, he called out, "Come in." "Good morning, senior sister. The master is also here," Zhao Junting announced as he entered the room, only to find Abu standing opposite the desk, while King of Fighters Park Wentian occupied her chair. At that moment, Zhao Junting surmised that perhaps the King of Fighters was reprimanding Abu. Thus, he had already devised an excuse to excuse himself from the encounter. "Are you in a discussion? I shall wait outside." "No need. Please come in. Your senior sister will step out." Punk King Park Wentian pointed with exasperation at Abu, who stood before him. Abu, with his impressive physique, seemed to shrink into himself, and as Park uttered his final words, he inadvertently trembled slightly. "Yes, master." Abu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and, with tears in his eyes, dashed out of the office. All he could do was cry. Witnessing Abu's pitiable state, Park Wentian's frustration boiled over, and he shouted a few more harsh words. Turning around, Zhao Junting saw Abu, shaking his robust form as he hastily exited, and immediately felt compelled to offer some words of comfort. However, upon noticing Zhao Junting's intention to console Abu, Park Wentian halted him, then softened his tone as he addressed Zhao. "Why the outburst this early in the morning, master?" It was then that Zhao Junting realized the reason behind Park Wentian's sudden fury. Had Abu caused some trouble? Anger? "You speak of a person of the Demon Bee realm, whose cultivation nearly matches mine. I had forewarned her about your Xionghuang constitution at the 5th tier, advising her to exercise caution. Yet, she remained careless, losing to a novice who merely played the fool. Had she lost to an outsider, her very life could have been at stake. Is it unreasonable for me to chastise her a bit? And what of the Punk royal family and their 13 Valkyries? At this rate, perhaps the Punk royal family should dissolve, for she has the audacity to weep before me, spending her days in tears. Is this the matter at hand? It seems that my senior sister has had her share of difficulties. The disciples understand the challenges faced by the master in teaching her, yet upon their first meeting, she displayed considerable restraint." At this moment, Zhao Junting realized that the reason Abu had been reprimanded was due to his defeat at Zhao Junting's hands the previous day. Thus, he could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to offer a few words of encouragement. "From this day forth, I shall take it upon myself to instruct you, sparing you the need for others' guidance." King of Fighters Park Wentian was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Junting to exhibit such humanity by advocating for Abu. He had witnessed everything through the Fei Mi supersensory camera, and it was evident that Abu had shown no mercy, launching a full frontal assault. "You will personally teach me? That truly burdens you, master." Zhao Junting's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he responded with a beaming smile. "What choice do I have? Did not old Chen engage a master for you yesterday, one named Qi Yunfei?" King of Fighters Park Wentian was indeed quite forthright. After all, he was acquainted with Qi Yunfei, who had promptly called to inform him of Zhao Junting's formidable prowess, capable of annihilating 100 skeletal warriors and retreating unscathed. "Yes, but I am inclined to heed Master Jiao Huang's counsel." Upon hearing Park Wentian's inquiry, Zhao Junting felt no need for concealment, raising an eyebrow slightly as he replied nonchalantly. "Keep your distance from him," the Celestial Emperor once remarked. "This lad harbors rebellious tendencies. Be wary lest he leads you astray. I shan't say more. Go retrieve your training attire. I shall see you shortly at the training hall at the end of the corridor." With that, Fist King Park Wentian's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a frigid tone. "Understood, master." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Junting was acutely aware of the implications. Indeed, the warnings from Fist King Park Wentian echoed those of Little Black. However, at that moment, Zhao Junting's curiosity was piqued regarding the true identity of the Celestial Emperor, noting how both the 9 emperors of the universe and the 5 stars of the interstellar seemed to heed his words with utmost reverence. As he arrived at the door to retrieve his attire, Zhao Junting encountered an intelligent robot. As it prepared to fetch his clothing, he inquired, "Greetings. Might you have seen Senior Sister Abu recently?" Senior Sister Abu appears to have taken her training uniform and has gone alone to the training hall, the robot responded, its system having been updated with Zhao Junting's information, recognizing him as a new disciple acquired by the master during the auction. "Thank you," Zhao Junting replied, lifting his gaze towards the grand door of the training hall, then shaking his head with a wry smile. Before long, having donned his attire, he approached the entrance of the training hall. Upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback by the scene within. At that moment, Abu seemed to manifest over 20 clones, engaged in a fierce confrontation, leaving Zhao Junting to wonder if she could withstand such immense spiritual pressure within her body. Chapter 81. The Teachings of the King of Fighters. With a series of whooshing sounds, the ethereal shadows surrounding Abu vanished, leaving only his true form, gasping for breath in the arena. "You've arrived?" Upon seeing Zhao Junting, Abu's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, as he leaned heavily on his knees, struggling for air. "Master summoned me, and he shall be here shortly. Senior Sister, I mentioned to Master that yesterday's events were merely you showing mercy to care for Junior Brother." Zhao Junting, invigorated by the encounter, recounted the conversation he had with King of Fighters Park Wentian in Abu's office. "Thank you, Junting. Senior Sister is in low spirits today. Might you join her for a drink this evening?" Abu, with his impressive physique, bent slightly, radiating an even more captivating aura, and inquired earnestly, That could work. But the matter is this. I have promised a friend to assist him with something tonight, so I may be a bit late." Seeing this, Zhao Junting inwardly cursed. Realizing that he could not evade this drinking session, he reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, I'll wait for you." With that, Abu's somewhat enamored expression softened, and he replied casually, "I shall await your arrival." Before long, the door to the training hall swung open, revealing none other than King of Fighters Park Wentian, clad in a white training uniform, his presence undeniably befitting of his title as one of the 9 sovereigns of the universe, Master. Upon encountering Park Wentian, the door swung wide open as Abu and Zhao Junting simultaneously halted their training. They both deeply bowed and expressed their respect. Following this, the King of Fighters, Park Wentian, paused for a moment before continuing, "Junting, you possess the Xionghuang physique at the 5th level. While you are of flesh and blood, learn what you can without overexerting yourself." As he spoke, the King of Fighters wore a calm smile, seemingly shedding the fierce demeanor he had exhibited in the office, now appearing exceedingly amiable and approachable. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Abu responded, his face lighting up with joy. Suddenly, an inexplicable smile broke across his face, and his robust physique quivered slightly as he cheerfully added, "Please, have a seat, and I will explain everything gradually. Just listen attentively." With that, the King of Fighters, Park Wentian, settled cross-legged onto the floor. Observing the two before him, Zhao Junting and Abu mirrored his posture, and the 3 exchanged glances as they sat down together. "Junting, you have merely scratched the surface of the Fist Master path, so it is imperative that I share a few words of wisdom meant for disciples like your senior sister with you as well. There is no need to take notes. Simply absorb the knowledge," Park Wentian stated, his expression tinged with a hint of awkwardness. After all, sitting before him were Abu, a mortal whom he had diligently guided in the past, and Zhao Junting, a prodigious talent who did not require the same gradual approach as one would use with a layperson. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to convey this foundational knowledge, as it was essential training within the Fist Master discipline. After careful consideration, Park Wentian resolved to share this basic understanding with Zhao Junting. "Very well," he concluded. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Junting nodded slightly, indicating his understanding and attentively listening. Afterward, the king of fighters, Park Wentian, cast a fleeting glance at his counterpart, Abu. For the forthcoming words he was about to utter would potentially wound Abu's feelings. As Park Wentian spoke, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Nonetheless, he had no intention of divulging to Abu the matter of his slaying of the revered Wanyang. Zhao Junting, perceiving the situation, realized that the king of the fist indeed exercised considerable restraint. According to Xiao He, Wanyang was deceased, rendering Lingxi's sect quite inconsequential. However, witnessing his master, Park Wentian, continually refer to Wanyang as Senior Wanyang left, Zhao Junting enlightened to the fact that Park Wentian was not only a highly respected fist master but also possessed an extraordinary benevolence of character. In Chapter 82, Abu receives a letter. Upon recognizing the circumstance, both Zhao Junting and Abu straightened their posture, mirroring the movements of King of Fighters Park Wentian. Naturally, they approached this instruction with humility. Wherever Park Wentian advanced in his technique, they followed suit. Hours swiftly passed by, 3 or 4 in total. Ah, Junting, do you not practice the techniques of our fist royal family? Just before concluding the lesson, Park Wentian seemed to recall something and posed this inquiry. Indeed, master. You did not mention learning, and I dared not inquire, Zhao Junting replied, displaying a commendable awareness. He exhaled softly and continued, See, I almost forgot something. Thus, I shall indulge in a cigar. Abu, instruct your junior brother. Let us merely practice the foundational technique of the single-handed sword draw, which will suffice within the span of an hour. Upon concluding his words, King of Fighters Park Wentian turned, not allowing Abu to utter more, and vanished into the training hall. Was it not stated that I should not instruct my junior brother? Why, then, do I find myself needed now? Hee, I must trouble you, senior sister. With that, Zhao Junting inexplicably felt a surge of joy, as if the King of Fighters Park Wentian had granted him ample room to showcase his abilities. His excitement elicited nothing but an eye roll from Abu, who stood nearby. Follow me, Abu commanded, leading Zhao Junting to a wooden post, where she steadied herself. Junior brother, do you know the handblade technique? Abu cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Junting, then inquired softly. ISNT at the sword draw, senior sister? Where is the sword? Zhao Junting responded, fully aware that King of Fighters Park Wentian had referenced the sword draw, yet here Abu had brought him to a wooden post. Confusion clouded his thoughts. The essence of the sword draw lies in wielding no blade in hand, yet possessing a sword within one's heart. Observe closely, junior brother. With that, Abu's impressive physique shifted slightly, and she lunged forward with a powerful thrust, proclaiming, Open. To his astonishment, Abu effortlessly cleaved the wooden post before her into 2 halves. As the command Open echoed, the severed pieces of wood fell to the ground. Such is the notion of having no sword in hand, yet a sword in the heart. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Junting was momentarily taken aback. He then murmured, Why don't you give it a try, junior brother? With that, Abu gave Zhao Junting a gentle push forward and continued, Sister, are there any other techniques for this blade-drawing strike? Could you impart some wisdom to me? After speaking, Zhao Junting turned to Abu with a wry smile and inquired, Well, how do I harness the source energy within my body and concentrate it in my palm, visualizing my hand as an exceptionally sharp steel blade, and then strike down at the utmost speed? As Abu spoke, he positioned himself behind Zhao Junting, his gaze cold and attentive, watching intently for what was about to transpire. All right, I shall give it a try. I will channel the source energy into my palm, envisioning it as a blade, and then strike down as swiftly as possible. Zhao Junting slightly closed his eyes, carefully absorbing each word Abu had spoken. To his astonishment, a vivid image of himself cleaving through the wooden post materialized in his mind, remarkably clear. His eyes suddenly snapped open, and he exclaimed, Break. With that, Zhao Junting's figure surged forward, his palm radiating a brilliant azure light, which he directed straight towards the nearby wooden post. A resounding boom echoed as Zhao Junting made contact with the post, unleashing a cloud of white light that mingled with a flurry of wooden splinters. You, You actually shattered the wooden post? Abu gasped in astonishment at the sight, his heart racing. Despite Zhao Junting's prior actions being correct, it was this final strike that had been executed with such overwhelming force that the entire post had exploded in two. Ah, senior sister, am I perhaps falling short? With a forceful effort, I must take a bath. Please practice a bit more gently, restrain your strength. Having spoken, Abu gracefully stepped away, heading towards the training hall exit, disregarding Zhao Junting's gaze. Upon approaching, she noticed a letter hanging there, handwritten by Zhao Junting. Senior sister, I apologize for today. I regret that Master reprimanded you. I have completed splitting the wooden stakes, and I find that the left-handed draw of the sword is considerably more agile than the right-handed one. Thank you for your guidance. I must leave for a matter, but as an apology, I invite you to dinner tonight at the intersection of Central Street in the Northern District. Yours sincerely, junior brother Zhao Junting. Abu clutched Zhao Junting's letter, her face flushing a mixture of crimson and pallor, her heart racing uncontrollably, the blush deepening even further. What is it? Abu, is something the matter? At the sound of her name, Abu turned around to find Master Park Wentian standing at the doorway. It's nothing. By the way, Master Junting has left. Look, I have practiced the sword draw well. With that, Abu hastily concealed the letter behind her explosive figure, pointing to the wooden stake beside her, saying, a promising pupil indeed. Now, you should attend to your own affairs. Master harbors no ill will towards you. Some words were meant for your junior brother Junting, so do not take them to heart. Master Park Wentian, having relinquished his earlier ire, comforted Abu. Master, your disciple understands. With that, Abu called for the cleaning lady to tidy up the scattered wooden stakes on the ground. Chapter 83. A meeting of rivals. Zhao Junting, having changed his attire, stepped out of the Fist Royal Family Gym, only to find a remarkably familiar vehicle parked at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the car belonging to Lena, the highest authority of the Northern District. Get in. I have something to discuss with you, Lena said, her stunning visage slightly inclined, signaling Zhao Junting to enter the vehicle. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Zhao Junting, yet he hesitated not a moment longer and settled into the passenger seat. To your father's place. With that, Zhao Junting closed his eyes, intending to drift into slumber without a care. I genuinely need to talk to you. Lena's expression darkened suddenly, and with a hint of uncertainty, she glanced at Zhao Junting beside her before speaking earnestly. What has happened? Sensing the fear emanating from Lena, Zhao Junting opened his eyes and replied with utmost seriousness. First, take a look at this. Lena handed him a 12K ultra-sensitive display screen, gesturing towards its contents. Her alluring red lips parted as she inquired, what is this? Are you tracking me? As Zhao Junting activated the 12K ultra-sensitive display, the first image that caught his eye was of himself from the previous night, squatting alongside a middle-aged, portly dwarf in the narrow alley, learning how to repair the of Qi Ming Shan. It dawned upon him that Lena had indeed begun to follow his movements. Look further back, he instructed. Lena, upon hearing this, managed a faint smile tinged with bitterness, and as the fear in her beautiful features waned, she delicately asked, what is this? Who is this? Park Jae-hoon. What a situation. How could he possibly know this dwarf? Zhao Junting eventually realized that Lena was not following him. Rather, from this perspective, she was tracking Park Zaishuan. His own movements had been exposed due to Park Zaishuan. Indeed, they were acquainted. The body of the security warrior I dispatched yesterday was discovered this morning not far from that narrow alley. The marks of his demise were inflicted by the soul-extracting techniques of the sulfur-based entity known as Eternal Gate, gazing into his lifeless eyes. I can only imagine the torment he endured in his final moments. Having said this, Lena parked the car by the roadside, collapsed into Zhao Junting's embrace, and began to weep. Her sobs were heart-wrenching and nearly incoherent. After a while, as her emotions began to stabilize, she straightened up and, choking back tears, spoke to Zhao Junting. Despite her frightened demeanor remaining unchanged, tears continued to stream from her eyes as she sobbed. Listen to me, Lena. Even if I do not strive to become the Brain Emperor or pursue the path of a Fist Master, I could still suddenly perish on my way home. The sulfur-based entity has set its sights on me, and there is no escape. The only way to regain my peace is to uncover the true mastermind behind this and eliminate them. With that, Zhao Junting raised an eyebrow, gently stroking Lena's cascading hair, and then softly kissed her forehead. He smiled warmly and said, "But I cannot bear the thought of watching you perish." Lena's expression upon seeing Zhao Junting turned increasingly sorrowful, compounded by the recent loss of a valiant safety warrior during a mission that morning, deepening her anguish. "I will be fine, do not worry," Zhao Junting reassured her, as he opened his arms wide, enveloping Lena completely in his embrace. He then spoke softly, as he gazed at Lena nestled in his arms and glanced out at the world beyond the window. A profound sigh escaped him. How could he possibly abandon the Arctic zone, a place filled with his comrades, his aspirations, and his hopes? Who would safeguard all of this if he were to leave? Furthermore, his very worldview would shatter. His unwavering vow to avenge any transgressor against carbon-based life forms would be rendered meaningless. Contemplating this, a resolute determination shone even more fiercely in his eyes. Looking down at Lena, he silently offered an apology in his heart, for he was tasked with the solemn duty of protecting the Arctic zone from the impending threat of sulfur-based creatures. In truth, the previous night, after Zhao Junting and Xiao He had departed from the dwarves, the safety warriors had already uncovered the troubling closeness between Park Jae-hoon and the dwarves. Just as the safety warriors were preparing to retreat, they discovered that Park Jae-hoon had obstructed their path. Naturally, this valiant defender was no match for Park Jae-hoon. Before he could even execute a single move, he was already subdued by Park. However, prior to undertaking his mission, the defender had locked onto the task at hand along with the secrets of his past assignments. Upon realizing that his soul-searching yielded no results, Park Jae-hoon grotesquely distorted the death image of the defender, which subsequently caused great anguish to Lena, who had witnessed the crime scene that very morning. Nevertheless, Lena was aware that Park Jae-hoon had acquired no useful information whatsoever. In the span of a meal, Zhao Junting arrived at the doorstep of Brain King Old Chen's bookstore, seated in the water-powered vehicle driven by Lena. Before their departure, Lena cautioned Zhao Junting to exercise utmost vigilance. Naturally, Zhao Junting bid a reluctant farewell to Lena before stepping into Old Chen's establishment. Upon entering the bookstore, he noticed a new presence among the shelves, the very murderer Park Jae-hoon himself. This sight caused Zhao Junting a pang of heartache. His fists clenched tightly as he cast an unfriendly glare at Park Jae-hoon. "You have met him. This is my bookstore's patron, Zhao Junting, and this is my yet-to-be son-in-law, Park Jae-hoon," Old Chen remarked with a knowing smile, observing Zhao Junting's troubled expression. "It seems our god of war has something weighing on his mind, judging by your grim countenance." Old Chen, being an astute individual, perceived Zhao Junting's distress and approached him. Grasping his poised hand that seemed ready to erupt, jesting, "Brother Park, what a pleasure it is to meet you." In response, Zhao Junting scoffed disdainfully through his nose and retorted, "Brother Zhao, likewise, a pleasure indeed." Upon witnessing the scene, Park Jae-hoon was taken aback. Could it be that so swiftly, Xiao He and Zhao Junting had already uncovered his extermination of 40 of the pure humans? This could not be right. He had executed his plans with utmost secrecy. How could he possibly be discovered? During this period, Park Jae-hoon had underestimated the capabilities of human technology. The minuscule super-sensitive flying cameras were imperceptible to the naked eye. No time for hesitation. He hurried upstairs to complete the tasks left unfinished from the previous day. Esteemed son-in-law, please wait downstairs while I escort God Zhao up and return shortly. No need for you to accompany me, he remarked. With that, Brain Emperor Old Chun wore a broad smile, ensuring that no one harbored any doubts about him. Chapter 84. The Emperor's Salutation. What are you trying to do? Are you courting death? Brain Emperor Old Chun grasped Zhao Junting's hand tightly, acutely sensing the resentment and fury that had been ignited within him by Park Jae-hoon. You know everything? Zhao Junting's eyes glinted with ferocity, his voice nearly shattering the silence as he spoke. I know nothing, nor do I wish to know. Enough talk. Let's finish today's game tasks and leave swiftly. Remember this. Old Shun, patience is far more commendable than impulsiveness. As they spoke, the two individuals had already ascended to the second floor of the bookstore, while Park Jae-hoon remained on the ground floor, devoid of any action. It was not that he was disinclined to act. Rather, within this confined space, he could clearly overhear everything transpiring on the upper level. The previous day, while eavesdropping outside the bookstore, he had been unable to discern many specific details, only catching a few scattered remarks about Chi Mingshan's subarmor, which led him to deduce that Little Black would seek out the dwarf and preemptively set tasks in motion. Today, however, seated on the ground floor, Park Jae-hoon had a comprehensive grasp of all activities within the establishment. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two on the second floor, a sly smile crept across his face, and he fell into silence. Zhao Junting and Brain Emperor Old Chun arrived on the second floor, where they found the equipment already activated. The visibly prominent armor Emperor Chi Yunfei stood beside the AI gaming apparatus. Observing this scene, Zhao Junting wasted no time in donning the AI gaming gear. What's wrong? Did I provoke Boss Chin? The armor Emperor Chi Yunfei, noticing Old Chin's displeased demeanor, inquired of Zhao Junting. Oh, it's nothing. I acted impulsively. Zhao Junting had no desire to entangle himself further with the armor emperor, known for his rebellious nature, and thus responded with a slight arch of his brow. Very well. Mind yourself. If you fail to repair the sub-armor today, you shall be deemed unqualified and eliminated. Having spoken, the Apex Emperor Chi Yunfei cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Junting. Then with a leisurely turn, he vanished from this realm. Outside, the Brain Emperor Old Chun gazed with concern at the unfolding events within the arena. Foster father, why must it be this young man? The Apex Emperor Chi Yunfei sought to secure one final opportunity, returning to discuss the matter of succession with the Brain Emperor Old Chun. Do you know what quality I value most in this young man? Upon hearing this, Old Chin's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his aged face. He then turned to inquire of the shimmering projection created by Apex Emperor Chi Yunfei. What quality? Chi Yunfei paused in contemplation, then sighed softly, asking, he told me. Those who offend our carbon-based beings shall be met with retribution, no matter the distance. Old Chin replied resolutely to Apex Emperor Chi Yunfei beside him. Do you truly trust him? What if he wishes to flee? What if he desires to depart? What if his words are insincere? Chi Yunfei's barrage of questions reflected his profound skepticism regarding Zhao Junting's sincerity. Activate the soundproof barrier. Old Chin glanced at Chi Yunfei beside him, then smiled faintly. Very well. Without hesitation, Chi Yunfei lightly tapped his fingers, enveloping the space within a soundproof shield. Upon witnessing the scene, Park Jae-hoon downstairs couldn't help but smirk coldly. The soundproof enclosure of Emperor Jia, Chi Yunfei, was conspicuously ineffective, utterly failing to shield him from eavesdropping. However, the subsequent revelation of Brain Emperor Old Chin's latest soundproof product from Wind Technology Company rendered Park Jae-hoon completely unable to hear anything. When the two layers of soundproofing were removed, Chi Yunfei's expression remained unchanged, followed by a series of affirming nods. Having reached this point, I trust your judgment is sound. Rest assured, my godfather, I shall cooperate fully. After digesting Old Chin's words, Emperor Jia Chi Yunfei nodded fervently, wholeheartedly accepting that Zhao Junting was indeed the successor of Brain Emperor Old Chun. This matter should remain confidential for now, as you have yet to teach him the Dragon Chant 13 techniques, thus adorned in the Flying Dragon battle armor. Coupled with the Dragon Chant 13 techniques, I presume this world's deputy armor master will be a formidable opponent. Observing this, Brain Emperor Old Chun wore a faint smile of resignation, shaking his head slightly as he glanced at Chi Yunfei beside him and said quietly, however, the Dragon Chant 13 techniques were devised by my father. Chi Yunfei's face contorted with hesitation as if he wished to dodge the issue, expressing his reluctance. Oh, please don't play that game with me. You were summoned precisely for the Dragon Chant 13 techniques. Let us not entertain the notion that your father's words are subject to reconsideration. Upon hearing this, The Brain Emperor felt a heaviness in his heart. This young man, with his rebellious nature, could not possibly erupt so soon, could he? How could the final wish of Qi Mingshan be so easily dismissed? This matter was not known solely to the Brain Emperor, rather. It was common knowledge among the 72 types of terrestrial planets. Very well, Godfather. After uttering these words, Jia Huangqi Yunfei clenched his teeth in frustration, then, with a resigned expression, acquiesced. His grand plan to seize the inheritance of the super brain in essence machine belonging to Brain Emperor Lao Chun had completely collapsed. What he had envisioned as a decisive victory had turned into a bitter defeat. Not only had he failed to secure the inheritance, but he was also compelled to surrender the Dragon Roar 13 styles promised by his father to Zhao Junting. At this thought, Jia Huangqi Yunfei could only shake his head with a wry smile. My lord Jia Huang, I have repaired it, Zhao Junting announced within the AI intelligent gaming arena. With just a few deft movements, he had completely restored the damaged vice armor left behind by Qi Mingshan. Repaired? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Jia Huangqi Yunfei's face blanched with astonishment. Zhao Junting was truly extraordinary. This armor had been beyond the capabilities of numerous repairers, yet today, he had managed to restore it. He certainly needed to examine it closely. As a result, Jia Huangqi Yunfei personally tried on the vice armor left by Qi Mingshan, and a look of joy spread across his face. Indeed, apart from some imperfections in the paint, the vice armor had been thoroughly repaired. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Zhao. As Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei removed his secondary armor, a smile graced his face. He bowed deeply and courteously addressed Zhao Junting, inquiring, "What are you doing, Lord Emperor Jia?" Upon saying this, Zhao Junting stepped forward to assist Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei, then offered a faint smile and fell silent. Chapter 85. The Agreement with Abu. I shall refrain from excessive pleasantries, Brother Zhao. Starting tomorrow, I will impart to you the Dragon's Roar 13 styles, established by my father. Once you have mastered them, the trial at this level will be deemed complete. Once again, I extend my congratulations to you, Brother Zhao. Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei maintained an air of tranquility as he observed Zhao Junting, who was in the process of removing his AI gaming equipment. He then remarked, "So, should I henceforth address you as Master, Lord Emperor Jia?" Haha, if that pleases you. It matters not. By the way, there is no need for you to arrive so early tomorrow. A later time will suffice. With that, Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei vanished from this realm through the holographic projection of the super brain device, disappearing without a trace. Quite the swift exit, Zhao Junting remarked, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Oh, by the way, suddenly, Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei reappeared within this space through the holographic projection of the super brain device. As if recalling something, he prepared to speak. What is it? The Armor Emperor, Qi Yunfei, was equally perplexed upon witnessing Zhao Junting's expression of sheer terror. He couldn't help but bitterly curse under his breath. Brother Zhao, what could possibly trouble you? I should be the one in distress. Not only have I failed to acquire the super brain device, the essence machine, but I am also burdened with the daily task of instructing you on the use of the auxiliary armor. Furthermore, I am compelled to impart the ancestral secret technique, Dragon's Roar 13 forms. My heart truly aches. I am genuinely distressed, Brother Zhao. However, if you have any commands, please feel free to express them. Zhao Junting, after a moment of contemplation, adjusted his facial expression and replied calmly, "Do not forget to bring your flying dragon battle armor tomorrow. It is imperative you remember." At this, the Armor Emperor, Qi Yunfei, realized there was no need for any further trivial conversation with the successor of the Brain Emperor. He then playfully blinked at Zhao Junting, adopting an endearingly cute demeanor before vanishing from the space. "Yes, my lord," the Armor Emperor, Zhao Junting said, bowing respectfully. When he raised his head again, he was astonished to find that Qi Yunfei had indeed disappeared without a trace. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, exhaled a sigh of relief, and fell into silence. With the absence of Qi Yunfei's holographic projection through the superbrain device, Zhao Junting turned off the lights and leisurely descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Junting was greeted by the intelligent AI robot, F, who awaited him at the entrance. A smile graced Zhao Junting's face as he spoke. "Good evening, Mr. Zhao. This is a message from my master for you. He also asked me to convey a sentiment. I hope you do not take to heart what transpired this afternoon, as we must prioritize the greater good." With that, F wore an expression of calmness, gazing at Zhao Junting, seemingly awaiting his understanding. "Thank you, F. Please inform Boss Chen that I will comply, and also convey my gratitude to him," Zhao Junting replied, taking the object from F's hand. With a snap of his fingers, the door of Brain Emperor Old Chen's bookstore swung open, and Zhao Junting sauntered out. The meeting place with his senior sister, Abu, was not far from Old Chen's bookstore. Thus he chose to walk rather than drive his electric vehicle. As he strolled, he opened the box F had given him, only to discover a bank card, with the password inscribed on its reverse. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Zhao Junting couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Brain Emperor had a keen awareness of his circumstances. Just when he had no money for groceries, a bank card appeared to alleviate his financial woes. With such a mentor, it seems that the issue of finances on his future path would no longer be a source of anxiety. In the span of a tea's brewing time, Zhao Junting arrived at the intersection of the bustling main street in the far north district. Indeed, there stood a figure clad in a delicate pink qipao, her feet adorned with striking red high heels. Today, Abu had her hair elegantly tied up, exuding an air of youthful grace. However, the qipao appeared slightly snug on her, though it must be noted that any attire worn by Abu would seem diminutive, given her astonishingly voluptuous figure, which could only be described as breathtaking. Upon spotting Zhao Junting, Abu waved her hand, and this seemingly innocuous gesture drew attention to the alluring hem of her qipao. With a subtle lift, it revealed an enchanting allure that caused Zhao Junting's heart to flutter. "Senior sister, what would you like to eat? Feel free to choose. Don't worry about the expense," he jested, appearing like a lamb awaiting slaughter, playfully resigned to the moment. "Well, there isn't much that sounds appetizing. Moreover, while the far north district is vast, I know many people here. How can we find a more secluded spot?" Abu pondered aloud. "How about we procure some street food from the night market and seek a quiet place to converse over drinks? What do you think, senior sister?" Zhao Junting suggested, his gaze momentarily drifting to Abu's chest, causing his heart to race. To his surprise, while her practice attire concealed much, the prominence of her figure was undeniably striking, leaving him slightly flushed. "That sounds agreeable," she replied. Abu's originally beautiful visage flushed slightly, the rosy hue quickly fading away. Her alluring crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke. The two had indulged in an array of delectable street food and 4 bottles of Maotai produced in China. They sought a secluded spot to enjoy their drinks. And as Zhao Junting and Abu passed by a hotel, Abu halted her steps. "What's the matter, senior sister?" Zhao Junting inquired, hesitating momentarily upon noticing her pause. "It's nothing. My feet ache a bit, likely from not wearing high heels for too long," Abu replied, her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush. "Shall I carry you, senior sister?" Zhao Junting offered, stepping forward with the intention of lifting Abu onto his back. "No need. Let us just drink here and find a suite," Abu said, her lovely face reflecting a hint of indecision, her enchanting eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions, before shyly adding, "Oh? Here? All right then," Zhao Junting responded, glancing up to see a towering building of over 100 stories. Resolutely, he took Abu's hand and led her into the hotel. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? A standard room or a suite?" The receptionist greeted warmly as Zhao Junting and Abu entered the lobby. "A suite, please, something more spacious," Zhao Junting replied, retrieving the bank card that F had given him earlier. "What is this?" "Sir, you may not need to pay." The receptionist at the front desk hesitated for a moment, jotting down notes with the bank card in her hand while conversing with Zhao Junting. "No need to spend money? What does that mean?" Zhao Junting asked, perplexed. He glanced at Abu, who was holding some street food, shrugging in confusion. The short light pink qipao she wore appearing somewhat snug, her expression mirroring her bewilderment. "Mr. Zhao, Our hotel is a subsidiary of Mr. Feng's company. As a friend of Mr. Feng, you are entitled to the highest membership privileges at all our hotels in the Arctic region, and everything is complimentary. Upon finishing her explanation, the receptionist returned the bank card to Zhao Junting and promptly stepped out from behind the front desk to assist him with his belongings, instructing a colleague to keep an eye on the front desk. Such service exists? Zhao Junting was taken aback, observing Abu's bewilderment, surprised at the extent of Zhao Junting's influence. Unbeknownst to them, the visible assets in the Arctic region predominantly belonged to Brain Emperor Old Chun, while the unseen assets were largely under the control of King of Fighters Park Wantian. Therefore, it would not be a challenge for Zhao Junting to reserve an entire building, let alone merely staying at the hotel. Of course, this is a special membership service. If you require anything, we can provide all the services you desire, as long as your friends are willing to accept them. With this, the receptionist's demeanor became noticeably more accommodating, seemingly suggesting that Zhao Junting and Abu could engage in some form of collaboration. Upon observing Abu's expression, it instantly transformed into one of displeasure. It could even be said that, were it not for Zhao Junting's presence, Abu would have swiftly drawn his blade, intending to reduce his adversary to mere fragments. That won't be necessary, thank you. It's all settled now. You may attend to your own affairs. I shall handle the remainder myself. Zhao Junting, taken aback, felt a surge of alarm. What was initially intended as a simple outing for drinks with Abu had unexpectedly spiraled into a web of unwarranted complications. With this thought, Zhao Junting's countenance darkened, and he coldly addressed the front desk attendant. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. What is this? Abu, upon hearing this, bit his silver teeth, revealing an expression of considerable displeasure on her beautiful face, and then disdainfully spat. Sister, do not take it to heart. Come along. Let us head to the elevator. I believe it is room 1003 on the 10th floor. This way, sister. Noticing Abu's unwelcoming demeanor, Zhao Junting took the street food from her hands and gently guided her towards the elevator. Moments later, they arrived on the 10th floor and opened the door to their suite. As Zhao Junting stepped inside, he was met with a hint of luxury that permeated the air. Peering further into the room, he found it to be quite a splendid suite. He placed the street food on the coffee table, swiftly beckoning Abu to take a seat while adjusting the temperature of the air conditioner. Ah, springtime indeed. At this moment, a hint of a smile finally graced Abu's beautiful visage, her enchanting eyes shimmering with joy. Then, her alluring red lips parted slightly, and her voluptuous figure curled upon the sofa as she spoke. I'm so tired. Sister, you must enjoy a refreshing spring breeze. Zhao Junting, witnessing this, was equally delighted and, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, Ah. Upon hearing this, Abu's lovely face momentarily froze, before she affirmed, in truth wishing to convey, it's spring, and I'm feeling frisky. Do you have any say in that? After a brief pause, Zhao Junting procured a low chair and positioned himself opposite Abu, both of them filling their glasses with wine. Junior brother, if you find the Xionghuang constitution unsuitable, you may wish to drink less, she remarked, noticing Zhao Junting had also filled his glass. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, she gently responded, It's all right, sister. I've completely overcome my drinking issues. Is that so? Then sister should congratulate junior brother. She continued, gracefully lifting her slender hand to raise her glass. Without further ado, her enchanting face flushed slightly as she tilted her head back and downed the entire drink. Goodness, this can't be the second Brain Emperor Lao Chun, can it? The sheer vigor of her action instantly reminded Zhao Junting of the scene at the hot pot restaurant, where Brain Emperor Lao Chun downed glass after glass of white liquor. Junior brother, cheers. Having spoken, Zhao Junting gently caressed his waist, and a vial of special elixir found its way into his hand. He consumed it alongside his drink, and suddenly an unprecedented sensation surged within him. It turned out that this little black vial contained an extraordinary potion that allowed him to experience the intoxication of alcohol without the necessity of transformation. To you, beautiful sister, I raise another glass in gratitude for your words on my behalf before our master today. As Abu finished her drink, her lovely visage blushed deeper than before. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating glimmer, and once again, her delicate hand grasped the cup before her, draining it in one swift motion. Dear brother, this is my first time indulging in such a liberating drinking experience, Zhao Junting remarked, relishing the moment and determined to drink to his heart's content. Previously, he had feared transformation, but today, it seemed that remaining unchanged was the key to a delightful inebriation. Let us eat something. You must not drink on an empty stomach. With that, Abu gestured toward the assorted snacks laid out on the coffee table, unveiling each delicacy for them to sample. Brother, do you have exquisite taste? Would it be possible for us to share a cup together? With that, Abu filled her cup to the brim, her brows arching slightly, and her rosy complexion became even more radiant. At that moment, her striking figure appeared even more alluring in Zhao Junting's eyes. You are my elder sister, and I, your younger brother, should properly toast to you. Zhao Junting raised his cup, prepared to drink. Wait, I'm in a shared cup. A hint of displeasure flickered across Abu's flushed face. Though slightly intoxicated, her determination remained unwavering as she insisted on partaking in this ceremonial toast. In the enchanting realm of the solitary civilization of the interstellar universe, the narrative unfolds with a delightful exchange between Zhao Junting and Abu. As Abu exuberantly proposes a toast, Zhao, with a facade of nonchalance, extends his arm to clink glasses with Abu. Elated by the gesture, Abu reciprocates, and thus begins an engaging conversation that traverses the storied past of the Fist royal family and Zhao's experiences at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and the Gliese 581D space station. Their camaraderie flourishes, and before long, 4 bottles of wine have been consumed. Is it possible that we've run out of wine? Abu muses, her words becoming slightly slurred as a rosy hue paints her once radiant visage. Captivated by Zhao's presence, she begins to speak incoherently. Sister, let us indulge in some beer. I believe there might be some in this suite. With that, Zhao straightens up and discovers 6 bottles of beer in the refrigerator. He also places a call to the front desk, requesting a selection of snacks and a case of beer. You have the remarkable ability to enjoy both white wine and beer, dear brother, but I cannot, Abu remarks before reclining on the sofa, her head growing heavy, her voluptuous figure becoming even more alluring. Shortly thereafter, a knock at the door announces the arrival of room service. Zhao opens the door to find the attendant wheeling in a case of beer accompanied by an array of delectable snacks. Sister, is it possible to indulge in another bottle? Upon seeing this, Zhao Junting felt a surge of joy in his heart, as it seemed that today's task had been accomplished. Since Abu could no longer drink, it was the perfect moment for him to take his leave. One drink is merely one drink. However, upon noticing Zhao Junting's intention to depart, a wave of displeasure washed over Abu's beautiful visage. At this point, having consumed copious amounts, she was quite inebriated and found it difficult to conceal her emotions. Abu opened another bottle of beer and gulped it down. Zhao Junting was taken aback, realizing that Abu still hadn't reached her limit, and he would have to continue accompanying her. Yet, in that very moment, Abu suddenly felt a violent urge to vomit and swiftly dashed to the restroom. Zhao Junting immediately understood the situation. It seemed that Sister Abu had succumbed to nausea. He hurriedly fetched a bottle of mineral water and a damp towel, following Abu into the restroom. As the beer churned violently within her, Abu leaned over and expelled its contents into the toilet. Once she straightened herself, she turned around to find Zhao Junting behind her, gently caressing her back and offering her a bottle of water. This gesture ignited a surge of affection within Abu for Zhao Junting. He then handed her a warm towel, and as she wiped her mouth, her enchanting eyes became infinitely dreamy. Junior, I have something to ask you, Abu inquired. Abu embraced Zhao Junting at the waist, and at that moment, a delicate blush adorned her beautiful visage, rendering her even more alluring and captivating. You dare to ask, senior sister? Zhao Junting, mimicking Abu's gesture, wrapped her arms around Abu's waist, for it would not do to let Abu falter. Are you brave enough to kiss senior sister? Abu, shy as a young girl, buried her head in Zhao Junting's embrace and bashfully replied, "Isn't it just a kiss with senior sister? That is no problem. Junior brother, I'm in," she declared. With that, Zhao Junting leaned closer to senior sister Abu. But suddenly, the effects of the wine surged within her, and her actions seemed to spiral out of control. "Ah!" Abu exclaimed suddenly, and her previously rosy cheeks deepened in color. Her enchanting, gentle eyes reflected a hint of displeasure, and her alluring lips parted slightly as she exclaimed, "What's wrong, senior sister? What's the matter?" Zhao Junting was taken aback by Abu's outburst and asked, somewhat bewildered, "Now, junior brother, don't move. Senior sister will kiss you, all right?" Abu's gaze became thoroughly entranced, and her flushed complexion deepened as she inquired, Zhao Junting paused for a moment, then, emulating Abu, closed her eyes. In an instant, she felt Abu's sultry lips drawing near to her own, and then Abu's sweet tongue slipped into Zhao Junting's mouth, intertwining them in a passionate embrace. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Zhao Junting was awakened by the blinding rays of sunlight. Suddenly, as he turned to his side, he was taken aback to find his senior sister, Abu, beside him. Typically, her figure did not reveal such explosive allure. Yet in this moment, the splendor of spring enveloped his vision. Abu was clad in garments that wrapped around a fair and tender body, reminiscent of an infant's delicate skin. At this sight, Zhao Junting felt an urge to embrace Abu, to indulge in intimate pleasures. However, just then, Abu abruptly opened her beautiful eyes and admonished Zhao Junting sharply. "What are you doing?" Startled, Zhao Junting halted his advance. "You are not of the Xionghuang physique." Abu cast a sidelong glance at him. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she scrutinized him from head to toe, then spoke softly, "How did you know?" Zhao Junting paused for a moment, then hesitantly replied, Yours should be referred to as the heavenly dragon true form, right?" Abu divulged the truth, and a hint of joy illuminated her lovely countenance. "Ah, it is the heavenly dragon true form. I only discovered this a few days ago. Is there something amiss?" Zhao Junting expressed his confusion, responding noncommittally. "Did I not say so? When I first encountered you, the dual dragon slash of the royal fist I employed was utterly ineffective, and I was scolded by my master." Abu's beautiful face, once flushed with embarrassment, now appeared increasingly red, seemingly filled with vexation. "What do you mean?" Zhao Junting was utterly perplexed by Abu's words, his gaze fixed upon her, captivated by the boundless beauty she exuded. "I am the Xuantianine Phoenix. Is it not peculiar that my physique differs from that of other women?" Abu's eyes narrowed slightly, her exquisite features transforming into a visage of serene composure. Then, her alluring lips parted ever so slightly as she spoke. "Ah, the Xuantianine Phoenix. So you imply that?" Zhao Junting seemed to recall something, gazing at Abu in astonishment. "Indeed, the heavenly dragon true body and the Xuantianine Phoenix are, by nature, opposites, each countering the other. Although your martial prowess as a fist master may not be profound, the latent energy within you can indeed subdue me completely. This explains why I am not your match. As for my body, the Xuantianine Phoenix bestows upon women a physique that is the envy of all." At this point, a proud expression graced Abu's countenance. "I see." Zhao Junting inhaled deeply, as if suddenly enlightened, realizing why Abu's final strike, the double dragon slash, had felt so feeble before him. Chapter 88. The Shock of the Fist King Indeed. After last night, we have both engaged in intimacy, and my Xuantianine Phoenix constitution has advanced, while your heavenly dragon true body shall also undergo ascension. A hint of playful charm danced upon Abu's beautiful face, her brows lifting in delight, and her sensuous lips parting slightly as she continued speaking. If I were to try again, what would be the outcome?" Zhao Junting pondered, his gaze briefly aligning with the question before a sudden realization struck him. It seemed futile. However, if both of us were to transcend another realm and engage in the marital act, we might indeed ascend to a higher level. Yet, if neither of us breaks through and remains stagnant at our current foundation, there would be no effect. After voicing this, Abu sighed deeply. casting a glance at Zhao Junting, and fell into contemplative silence. Not necessarily, Zhao Junting replied with a playful grin. How can it not be so? Abu responded with a hint of surprise, her exquisite features momentarily aligning. Her brows arched slightly as she remarked, engaging in such acts may lead to advancement. Both of us have progressed, yet without cultivation, it bears no fruit. However, it is not absolute, for even without cultivation, the experience can still be pleasurable, can it not? At this, Zhao Junting's face flushed with embarrassment, and he helplessly retorted, You. Hearing this, a faint blush spread across Abu's beautiful visage. She then draped the blanket over both of them, seizing the splendid morning light, and the two indulged in another round of intimacy. As a gentle reminder, prolonged reading necessitates periodic eye rest. Around 10 in the morning, the two arrived at the Fist Royal Clan Training Hall in the extreme northern district. After changing into their training attire, they made their way to the practice area. You two are a full half-hour late. Today, you shall do nothing but hold a horse stance with a 50-pound weight until 1:30 this afternoon. In the training hall, the formidable king of Fighters Park Wentian stood sternly at the center of the arena. Upon noticing Zhao Junting and Abu arriving late, he bellowed, See, I told you in the car. Arriving late leads to this outcome. A faint smile of regret surfaced on Abu's beautiful visage as she quietly murmured to Zhao Junting beside her, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I squandered too much time this morning. You two, what are you whispering about? Speak up. Junting, what were you two discussing? The king of fighters, sensing the closeness between them, felt a surge of suspicion and directed an irate glare at Zhao Junting. Abu interjected, Master, your generosity is boundless. This minor reprimand is an expression of your affection towards us. Zhao Junting, taken aback, raised his brows and then, with a wide grin, retorted, Spare me the theatrics. I took you on as my disciples hoping you would soon transcend your limits and attain a position of respect. Yet here you are, even tardy to my lessons. Wait a moment, what did you just call her? Originally a kind-hearted mentor, the king of fighters was deeply wounded by his son, and now his disciples represented his sole hope. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss and questioned, What did you just call me? As Zhao Junting and Abu exchanged glances, they continued to call out Abu's name. Having just risen from bed and momentarily unable to adjust. You call my name. Abu's face flushed crimson, and he buried his head deeply. Too timid to meet the gaze of King of Fighters Park Wente, who had fallen into silence. I refer to her as my senior. Zhao Junting smirked, attempting to divert the conversation and help the King of Fighters completely forget the matter, even playfully winking at him. Humph, you two are quite the pair. Come now, Zhao Junting. Let me witness how well you practiced your blade draw yesterday. If you fail, you might as well remain in the King of Fighters dojo today. With that, King of Fighters Park Wente pointed toward a nearby wooden post, commanding Zhao Junting to demonstrate the fruits of his training. Yes, master. Zhao Junting then bowed respectfully and approached the wooden post. Upon reaching it, he paused, a wicked smile gracing his lips, and spread his hands wide, preparing to channel the energy within him. However, this activation was of little consequence, for Zhao Junting's celestial dragon form had only recently advanced, and he had yet to harness his internal energy fully. With a mere thought, the energy surged throughout his body, enveloping him in a sphere of crimson light, as the faint sound of crackling arcs filled the air. In his eyes, a fierce determination ignited, followed by a moment of stoic focus. Then, with a swift motion, Zhao Junting's left hand sliced through the air like a blade, producing a chilling rush of wind. A red arc of electricity, reminiscent of a crescent moon, surged forth with a shout from Zhao Junting, hurtling toward the wooden post. However, the arc of crimson electric light, resembling a crescent moon, at this moment, lifted the tiles from the floor wherever it passed. Even King of Fighters Park Wentian and Abu, standing at the doorway, were struck by the formidable power of this scarlet electric flash. Upon striking the wooden post, it astonishingly penetrated through, even reaching the wall behind it. Yet, Zhao Junting, who had felt a surge of confidence in his strike, was perplexed to find that it did not cleave the wooden post in half as it had the previous day. In an instant, A thunderous bang resonated as the wooden post, which had just been traversed by the crimson electric light, exploded. The force of the explosion unleashed a shockwave, compelling Zhao Junting to shield his face with his hands, unable to gaze directly at it. As the dust settled, he focused his eyes and was astounded to discover that not only had the wooden post been shattered to smithereens, but the wall behind it had also been breached, leaving a fist-sized hole. Zhao Junting was taken aback, his heart racing, and he felt an irresistible urge to step closer for a better look. Turning his attention to King of Fighters Park Wentian and Abu near the doorway, he noticed that Abu maintained an expression of calm indifference, as if he had anticipated this outcome. In stark contrast, King of Fighters Park Wentian appeared quite dazed from the recent display of power. This young man, was he not merely of Xionghuang physique? Such immense strength was indeed unexpected. What had he consumed to attain such prowess? In the realm of the King of Fighters, Park Wentian's face betrayed a flicker of fear before he turned to his companion Abu and inquired, "Master, have you forgotten? Why did you accept me as a member of the King of Fighters 13 Guardians?" A hint of bittersweet laughter graced Abu's beautiful visage as she realized that even her master, one of the 9 cosmic emperors and a godlike figure known as the Fist Master, failed to discern Zhao Junting's secret. With a sigh of inward reflection, Abu posited, "Is it because you are? Could it be that this young man is, in fact, the true body of the celestial dragon?" Suddenly enlightened, Park Wentian's earlier expression of dread vanished, replaced with overwhelming joy as he exclaimed, "Master, you figured it out." Haha. Abu, witnessing Park Wentian's swift deduction of the truth, allowed a smile to grace her face. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she teased, "So, has your mysterious heavenly Phoenix physique also undergone an evolution?" With that, Park Wentian cast a sidelong glance at Abu and said, "I apologize, Master. Although you have never articulated it, the King of Fighters clan has always maintained a distance between comrades in terms of romantic feelings." However, a faint blush adorned Abu's lovely features, her delicate brows arching slightly as she responded in kind. "Alas, you have misinterpreted my intentions. Among the 13 protectors, aside from your elder brother and your late 13th disciple, you hold a special place in my heart. The bond shared between siblings is not something I contest. Moreover, many disciples lack talent and capability. Yet, consider Zhao Junting, whose inner power nearly rivals my own. It is not my place to interfere in the affections between you. You may act as you see fit." Having said this, King of Fighters Park Wentian, with his rugged stubble, slightly trembled and pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. "Thank you, Master," responded Abu, her beautiful visage breaking into a smile, her sensual red lips parting slightly as she spoke. Curiosity piqued, King of Fighters Park Wentian turned his gaze towards Abu and then instructed her leisurely, "Yes, Master." Abu clasped her fists in respect, her voluptuous figure moving gracefully as she paused momentarily before heading towards Zhao Junting. After taking a few steps, Abu arrived at Zhao Junting's side and softly murmured, "Go. The master calls for you." She cast a meaningful glance, her captivating eyes shining brightly. "How was it? Were you busy last night?" Park Wentian inquired, his face flushing with embarrassment as he posed this question to Zhao Junting. Master, you?" Zhao Junting was taken aback that one of the 9 sovereigns of the universe, a true deity in the realm of martial arts, would ask him such a question, leaving him momentarily speechless. There is no reason to feel shy. We are all seasoned individuals. Abu possesses the Xuantian Infeng physique, a figure admired by countless women. And it seems you have benefited from this, haha. After saying this, the King of Fighters, Park Wentian, displayed an unexpectedly innocent demeanor, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he spoke. "Master, can we refrain from discussing this topic? Is it possible to change the subject?" With that, Zhao Junting's face shifted from red to pale, revealing a rather lively scene. He then sighed softly, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from one side of the training room. Park Wentian and Zhao Junting turned their gaze to discover that Abu's explosive form had suddenly curled up, and upon looking at the wooden post opposite them, they found it utterly shattered. What had once been a fist-sized hole in the wall had now expanded to the size of 4 or 5 fists. Enough, Abu, Junting, come here. I have something important to discuss with you. With that, Park Won-Tian dropped his earlier playful demeanor, adopting a stern expression as he walked towards the other side of the training hall. He found a clear space and sat cross-legged, with Zhao Junting and Abu mirroring his posture. Due to their differing physical constitutions, the source of power within the two of you has become extraordinary. Thus, it is prudent that only the three of us are privy to certain matters. Junting, Abu, remember that this wall was constructed by me, and it bears no relation to either of you. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, we shall no longer train here. Instead, we will convene at the Rose Garden Hotel in the extreme North District, specifically within my home studio. All matters must be treated with the utmost confidentiality. Upon concluding his words, King of Fighters Park Won-Tian's gaze sharpened slightly, and he addressed Zhao Junting and Abu with a solemn expression. Understood, Master, they replied in unison, exchanging glances before affirming their compliance without hesitation. Very well, we shall conclude our session today. From tomorrow onward, we will change our location. However, you must not disclose your secrets to outsiders. Do you comprehend my meaning? This is of the highest confidentiality. Do you understand? Park Won-Tian felt a sense of relief as he heard their agreement, yet he emphasized the necessity of secrecy once more before departing. Yes, understood, Master, Abu nodded affirmatively. I comprehend as well, Master. Oh, by the way, Abu, from today forth, entrust all affairs of the gym to Minja. You need not concern yourself with them. Focus solely on accompanying Junting and enhancing your cultivation. With that, King of Fighters Park Won-Tian stood, not raising his gaze, and after a moment of silence, he turned to leave, uttering not a word more. Sister, what do you suppose Master meant by his last remark about focusing on accompanying Junting and enhancing our cultivation? Zhao Junting rested his head upon Abu's shoulder, playfully remarking, This is a boxing gym, Mr. Zhao. Might I ask you to behave yourself? Abu's cheeks flushed with a tinge of embarrassment, her brows arching slightly, and her alluring red lips parted to utter, Is that so? Is that so? In response, Zhao Junting's hands gently caressed Abu's waist, evoking a ticklish sensation that made her want to laugh. The two of them embraced, tumbling playfully to the ground. Oh, by the way, there is something I forgot to mention. Suddenly, the King of Fighters Park Won-Tian reappeared, and upon witnessing Abu and Zhao Junting entwined and rolling on the floor, he could not help but be taken aback. Master, Abu and Zhao Junting remained entangled, unable to rise, lying on the ground as they greeted the King of Fighters Park Won-Tian. A new fighting technique? Have you developed something new? Park Won-Tian's face flushed as he realized he had interrupted the affectionate exchange between his two beloved disciples. He quickly changed the subject, saying, You mentioned there was something you needed to convey. In an instant, Zhao Junting and Abu disentangled themselves from the ground, standing upright. All right, Junting, bring along that secondary armor and the flying dragon battle armor from the other day. With that, the King of Fighters turned and vanished without a trace. I understand, Master. Upon noticing the situation, Zhao Junting raised his head and found that the King of Fighters, Park Won-Tian, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. He approached the doorway to take another look, pondering whether the King of Fighters might return once more. Only upon realizing Park Won-Tian was indeed absent did he feel a sense of relief. He murmured, Do all the 9 sovereigns of the universe share this peculiar trait? What grievance have the 9 sovereigns of the universe held against you? Upon hearing this, Abu's expression turned unfriendly, and with a slight raise of his brows, he pinched Zhao Junting's face and jested, It's nothing, nothing at all. In Chapter 90, Terrestrial Planets, Abu had a few matters to discuss with Li Minja. While Zhao Junting had arranged to meet Brain Emperor Old Qin at the bookstore to study the usage of sub-armor, after a heartfelt farewell, they each went about their respective tasks. As Zhao Junting stepped outside, he found a water-powered vehicle and drove towards Old Qin's bookstore. In the span of a meal, he arrived at the entrance of Brain Emperor Old Qin's bookstore. Upon pushing the door open, he entered the establishment. You've come, Zhao Xin, Old Qin remarked. displaying an unprecedented warmth towards Zhao Junting. Typically, upon Zhao Junting's arrival, Old Chin would glance at him briefly before returning to silence. Today, however, it seemed the sun had risen from the west as he took the initiative to greet him. "Good afternoon, Boss Chun. By the way, I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude for the bank card you gifted me yesterday." This card. Zhao Junting hesitated for a moment, uncertain how to broach the subject of repayment with Brain Emperor Old Chun. From the very beginning, Old Chun had maintained an ambiguous stance, never clearly stating whether the money was a loan or a gift. If it were a loan, Zhao would never be able to repay it in several lifetimes. If it were a gift, he would have to devote his entire existence to express his gratitude. Haha, Zhao, do not take it to heart. Focus on playing the game. If you can complete it, there will be no obligation between us, Old Chun remarked, observing Zhao's faltering demeanor, which undoubtedly indicated he was about to inquire about the purpose of the funds and how they should be accounted for. "Are you not afraid I might abscond?" Zhao Junting replied, noticing Old Chin's confidence, and his expression shifted slightly. "Abscond? Haha, what does it matter? At my age, money is merely a series of numbers in a bank account. I do not believe I will take my money with me when I meet the Dark Emperor among the 9 sovereigns of the universe. By the way, there is something I wish to ask you," Old Chun mused, his balding head giving a slight nod. "Please, go ahead, Boss Chun," Zhao Junting replied without hesitation, recognizing that since Old Chun had broached the subject, there was no need for pretense. He gazed thoughtfully at Old Chun and continued, "You must have had a tiring night. Did you not?" Old Chun, known as the Brain Emperor, felt a flush of embarrassment as he posed an unexpected question. A mysterious glint flickered in his eyes as he continued, "You? How is it that you and my master share such a penchant for gossip?" Zhao Junting, with a look of resignation, sighed softly and shook his head with a wry smile. "I cannot compare myself to that old fool. My curiosity is genuine, while his is mere gossip." Upon hearing Zhao Junting liken himself to the Fist Emperor Pu Wentian, Old Chin's expression soured immediately. He retorted sharply, "What difference does it make? Aren't you still inquiring about my affairs?" Then, he added, "By the way, Mr. Chun, your family business seems quite expansive, even extending into the hotel industry." Zhao Junting, wishing to avoid exposing Old Chin's secrets at this moment, casually inquired, "Ah, it's merely a friend's enterprise. When I received the card that I no longer needed, I thought to pass it on to you. I didn't expect that upon receiving it, you would take the sole female disciple of the Fist royal family, the 13 guardians, out for a night." Old Chun wore a mocking grin and teased Zhao Junting. "I don't wish to continue this conversation. You two are quite alike. I shall retreat upstairs to tackle my tasks." With a heavy heart, Zhao Junting rolled his eyes and ascended to the 2nd floor. "Hey, little Cheatsy hasn't arrived yet. Come down. I have some delightful items for you." After speaking, the venerable Brain Emperor Old Chin stepped forward to obstruct Zhao Junting, subsequently leading him into a room within the bookstore, where they took a seat. The room featured a small square table, beneath which lay a traditional Japanese tatami mat. This reminded Zhao Junting of what Chess Emperor had informed him the previous day. Indeed, there was no need for him to arrive early today, as there seemed to be some matter at hand that would delay his arrival. Thus, waiting downstairs seemed appropriate. Upon observing the room's decor, Zhao Junting was taken aback and immediately inquired, "What is this?" "This is Go. Are you unfamiliar with it?" Old Chun, the Brain Emperor, was indeed a relic of the past, wielding a pencil and sporting reading glasses, and now he had introduced the game of Go. His expression brightened as he encouraged Zhao Junting to join him in a game. "Well, I don't know how to play either," Zhao Junting replied, scratching his head, realizing that he had never learned the intricacies of Go. With a look of concern, he continued, "I'm afraid I can't help." "That's fine. I shall play alone while you watch and perhaps enjoy some tea and engage in conversation with me," Old Chin responded, settling into his seat. Zhao Junting took his place opposite him, and the two of them locked eyes in silence. Old Chin began to play, speaking to Zhao Junting as he moved the pieces. "Zhao, what is your perspective on the current situation regarding the 72 categories of terrestrial planets?" Old Chin suddenly posed this question, continuing to play without lifting his gaze or breaking his concentration. How can I express my views? This is a decision made by the upper management. Before my arrival in the extreme northern region, I served as a navigation commander for Gliese 581D. What perspective could I possibly offer? Zhao Junting furrowed his brow. Finding it unexpected that Brain Emperor Old Qin would initiate such an inquiry, which only made him inwardly lament his predicament. Speak candidly, Old Qin, the Brain Emperor said, pinching a chess piece between his fingers and gesturing towards Zhao Junting across the table. What insights does Boss Qin possess? Zhao Junting, taken aback by the question, wondered what kind of answer Brain Emperor Old Qin was truly seeking. He narrowed his eyes and retorted, I believe the current situation resembles a game of Go, with various factions poised for an opportunity akin to my personal experiences during the Second and Third Interstellar Wars. Both on the brink of eruption, Brain Emperor Old Qin placed a chess piece with evident satisfaction and nodded in self-admiration. Is that so? Zhao Junting remained silent for a moment before posing his question. Haha, you seem rather indifferent to these matters, yet you are indeed part of the game now. Are you not? If given the chance, I should truly enlighten you about the 72 classifications of terrestrial planets. Observing Zhao Junting's expression of indifference, Brain Emperor Old Qin couldn't help but smile wryly. Although Zhao Junting was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate on a technical level, it seemed that the strategic aspect required further elucidation on his part. Chapter 91. The 8 Desolations and Heavenly Dragons. You speak the truth. When one is ensnared within the web of circumstances, it is often imperative to summon one's inner strength to shield loved ones and friends. Having said this, Zhao Junting lifted the teacup from the small table and drained its contents in one go. A faint bitterness lingered on his palate, and soon after, his vision blurred, leading him into a state of unconsciousness. In this ethereal haze, Zhao Junting felt as though he had transcended into a realm of illusions, plunging headfirst into a crystal-clear pool of azure waters. The surroundings were majestic, with towering mountains standing sentinel and lush foliage flourishing abundantly. To one side, a colossal waterfall cascaded with ferocious speed, its waters thundering downwards. In his daze, Zhao Junting sensed an otherworldly voice beckoning him from within the tranquil depths of the pool. As he approached cautiously, he observed that the water appeared eerily calm, devoid of any ripples. Zhao Junting, Zhao Junting, Zhao Junting, you have finally awakened. Who is it? Zhao Junting halted abruptly, and harnessing the vigorous energy within him, leaped several feet into the air, hoping to gain a clearer view of the unfolding events around him. However, as he soared upward, he found no one concealed in the vicinity of the azure pool, yet the voice continued to resonate ceaselessly. Zhao Junting, look below. Suddenly, the voice calling his name grew clearer, as if guiding him toward a specific direction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting lowered his gaze and beheld a colossal whirlpool suddenly manifesting in the depths of the pool, which rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire body of water. With a resounding roar, the center of the pool revealed the immense head of a monstrous creature, which abruptly leaped from the depths and soared into the air, its head colliding with Zhao Junting's body, suspending him midair. As Zhao Junting focused his vision, he realized that this was no mere beast, but a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon, far more imposing than the enormous azure dragon he had encountered in the kitchen days prior, and its size was magnified several-fold. At last, you have arrived. I feared I would never see you again in this lifetime. The golden dragon interjected before Zhao Junting could utter a word. Could you kindly lower me down? Then we may converse at our leisure. Zhao Junting was not fearful of the dragon itself. Rather, he was apprehensive that standing atop the dragon's head might provoke its displeasure, potentially rendering him a mere morsel for the great creature. The golden dragon, unfazed by Zhao Junting's concerns, complied without hesitation, performing a graceful spin before landing on a vacant patch of ground beside the pool. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Junting initially contemplated fleeing. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if the 5-clawed golden dragon intended to consume him, the moment he entered would have been the prime opportunity. If it sought to harm him, the very moment he crossed the threshold would have sufficed. There was no need to wait until now. This line of reasoning left Zhao Junting perplexed regarding whether the five-clawed golden dragon was a foe or a friend. He then regarded the dragon with a peculiar gaze. "Why do you seem so surprised to see me?" The five-clawed golden dragon inquired, its mouth agape. "Ah, it's not that I'm surprised, rather. I am curious as to your identity and the purpose of your presence here. You appear to be familiar with me. Might you have a specific reason for seeking me?" A torrent of questions surged through Zhao Junting's mind, not out of fear of the five-clawed golden dragon. After all, he felt secure now and could easily escape if necessary. "Indeed, I anticipated you would pose such inquiries," the dragon replied after a brief silence. "I am you, and you are me." The dragon's declaration left Zhao Junting astounded. "What do you mean? I do not comprehend." Despite Zhao Junting's intelligence, the dragon's words thoroughly bewildered him, prompting him to interrupt. "Indeed, you have not misheard. I assert that you are me, and I am you." Seeing Zhao Junting's bewildered expression, the five-clawed golden dragon let out a gentle sigh and continued speaking. "I was awakened during the Second Interstellar War by humanity's AI devices, an ancient celestial dragon. Due to the immense energy contained within me, the people of this realm summoned me to combat the sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms. However, in the aftermath of the conflict, I was deemed the greatest threat. The reincarnation secret art of the underworld emperor among the 9 sovereigns of the cosmos sealed me within the bodies of 40 individuals. These 40 exist in this world, and should even one of them meet the requisite conditions, I shall manifest in the corporeal realm and attach myself to that individual." With a mighty roar, the five-clawed golden dragon proclaimed, "Wait, what are these requisite conditions?" Zhao Junting smiled wryly, reflecting on his own lack of qualifications. How could he possibly meet such conditions? Maintaining such a large creature at home, a single black dog had nearly driven him to bankruptcy. Now, the arrival of a colossal golden dragon seemed even more dire. He silently hoped that this five-clawed golden dragon would not choose to afflict him. The first condition is that 3 dragons must soar together. The second condition is the harmonious call of the dragon and phoenix. The five-clawed golden dragon explained without hesitation. 3 dragons soaring together? Are you jesting? Are there 2 more of your kind lurking in this pond? Zhao Junting had deduced that this five-clawed golden dragon was accompanied by 2 allies. Yet he gazed at the massive dragon before him with confusion. That interpretation is indeed valid. However, it seems you have already encountered them, the five-clawed golden dragon replied, maintaining its imposing demeanor. "Have you encountered them?" you inquire. "Oh, you mean that great azure dragon? We are not well acquainted. Besides, you speak of 3 dragons soaring together. Yet one is still missing." Zhao Junting desperately attempts to deny any familiarity with another dragon, shaking his head vehemently while claiming ignorance of the third. "It seems you have forgotten the name of the secondary armor you acquired at the auction. That secondary armor is indeed a true embodiment of the unparalleled combat prowess that exists within your realm. A power even I cannot fathom. This flying dragon armor is a treasure from a different realm. Have you not yet realized what the phrase 3 dragons soaring together signifies? The 3 dragons have already assembled." The five-clawed golden dragon cast a sidelong glance at the exasperated Zhao Junting, offering a curt explanation. "But that cannot be right. There is also a second condition, the dragon and phoenix in harmony. Where, pray tell, is my phoenix?" As soon as Zhao Junting uttered these words, an epiphany struck him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "Ah, indeed. It is this second condition, the dragon and phoenix in harmony, that prompted my presence within your body among the 40 individuals with the heavenly dragon true body physique. Have you perhaps chosen a mysterious heavenly phoenix as your partner? Although this mysterious heavenly phoenix may not be worthy of my 8 desolations heavenly dragon identity, awakening me is more than sufficient." The five-clawed golden dragon took a deep breath and, without hesitation, continued to elucidate to Zhao Junting. Chapter 92. The Armored Sovereign is Injured. "So, are you saying that I have manifested in this world solely because of you?" Zhao Junting exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer astonishment, before falling into a contemplative silence. "If not, then what? Currently, I find myself within your source sea. If you do not believe me, you may place your hand upon me, and I shall show you the surrounding wonders." The 8 desolate heavenly dragons stated, lowering its form, clearly inviting Zhao Junting to ascend. Observing this, Zhao Junting, with a resolute heart, boldly leaped onto the back of the 8 desolate heavenly dragon and gently caressed its horn, securing his stance. "Steady now, Junting," the 8 desolate heavenly dragon uttered with a low roar, and its magnificent body began to soar upward into the sky. Zhao Junting was taken aback by the sudden acceleration. Squinting his eyes, daring not to gaze directly at the scene unfolding before him. "All right, you may open your eyes now." Upon reaching a certain altitude, the 8 desolate heavenly dragon halted, suspending itself in midair. "Is this truly the source sea within me?" Zhao Junting exclaimed as he opened his eyes. Utterly astonished by the sight before him, an endless ocean stretched out, shimmering with hints of crimson. The small pool he had seen earlier, along with the waterfall, was indeed the source of power flowing from this source sea. The 8 desolate heavenly dragon, having observed Zhao Junting's reaction, comprehended the situation thoroughly. With a faint smile, it opened its mouth and spoke. "Ah, well, since you have arrived, do make yourself comfortable within me. Should you have any needs, simply convey them to me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them to the best of my ability." Having spoken, Zhao Junting helplessly shook his head, and then with a slight arch of his brows, he continued to speak. Suddenly, the 8 desolations heavenly dragon vanished from this space, yet Zhao Junting remained suspended in midair, overwhelmed by an infinite sense of falling, which prompted him to cry out in desperation. "Ah!" In an instant, Zhao Junting awoke, sitting up from the tatami mat, only to find that the old Chun, who had been seated across from him, had mysteriously disappeared, and the game of Go appeared unfinished, with the brain emperor still left untouched. "You are awake, Mr. Zhao," F said, approaching with a warm smile. "What time is it, F?" Zhao Junting's heart lightened at this moment. It seemed that everything that had transpired was merely a dream, albeit an extraordinarily vivid one, causing him to shake his head with a wry smile. "It is 6 o'clock in the evening. The boss asked me to bring you dinner, saying you must have been exhausted from your long slumber, hence he wanted to prepare something for you." F handed Zhao Junting a hamburger, saying, "How thoughtful. I thought I would have to go hungry every time I came here." With that, Zhao Junting accepted the hamburger from F and began to eat heartily. "By the way, Mr. Zhao, Zhao Huang has been waiting for you for quite some time," F reminded him, noticing Zhao Junting's enjoyment of the meal. "Oh, thanks for the reminder. I won't eat anymore. I shall head upstairs to study with Zhao Huang now." Having spoken, Zhao Junting returned the unfinished hamburger to F and hurriedly ascended to the second floor, where he donned the AI smart gaming device, transitioning it to standby mode. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Zhao Junting gradually opened his eyes. It had begun. In this space, several robust men were engaged in exercises to enhance their muscle strength and endurance, resembling a gymnasium. "My Lord Zhao Huang, my apologies for earlier." Before Zhao Junting could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Huang Qianfei. "No matter, I must prepare the venue as well. By the way, did you bring your flying dragon battle armor?" Zhao Huang Qianfei seemed more concerned about whether Zhao Junting had brought the armor than admonishing him for the earlier incident. "Yes, indeed. I have it with me," Zhao Junting replied, retrieving a capsule-like object from his waist pocket and placing it in the palm of his hand. "Oh, so this is the flying dragon battle armor. Do open it." Zhao Huang Qianfei stepped back slightly, gesturing with an outstretched hand, inviting him to commence his demonstration. With a nod of acknowledgement, Zhao Junting placed the capsule on the ground, preparing to activate it. "Open." After speaking, Zhao Junting gently pointed, and the capsule-like particles of the flying dragon battle armor instantly surged in size, materializing into a gleaming suit of armor that stood majestically before him and the armor emperor. "Qi Yunfei, is this truly the legendary flying dragon battle armor? The adage rings true. Seeing is believing. Oh, Junting, might you allow me, your elder brother Qi, to don it for a moment?" With that, the armor emperor, Qi Yunfei, donned a devilish smile, stepping forward to examine it closely, yearning to try it on himself. "Please, go ahead." Zhao Junting took a step back, then paused in silence to scrutinize whether the armor emperor could single-handedly activate the super neural machine meant for 25 users, thus wielding the flying dragon battle armor. Qi Yunfei first lightly tapped the super neural machine in his mind, then approached the flying dragon battle armor, attempting to unlock its protective garb. Bang! The moment the armor partially opened at the chest piece, Qi Yunfei was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against a pillar, which billowed with smoke. "Are you all right, Armor Emperor?" Zhao Junting rushed forward with great concern to assess Qi Yunfei's injuries. "I am unscathed. However, this flying dragon battle armor, it possesses such formidable power. How can one wear it?" Qi Yunfei coughed twice, remaining sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in pain as he spoke. "I have yet to formulate a plan, but I hope to unlock this dragon battle armor. However, I am currently unable to utilize the super neural device, as I am in the extreme northern region where its use is prohibited." After speaking, Zhao Junting's expression darkened, becoming indifferent. "Fear not. You are presently within the alternate dimension of the AI intelligent game. Employing the super neural device poses no issue. Come, let me witness how you activate this dragon battle armor," said Armor Sovereign Qi Yunfei, rising from the ground and casting a leisurely glance at Zhao Junting before continuing. Chapter 93. Activating the Armor. "Indeed, my Lord Armor Sovereign," Zhao Junting replied, feeling a sudden chill in his heart. After a moment of silence, he thought, "Regardless, I have already acquired this dragon battle armor." With this thought, Zhao Junting steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he stood opposite the armor, remaining silent. "Have we begun?" Armor Sovereign Qi Yunfei, noticing Zhao Junting's prolonged stillness, approached with curiosity and inquired. Momentarily, Zhao Junting suddenly exclaimed, a fierce crimson light igniting in his eyes. He took a deep breath to steady his stance, and then softly commanded, "Activate." In an instant, Zhao Junting's form shot forth, colliding with the pillar much like Armor Sovereign Qi Yunfei had moments earlier, sending forth a billowing cloud of smoke. "Cough, cough, cough. Zhao, my brother." Upon finishing his words, Emperor Qi Yunfei hurriedly approached, eager to ascertain Zhao Junting's current condition. However, Zhao Junting appeared to be mentally prepared during the moment of impact. He executed a spin mid-air before colliding with the stone pillar, although it caused a plume of smoke to rise. It was not as if he had braced himself against it with his head like Emperor Qi Yunfei had done. "I am unscathed. Perhaps, esteemed Emperor, we should each take our turn. It might prove more beneficial," Zhao Junting suggested, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothing. "Very well, one turn for you, one for me. Who knows, we might just unlock this flying dragon battle armor in the process, correct?" Emperor Jia replied, his heart buoyed by the prospect, and he promptly agreed. "Let us commence." With that, Zhao Junting demonstrated his resolve and stepped forward once more towards the flying dragon battle armor. With a low command, "Open," a resounding bang echoed as Zhao Junting was propelled backwards, just as anticipated. Witnessing this, Emperor Qi Yunfei wasted no time and echoed the command, "Open." Unsurprisingly, he too was forcefully ejected by the tremendous power emanating from the flying dragon battle armor. A thunderous crash resounded as Emperor Jia was sent reeling, mirroring the previous occurrences. Observing this, Zhao Junting, without a moment's hesitation, moved closer, and in a moment of synchronization, it seemed he had recalled something significant. Gently tapping into the super brain device within his mind, Zhao Junting fell into a deep contemplation. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor Jia was momentarily taken aback before quietly positioning himself behind Zhao Junting, choosing to remain silent. Where exactly was he? Where was the ocean of source power from that recent dream? Suddenly, Zhao Junting discovered, at the very end of his ocean of source power, a shimmering pool of water. Without hesitation, he dove in. "Hey, 8 desolate heavenly dragon, are you there?" Zhao Junting called out to the pool. "Junting, are you looking for me?" A tremendous whirlpool erupted from the pool, swiftly engulfing the water, and soon after, the 8 desolate heavenly dragon leaped forth, its colossal body appearing even taller than when Zhao Junting had last seen it. Heavenly Dragon, I find myself in a quandary. I cannot unlock this flying dragon battle armor. It seems to be due to my insufficient source power. Do you have any means to assist me in donning this armor? Zhao Junting inquired with a troubled expression, gazing at the 8 desolate heavenly dragon. Ah, there is indeed a method. However, I must say, you humans of Earth have advanced remarkably, with this semi-brain device allowing entry into your own ocean of source power. It appears you consumed the Source Awakening elixir earlier, which is quite extraordinary. The 8 desolate heavenly dragon remarked, raising its whiskers inquisitively. Heavenly Dragon, this is a super brain device, the next generation beyond your semi-brain device, which enables access to one's own ocean of source power, Zhao Junting explained. Upon encountering the ancient relic known as the 8 Desolations Celestial Dragon, Zhao Junting was astonished to discover its profound understanding of the super brain machine. A bittersweet smile graced his face as he offered a subdued explanation. So, it appears that old Chun has advanced technology once more. I presume you are no longer apprehensive about the boundless development of AI technology? The 8 Desolations Celestial Dragon felt a tremor of surprise. It had not anticipated that humanity would remain ahead of AI. The formidable power inherent in the superbrain machine instilled a sense of trepidation within it. Fear not, Zhao reassured. The superbrain machine represents the pinnacle of AI development and will not overstep its boundaries. Zhao Junting could hardly fathom that one day he would engage in discourse with an ancient dragon regarding the magnificent applications of the superbrain machine. This thought left him feeling quite despondent. Observing the immense power of the superbrain machine, the 8 Desolations Celestial Dragon, unaware of Zhao's intentions, cautiously inquired if Zhao intended to confine it with this technology. Ah, this is a lengthy tale. The place where I currently reside is known as the Extreme North District, where regulations prohibit the use of the superbrain machine. Thus, none of us have utilized it. Zhao Junting was well aware of the reasons behind this prohibition. As for how I can employ the superbrain machine now, it is because Emperor Jia established a barrier within the game's spatial confines to allow me to don the dragon battle armor, thereby enabling my use of this superbrain machine. Zhao Junting candidly recounted the events to the Ba Huang Tianlong, hoping to secure its support. Who is this Jia Huang? That little brat Qi Mingshan? Upon hearing the name Jia Huang, Ba Huang Tianlong immediately recalled Qi Mingshan, and with a hint of annoyance, spat lightly. No. The one you speak of is the former Jia Huang. The current Jia Huang is Qi Mingshan's son, Qi Yunfei. Observing Ba Huang Tianlong's demeanor, Zhao Junting couldn't help but chuckle internally. After a brief pause, he continued speaking. Afterward, Ba Huang Tianlong soared into the air beside the emerald waters of the pond, and then descended before Zhao Junting. Its eyes aglow with a vibrant red, emanating waves of awe-inspiring energy. Zhao Junting, intrigued by this display, inquired, I am the center of the universe. You are its undiscovered frontiers. I come to rescue the beings of the cosmos. You shall assist me in accomplishing this. Ba Huang Tianlong contemplated for a moment before articulating the incantation to activate the flying dragon battle armor. I am the center of the universe. You are its undiscovered frontiers. I come to rescue the beings of the cosmos. You shall assist me in accomplishing this. Is that all? Zhao Junting confirmed. That is indeed all. Do not forget. Envision everything before you as a reflection of my gaze, and that will suffice. Ba Huang Tianlong confidently instructed. Chapter 94, 777. I have memorized it. I shall take my leave for now. Tianlong, the rest is up to you. After speaking, Zhao Junting turned around, intending to utilize the superbrain device to depart from his source force C. The 8 Desolations Heavenly Dragon, upon witnessing Zhao Junting's imminent departure, could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Despite the youth's seemingly unremarkable appearance, upon deeper reflection, it dawned on him that Zhao Junting might indeed be the illustrious figure he had long heard of, but never encountered. Brother Zhao, what troubles you? Inquired Qi Yunfei. The armored emperor, noticing that Zhao Junting had remained silent for an unusually long duration. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Zhao Junting appeared to be utilizing the superbrain device to establish a connection with another realm becoming as still as a statue. Armored Emperor, allow me to attempt once more, Zhao Junting declared. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and a brilliant red light shone forth from them. He then chanted, I am the center of the universe. You are the face of the universe. I come to save the beings of the cosmos, and you shall assist me in accomplishing this. Seeing this spectacle, Qi Yunfei was astounded. He watched as a faint red glow appeared in the eyes of the flying dragon battle armor helmet, mirroring Zhao Junting's gaze. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Zhao Junting followed the instructions of the 8 Desolations heavenly dragon, envisioning everything before him as reflections of his own vision. He then exerted every ounce of effort to imprint this image onto reality, a task in which he excelled. Suddenly, Zhao Junting opened his eyes and bellowed, Begin! Standing behind Zhao Junting, the figure known as Zhao Huang, Qi Yunfei, instantly sensed an immense power surrounding him. He glanced around, then lifted his gaze towards Zhao Junting, only to behold what appeared to be a golden 5-clawed dragon hovering in midair behind him. At that moment, the flying dragon battle armor radiated a brilliant white light, illuminating Zhao Junting entirely, akin to the brightness of day. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped Zhao Junting completely, propelling him forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was drawn into the flying dragon battle armor. To his astonishment, Zhao Junting discovered that within this advanced armor lay a highly sophisticated control panel and a portal to otherworldly materials. Greetings, I am Flying Dragon Battle Armor No. 777. You may call me Xiaoqi. You are currently situated in the super control mode of the Flying Dragon Battle Armor, and I hope to assist you in realizing your desires. Suddenly, a voice echoed within the confines of the Flying Dragon Battle Armor, leaving Zhao Junting momentarily bewildered. Hello, you're Xiaoqi, right? My name is Zhao Junting. You may refer to me as your master. By the way, Xiaoqi, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. If you could kindly clarify them? After a moment of hesitation within the Flying Dragon Battle Armor, Zhao Junting ultimately voiced his inquiries. Of course, master, please proceed, responded No. 777 with a demeanor of utmost calmness, eager to address Zhao Junting's questions without any reluctance. Firstly, I am not a mere vice armor master. Yet it appears that my title is known among the inhabitants of the 72 types of terrestrial planets, and I am regarded with a reverence akin to that of a deity. This raises a profound question in Zhao Junting's mind. Why is this so? In a moment of clarity, he realized that the essence of value is the key he yearns to comprehend. My master, I assure you, I am not a product of this realm. Rather, I am a masterpiece from the next dimension, arriving solely to prevent the impending fourth interstellar cosmic war in this domain. Indeed, the beings from the 72 terrestrial planets are correct in their assessment. I can be deemed a true divine entity, for within my realm, technology has advanced at least 15,000 years beyond what you currently experience. Thus, in my perspective, the weaponry of your domain is akin to mere sticks. As 777 provided this response, Zhao Junting's mind raced with thoughts. He hoped that his vice armor would function properly. Yet it seemed he had unwittingly entangled himself with a being of genuine divinity. It begs the question, why are neither I nor the armor emperor able to activate you? Only upon summoning the 8 desolate celestial dragon can I unlock your potential? Zhao Junting felt that the flying dragon battle armor was deliberately withholding respect from both him and the armor emperor through its actions. The 8 Desolations celestial dragon, an ancient sovereign of the dragon clan, commands my utmost reverence as a venerable ancestor of our lineage. Yet, esteemed master, while your prowess and that so-called armor emperor may be regarded as formidable within your cosmic realm, they hold little significance in my domain. Thus, I must apologize, for it is not my intention to belittle you. Rather, I deem both of you unworthy. The entity known as 777 offered no courtesy to Zhao Junting, delivering this remark that left him blushing, at a loss for how to continue the conversation regarding the flying dragon armor. Nevertheless, my master, I advise you to merely familiarize yourself with this individual named Qi Yunfei, avoiding any deep entanglements. For I have just observed the parallel universes shared between you two. totaling 2,314. This individual harbors treachery, and your association with him could jeopardize your very existence. Seemingly recalling something, 777 issued a caution. Understood. You have shown respect to the elder. However, if I were to attempt to exert control over you, would you harbor significant dissent within? Zhao Junting was unconcerned about whether the Armor Emperor posed a threat to humanity's survival. His immediate priority was mastering the use of the flying dragon armor. Master, I have an apt analogy. You have already formed an intimate bond with a young lady, and I am akin to her. You reside within my being. Yet you inquire whether I can move. Are you jesting with me? The analogy provided by 777 was remarkably fitting, and without hesitation, it chastised Zhao Junting. Oh, is that so? Then I shall proceed to move. Having spoken, Zhao Junting exerted all his strength within this space, striving to soar higher. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself obstructed by an unseen force. Indeed, it was the barrier set by Jia Huangqi Yunfei, designed to prevent Zhao Junting from utilizing the super brain machine. This barrier inadvertently became a hindrance to Zhao Junting's use of the flying dragon battle armor. Very well, my master, if you wish to escape this barrier, you will find it impossible to control me any longer. The super brain machine will be rendered inoperative, and I shall no longer perceive the signals emanating from your mind. Thus, this space will encompass the entirety of your movements. Number 777 elucidated the situation to Zhao Junting with utmost clarity. All right, given the circumstances, could you please remove the helmet so that I may converse with Jia Huang for a moment? Zhao Junting suddenly recalled that Jia Huangqi Yunfei was standing beside him, frozen like a statue. Yes, my master. With that, number 777 promptly unfastened Zhao Junting's helmet. Chapter 95. The clouds rise and the dragons soar. Greetings, Lord Jia Huang. Zhao Junting exclaimed upon seeing the holographic image of Jia Huangqi Yunfei manifested through the super brain machine, standing motionless beside him. He reached out to greet him. Wow, you truly have donned the flying dragon battle armor. Quick, Zhao, tell me how you accomplished this feat. Qi Yunfei, who prided himself as the Jia Huang of this realm, a title that rendered him unrivaled among the vice armor masters of the 72 terrestrial planets, found himself unexpectedly humbled by this flying dragon battle armor, which imparted a valuable lesson to his younger self. It is merely a sensation, and when that sensation feels right, the dragon battle armor is donned, and that is essentially how it unfolds. Zhao Junting mused. The truth of the matter cannot be disclosed to you or anyone. Even this dragon battle armor from the next universe is aware of the treachery lurking behind, and the deeper the connection, the more certain the betrayal. Oh, the armor sovereign. Qi Yunfei was somewhat skeptical upon hearing this, for he distinctly felt a colossal five-clawed golden dragon swirling behind him, which had activated the dragon battle armor. Yet now, Zhao Junting casually dismissed this with a nonchalant expression, revealing that the boy's thoughts had grown considerably intricate. Indeed, it is true. Armor Sovereign. When shall we commence our study of the Dragon Roar 13 techniques? Zhao Junting, adorned in the dragon battle armor, felt a vigorous source of power surging into his sea of source power, invigorating him and enhancing his spirit. At this moment, learning the Dragon Roar 13 techniques would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. The Dragon Roar 13 techniques, he exclaimed. In that case, I shall don a sub-armor as well, and we shall begin gradually. Upon saying this, the armor sovereign, Qi Yunfei, snapped his fingers, and immediately, a semi-intelligent mechanical assembly enveloped him, transforming him into a figure clad in sub-armor. Zhao Junting, slightly disgruntled, murmured to the dragon battle armor number 777, "Look at him. What a hassle it is to activate yours." Master, if you are displeased, you may now remove the exosuit. I shall seek another master instead. Very well, you are formidable. Indeed, I cannot provoke you. You are the finest dragon battle armor, and I adore you immensely. Zhao Junting, bewildered by such flattery, could only surrender upon encountering the steadfast dragon battle armor 777. Master, with just one move against this shabby fellow, Qianfei, I could make him call me father, so there is nothing to envy. Observing Zhao Junting's inability to discern the nuances of technology's might, Dragon Battle Armor 777 felt compelled to clarify. I believe that, said Zhao Junting, his heart lifting at the thought that if Dragon Battle Armor 777 lacked such capability, it would indeed be an exaggeration to assign a divine presence to it. Come, Brother Zhao. I shall first teach you the initial two forms of Dragon Roar 13 styles. Pay close attention to the first form, Cloud Rising, Dragon Soaring. The Armor Monarch, Qianfei, could not hear the exchange between Zhao Junting and Dragon Battle Armor 777. As the latter employed the B3 absolute soundproof barrier, an unparalleled precision beyond the reach of any technology in this realm, including that of Park Jae-han, the eavesdropping eldest son of Fist King Park Wentian, who lingered on the rooftop. Having stated this, Armor Monarch Qianfei demonstrated the initial move of the Dragon Roar 13 styles, Cloud Rising, Dragon Soaring, for Zhao Junting, explaining as he showcased the technique. Do you comprehend, Brother Zhao? As the Emperor of Armor Qi Yunfei turned around, he encountered Zhao Junting's bewildered expression. A wave of doubt surged within him, prompting him to inquire further. I understand now, esteemed Emperor of Armor. I will demonstrate it in practice. With that, Qi Yunfei beckoned a few imposing figures from the gym to approach him, inviting them to withstand his assault. As anticipated, with a swift motion, he executed the Rising Dragon, sending the men sprawling to the ground, howling in distress. How impressive! Zhao Junting exclaimed in admiration. I didn't perceive any prowess. Without the need for a warm-up, I could activate it in merely 0.00013 microseconds, and its instantaneous combat value is unimaginably formidable, remarked Flying Dragon Armor No. 777, observing Zhao Junting's apparent fascination with Qi Yunfei's renown. Upon hearing this introduction from Flying Dragon Armor No. 777, Zhao Junting immediately felt the stark technological disparity, recognizing it as a potentially fatal disadvantage. Why don't you give it a try, Brother Zhao? Suggested Qi Yunfei, stepping back to allow Zhao Junting to replicate the Rising Dragon demonstration. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Junting quietly conferred with Flying Dragon Armor No. 777, conserve all your combat strength. I intend to practice this Rising Dragon at his level. Do you understand, Brother Qi? Zhao Junting, filled with helplessness, shook his head and smiled wryly, acknowledging, understood, Master. The Flying Dragon Battle Armor No. 777 fell into a moment of silence, realizing that its unparalleled might was to be rendered unusable. With this thought, the Flying Dragon Battle Armor complied with Zhao Junting's wishes, shutting down all program components and energy systems, awaiting its fate akin to the cumbersome and ineffective subarmor donned by the Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei. Zhao Junting attempted the first move of the Dragon Roar 13 styles, Cloud Rising Dragon Soars. He mimicked the actions, yet the Flying Dragon Battle Armor No. 777, being of a technological echelon far superior to the sub-armor worn by Qi Yunfei, exhibited movements that were clearly forced by Zhao Junting, which were unnecessary. Come, you lot, commanded the Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei, as a few burly men prepared to pounce upon Zhao Junting. A proficient performer in his own right, Zhao Junting emulated the earlier demeanor of Qi Yunfei, systematically taking down each opponent. He neither exceeded the bounds of propriety nor faltered. Every punch, every slash, every side kick was executed with impeccable precision. I recommend the new book by the Urban Master, Lao Shi, Chapter 96. The Armor is Bestowed. Impressive. Brother Zhao, I did not anticipate that you would grasp the first form of the Dragon's Roar 13 styles, Cloud Rising Dragon Striding, so swiftly. Next, we shall learn the second form, Dragon Ascending Cloud Flourishing. This technique emphasizes harnessing the energy source within the auxiliary armor's dark matter reactor to its fullest potential, enabling the auxiliary armor to operate at high speeds, thereby achieving the trifecta of utmost operation, swiftest movement, and quickest strikes. At this moment, the armor sovereign, Qi Yunfei, activated his auxiliary armor, cautiously revealing his head, and began to explain with a hint of hesitation. Oh, So that is how it is. The second form, dragon ascending cloud flourishing. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Junting's expression mirrored that of his companion, and he could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the armor sovereign is intent on assessing the true combat capabilities of the flying dragon armor by saying this? With that, the armor sovereign, Qi Yunfei, assumed a starting position, his demeanor strikingly earnest. I shall prepare to commence, my lord armor sovereign. 3, 2, 1. After uttering 3, 2, 1, Zhao Junting suddenly leaped forward, and it was evident that the speed of the armor sovereign, Qi Yunfei, had undeniably surpassed that of the bullet propelled by Zhao Junting's trigger pull moments earlier. Whoosh. Brother Zhao, observe. With that, the armor sovereign, Qi Yunfei, produced a bullet in his palm, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He then turned to Zhao Junting, revealing a charmingly wicked smile. Shao Qi, are you capable of this? Zhao Junting hesitated, convinced that Shao Qi must possess the means to execute the second form of the Dragon Chant 13 styles, known as Dragon Ascending Cloud Rising. After saying this, Shao Qi surprisingly refrained from retorting, remaining silent for a moment before inquiring, I do not comprehend your meaning. Shao Qi, could you elaborate? Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's heart brimmed with uncertainty, and his countenance betrayed his astonishment. However, within the soundproof enclosure, Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei could not discern Zhao Junting's words. The Flying Dragon Battle Armor No. 007 meticulously elucidated the objectives of Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei, along with its own counter-strategy. Oh, let us proceed according to your suggestion. I shall inform him to prepare, and Shao Qi, you need only synchronize your speed with his. After stating this, a flicker of joy crossed Zhao Junting's face. He then raised his brows and addressed Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei outside the soundproof barrier. My Lord Armor Emperor, I am prepared. With that, Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes slightly, inwardly lamenting the grim reality that the Armor Emperor, a figure of terror among the 9 emperors of the universe reigning over 72 classes of terrestrial planets, could resort to such nefarious acts of murder and theft. Zhao Junting felt an immense sense of gratitude for the opportunity that allowed him to escape such a fate. I shall fire now. 3, 2, 1. At this, Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei firmly gripped his pistol, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang, as sparks erupted from the muzzle. What is happening? Shao Qi, you failed to catch that bullet. Upon witnessing Shao Qi's fall while carrying himself, Zhao Junting was engulfed in a cloud of confusion. He had intended to seize the bullet, yet Shao Qi's stumble left him perplexed. No, Master, Shao Qi interjected. The velocity of this bullet is several times greater than that of the projectile fired from the gun you held moments ago. I can assert with certainty that even the sub-armor worn by Qi Yunfei cannot capture this bullet. He is deliberately testing the true capabilities of my Flying Dragon Armor No. 777 by doing this. Understandably, if you were to catch it, he would surely devise a method to eliminate you. With that, Flying Dragon Armor No. 777 displayed a comparative image of the 2 bullets on the internal screen, vividly illustrating their trajectories and velocities, alongside the actual speed of the armor worn by the armor sovereign, Qi Yunfei. Indeed, as Shao Qi had stated, it was utterly impossible to capture that bullet. Now I understand. Thank you, Shao Qi. Realizing this, Zhao Junting couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, then gazed contemplatively at the distant figure of Qi Yunfei, internally cursing. Damn this scoundrel, he truly intends to strike against me. At that moment, the armor sovereign, Qi Yunfei, noticing that the flying dragon armor could not reach the extreme velocity he desired, felt his malicious intent towards Zhao Junting dissipate. He approached with a feigned expression of concern and inquired, Are you all right, Brother Zhao? Fear not, my esteemed Lord Jia Huang. Might it be that my inability renders me incapable of mastering this flying dragon armor? Perhaps, I beseech you, graciously accept this gift as I endeavor to proficiently wield the flying dragon armor. With that, Zhao Junting commanded Shao Qi to remove the helmet, casting a helpless glance at Lord Jia Huang Qi Yunfei, expressing his sentiments thus. Alas, how can I entertain such thoughts? Since you, Brother Zhao, have acquired the flying dragon armor, it is imperative that you diligently learn its usage and gradually comprehend its intricacies. I shall do my utmost to assist you, Brother Zhao. As he spoke, Lord Zhao Huangqi Yunfei, in an unexpected turn of self-reflection, categorized himself as a paragon of virtue, a nobleman who would not take advantage of his friends in the slightest. No, please, you must accept it. However, there is a matter at hand. Tomorrow, Lord Quan Huang has instructed me to utilize the flying dragon armor for training. Thus I require it for one more day. After tomorrow, this flying dragon armor shall rightfully belong to you. My Lord Zhao Huang. Zhao Junting's earnest expression seemed so convincing that he almost believed he genuinely wished to bestow the flying dragon armor upon Lord Zhao Huangqi Yunfei. Chapter 97. The white dragon fish attire. Lord Zhao Huangqi Yunfei, witnessing this, was equally astonished, taken aback by Zhao Junting's sincere intention to gift him the flying dragon armor. Yet, should he accept this flying dragon armor, it would indeed be fitting to impart the teachings of Dragon's Roar 13 styles to Zhao Junting. Thank you for your efforts. My Lord Zhao Huang, please take care as you depart. Having spoken, Zhao Junting bowed respectfully, exhibiting utmost deference. In that moment, he nearly convinced himself that everything was indeed genuine. Master, what are your intentions? The flying dragon battle armor No. 777, through the measurement of heart rate and brain waves, immediately discerned that Zhao Junting did not sincerely wish to offer himself to armor Emperor Qi Yunfei, hence the inquiry. What unique abilities do you possess? I shall replicate them, and the outer shell can be crafted to closely resemble yours. What follows, I need not elaborate further. Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes slightly, observing as the holographic image of armor Emperor Qi Yunfei, generated by the super brain machine, vanished from sight. With a hint of confidence, he spoke in a somewhat petty manner. However, Master, have you considered that once we exit this gaming space, I will no longer be able to contact you? You will be unable to use the super brain machine. And since we cannot communicate, how could you replicate me? Following this, flying dragon battle armor No. 777 began to question whether Zhao Junting truly intended to surrender himself to armor Emperor Qi Yunfei. That is not difficult. I shall take you to meet someone shortly. He should be able to assist me in finding a secluded place to use the super brain machine. The key is for you to identify several distinctive features to replicate, allowing us to pass unnoticed. I certainly do not wish to offend armor Emperor Qi Yunfei at this juncture. Upon learning of Zhao Yunfei's murderous intentions and desire to seize the dragon battle armor, Zhao Junting had already devised a cunning plan. He resolved to bestow a counterfeit dragon battle armor upon his adversary, thereby securing his own possession of the genuine article without concern. Now I comprehend the master's intention. Let us depart from this place, he remarked. With that, the dragon battle armor numbered 777 abruptly vanished from the realm, leaving behind only a capsule-like object on the ground before Zhao Junting. He bent down, retrieved the dragon battle armor, and tucked it into his pocket. As he descended the stairs, Zhao Junting did not forget to greet F before exiting the bookstore of the enigmatic brain emperor, Old Chun. Upon encountering Zhao Junting's disgruntled expression, Xiaohe greeted him with indifference. I have matters to attend to with you. Come into the necklace, he said, prompting Zhao Junting to grasp Xiaohe's form and lead him outside the courtyard. Slow down. Why the haste? Xiaohe inquired, his face reflecting confusion, followed by a hint of panic. There is no time for explanation. We shall discuss it in the car. By the way, have you seen Xiaohe? Zhao Junting asked, feeling the need for an additional ally. It seems she is inside, washing the dishes. Take a look. Xiaohe replied, transforming into a wisp of silver smoke and darting into Zhao Junting's necklace. Xiaohe, are you busy? Zhao Junting called out as he reached the inner room, pushing the door open to find Xiaohe engaged in her final tidying tasks. Upon speaking, a glimmer of joy appeared on the beautiful visage of Xiaohe upon seeing Zhao Junting. Thankfully, I have something for you to assist with tonight. Zhaoan must be asleep. Dress quickly and come with me. I shall await you outside, Zhao Junting remarked with an air of urgency before turning towards the water energy vehicle. Once inside, he dialed a number, the contact of Lena, the highest authority in the Northern District. It was then revealed that Zhao Junting sought assistance from Lina. Upon learning that he required the super brain machine for 2 hours, Lina was taken aback, particularly at the mention of needing an operational chamber for the creation of a secondary armor. This raised her eyebrows in surprise. What is this all about? Have you encountered a dilemma? Meanwhile, within the Wolf Fang necklace, Xiaohe leisurely communicated with Zhao Junting. Going to accompany Lina, are you? Xiaohe, who had never been known to speak with grace, expressed a hint of disdain. More or less, although it is my senior sister, Abu. However, I am fortunate that this Abu possesses the Xuantian Yinfeng constitution. You know what I am implying, don't you? Zhao Junting replied after a brief moment of contemplation. What do you mean? Wait, Xiantian Yinfeng. Have you encountered that ancient creature from the 8 Desolations? Xiaohe inquired with skepticism, demonstrating his acumen as the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan within the Interstellar 5. Indeed. The 8 Desolation Dragon has even aided me in donning the Flying Dragon armor. Zhao Junting, taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Yi was changing clothes and was not present, discreetly shared his thoughts with the little black dragon within the Wolf Fang necklace. Indeed, with the convergence of 3 dragons soaring in dragon and phoenix harmony, it was time for the ancient being of the 8 Desolations to reveal itself. Perhaps it was merely boasting about its past grandeur and prowess in your source energy sea. But if it were truly as formidable as it claimed, would it have been sealed within the bodies of 40 individuals by the Celestial Emperor? The little black dragon wore a mocking expression and then communicated with Zhao Junting through sound transmission. Do you know what happened after I activated the Flying Dragon armor? Noticing the little black dragon's disdain for the 8 Desolations, Zhao Junting refrained from further commentary and reiterated the questions that needed addressing. What is the matter? The little black dragon, sensing Zhao Junting's reluctance to articulate clearly, felt a tightening in its chest and proceeded to inquire. Armor Sovereign Qi Yunfei taught me the Dragon Roar 13 styles. Zhao Junting fell silent for a moment before expressing. This is indeed a fortuitous event. The Dragon Roar 13 styles is the ultimate divine skill of a sub-armor master, yet it seems you are troubled. The little black dragon, seemingly unfazed, interrupted Zhao Junting's words with enthusiastic praise for Armor Sovereign Qi Yunfei. Oh, really? Listen closely, Xiaohe. The first style is Cloud Rising, Dragon Soaring, and the second style is Dragon Lifting, Clouds Rising. Zhao Junting then coldly chuckled as he recounted the Dragon Roar 13 styles taught to him by Armor Sovereign Qi Yunfei. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. The phrase Clouds Rise and Dragons Soar is undoubtedly the first technique. However, the second technique clearly resembles the white dragon cloaked in fish, a skill of stealth. What you refer to as Dragons Ascending, Clouds Rising is evidently the 11th technique. Surely, you haven't misremembered, Zhao? Upon hearing this, Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback before posing the question. You mentioned that Emperor Jia, Qi Yunfei, transformed the 11th technique into the second. What could his motive be? Zhao Junting retorted, asking what your Flying Dragon battle armor had revealed to you. Xiaohe seemed to have discerned that someone had undoubtedly informed Zhao Junting, and that person could only be the Flying Dragon battle armor. In Chapter 98, within the Research Institute, the Flying Dragon battle armor presented a set of data that clearly illustrated the true purpose of dragons ascending, clouds rising. Based on this standard value, Qi Yunfei concluded that the Flying Dragon battle armor must surpass the armor he was currently wearing, with the outcome likely being lethal and aimed at seizing the armor. Each time Zhao Junting contemplated this, he could not help but draw a sharp breath, and then, with a grave expression, he spoke. There is merit in what you say. This young Qi has always been known for his rebellious intellect. It is said that in years past, Brain Emperor Old Chun had intended to pass on the essence machine of the superbrain to Qi Yunfei. However, the Celestial Emperor conducted a divination and warned that should this transpire, the youth would become a significant threat among the 72 categories of terrestrial planets due to his rebellious nature. Thus, the Brain Emperor abandoned the idea of imparting the essence machine to Qi Yunfei. Having said that, Xiaohe seemed to recall something, taking a deep breath before communicating with Zhao Junting. Xiao Yi, having changed into her new attire, opened the door of the water energy vehicle, and took her seat. "Where are we going, Master?" Upon learning that Zhao Junting was taking her out, her lovely face blossomed with joy. Her seductive lips moved slightly as she inquired. "You will know when we arrive." Zhao Junting offered no further clarification, merely responding in a nonchalant manner. The journey was silent, and in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at the entrance of the Extreme North District Research Institute. Zhao Junting halted the vehicle and promptly exited. Observing this, Xiaoyi gracefully twisted her alluring figure and followed him out. "Master, is this the Extreme North District Research Institute?" Confusion flickered across her beautiful face as she asked. "Yes." Zhao Junting nodded slightly, striding toward the institute. Despite the late hour, a middle-aged man of average height stood at the entrance, impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously groomed. "Mr. Zhao, I received a call from Director Lina and came over immediately. I am Yamamoto Kazuki." With that, the man named Yamamoto Kazuki extended his hands in a gesture of utmost respect and courtesy, reminding Zhao Junting of his colleague, Yamamoto Ryota. From the Gliese 581D Outer Space Station. "Are you Japanese?" Upon witnessing the situation, Zhao Junting felt a jolt in his heart. He then narrowed his eyes slightly, extended his hand, and clasped it with Yamamoto Ichibu's. He proceeded to inquire, Indeed. From what I gather from Director Lina, I have prepared the processing room and the super-intelligent machine you require. Please, follow me. And may I ask, who is this?" Yamamoto Ichibu, who had been advancing, halted upon noticing the presence of Xiaoyi behind Zhao Junting and turned to inquire further. "This is my AI intelligent steward, here to assist me. Yamamoto-kun, please lead the way," Zhao replied. Suddenly, a voice emanated from Zhao's wolf-tooth necklace. "Zhao, there is something amiss with this Yamamoto Ichibu." Zhao Junting, recalling the dwarf mechanic from that fateful day, whispered back to Xiaohei, "Do you remember that incident?" Xiaohei initially paused, then responded, "Are you referring to my friend? What has happened to him?" Zhao Junting's previously stoic expression darkened further, as he fixed an intense gaze on the path ahead where Yamamoto Ichibu was leading them. "Such circumstances are unexpected. I should never have intervened to rescue that scoundrel." Xiaohei, feeling a chill in his heart, lamented with a sense of regret. "It's too late to say anything now. This fellow indeed has issues, and I can sense it too." Since Zhao Junting's heavenly dragon true form was awakened by Abu's mysterious heavenly Phoenix constitution, he has become acutely aware of the fluctuations of energy sources in his surroundings. Most importantly, he has developed a keen sensitivity to the unique source powers possessed by sulfur-based and silicon-based organisms. The 8 Wilderness Heavenly Dragon has already issued a warning within the sea of source power, which just moments ago resonated throughout Zhao Junting's entire being. "Be cautious. If it proves necessary, I shall manifest during your task. At least I can contain him," Xiaohei suggested, considering Zhao Junting's safety through telepathy. "No need for that. At this moment, I am no longer vulnerable to sulfur-based or silicon-based entities," Zhao Junting replied, his gaze sharpening, followed by a subtle smirk of disdain. "Indeed, I concur." Xiaohei recalled the moment when Zhao Junting's body trembled, a direct consequence of the warning from the 8 Wilderness Heavenly Dragon within the sea of source power. Xiaohei had long heard of the unparalleled might of the 8 Wilderness Heavenly Dragon, yet it was only moments ago, when the dragon suddenly stirred within Zhao Junting's source power, that he fully grasped its formidable strength, truly beyond the realm of mere ferocity, almost terrifyingly formidable. "Mr. Zhao, here is the superbrain machine and the operating chamber prepared for you. I must emphasize, you may only utilize the superbrain for 2 hours, just 2 hours." Having said that, Yamamoto Ichibu handed a superbrain device to Zhao Junting, then shrugged as if he intended to say more, yet remained silent. "This is rather different from my previous superbrain device," Zhao Junting remarked, taken aback upon seeing the device brought by Yamamoto Ichibu, his confusion evident. Mr. Zhao, please be a bit quicker. Time is of the essence," Yamamoto Ichibu said before turning away, disappearing from Zhao Junting's line of sight. "Could it be?" exclaimed Xiaohei, recalling something upon seeing the superbrain device in Zhao Junting's hand. his voice rising in shock. What else with the theatrics? Zhao Junting retorted, feeling a chill run through him. The primordial spirit, the super brain device, primordial spirit device. Don't hesitate. Quickly don it and give it a try, Xiao He said, somewhat dazed. What did you say? This is the primordial spirit device. Are you certain? Zhao Junting could hardly believe his ears, responding incredulously. If I were lying, may a small dog come to harm me. Hurry and test it out, Xiao He urged, flustered to the point of forgetting his own characteristics. Stop joking, are you serious? Zhao Junting was momentarily taken aback by Xiao He's fervent declarations, then let out an exasperated breath, his expression darkening. For those who appreciate the solitude of interstellar civilizations, please bookmark. The update speed of the solitary civilization of the interstellar universe is the fastest. I am not deceiving you, Zhao. Quickly put it on and give it a try. Xiao He seemed almost ready to leap out from the wolf-tooth necklace in his excitement. Indeed, I shall heed your words. However, is not the superbrain device, the spirit machine, in the possession of Old Qin? How has it now come to rest in the hands of Yamamoto Ichibu? Zhao Junting fell silent for a moment before he proceeded to wield the superbrain device, the spirit machine. Upon entering the office of Yamamoto Ichibu, he was met with the barrels of several dozen sulfur-based biological guns pressing against his chest. Behind these weapons emerged a woman clad in a black leather coat, her enchanting figure unmistakably captivating. This individual was none other than Lina, the highest authority in the northern extremes. And behind her lay an elderly man in a deep slumber, Old Qin, the so-called Brain Emperor, in the Rose Garden Hotel of the northern extremes. The day when King of Fighters Park Wentian executed the twin dragon to slay the real man Ruan Yang, leading to his utter annihilation. Lina had been on the verge of fostering a deep connection with Zhao Junting, allowing them to coexist harmoniously. However, at that moment, she received a phone call from Yamamoto Ichibu. During the call, he claimed to be a classmate stationed at an outer space station on a terrestrial-like planet in the Sagittarius constellation, revealing a remarkable discovery, the existence of a sulfur-based biological prison. Furthermore, upon breaching the defenses of this terrestrial-like planet, they had encountered a man strikingly similar to Lina's late husband, bearing the same name, Park Jae-hoon. Lina had long since sealed away her affection for Park Jae-hoon, yet a series of recent events rekindled memories of her former lover, overwhelming her with nostalgia. The revelation that Xiao Xian was, in fact, Park Jae-hoon's mother intensified her yearning to revisit those cherished moments. Naturally, as a returning human from the outer realms, Park Jae-hoon was required to undergo a comprehensive medical examination before entering the extreme north zone. Yamamoto Ippo, as the head of the research institute in this region, possessed the means to ensure Park Jae-hoon passed the examination without impediment. However, when Lina discovered that Park Jae-hoon was no longer the man she once knew, she once again sought solace in Zhao Junting's embrace, bestowing upon him a considerable amount of cosmic spirit stones, enabling him to successfully acquire the flying dragon armor at the auction. Simultaneously, Lina dispatched multiple security warriors to covertly monitor Park Jae-hoon and Yamamoto Ippo. As anticipated, when Zhao Junting and Xiao He located the gatekeeper Wang Hao at the Rose Garden Hotel in the extreme north zone, Wang Hao transformed into a dwarf craftsman, assisting Zhao Junting. Yet, as soon as Wang Hao saw Zhao Junting and Xiao He depart, he promptly reported back to Park Jae-hoon. All of this was meticulously recorded by the hypersensory camera and transmitted to Lina's hypersensory screen. Consequently, the later security warriors met their demise at the hands of Park Jae-hoon, prompting Lina to immediately alert Zhao Junting to exercise caution. On this occasion, Zhao Junting expressed the desire for a location equipped with a superbrain machine. Apart from the second floor of Brain King Old Qin's bookstore, which has been transformed into an alternate spatial existence by Old Qin, the only other suitable place would be the Research Institute in the extreme northern region. It is here that one can access the superbrain machine. Otherwise, the entire extreme northern area remains shrouded in a barrier, rendering any use of the superbrain machine impossible. Simultaneously, while Zhao Junting placed a call to Lina, Mr. Wind. An illusion conjured by Brain King Old Chun sat beside Lena, voluntarily offering the use of the superbrain machine Yuan Shunji for Zhao Junting. He consumed a potent sleeping medication to slumber for 2 hours, ensuring no life-threatening situations would arise. However, upon learning this news, it was Yamamoto Ippo whom Lena worried about the most. This time, Lena efficiently executed the plan, as she wished to avoid a scenario reminiscent of the previous incident where a security warrior, monitoring Park Jae-hun, met an untimely death. After hanging up the phone, Old Chin affirmed that his physical condition was indeed stable. Lena then led 15 security warriors into Yamamoto Ippo's residence, directly abducting him. Moreover, within Yamamoto Ippo's mind, an ultra-fine signal-sensing robot was implanted, allowing for direct control through his neurons, rendering uncertain whether he was indeed human or a sulfur-based entity. Fearing for his life, Yamamoto Ippo obediently complied with Lena's directives, relinquishing the ultra-brain machine, the essence machine, to Zhao Junting. In a separate chamber, 15 security warriors stood ready for combat, fully equipped. Upon seeing Yamamoto Ippo enter, Lena's face broke into a faint smile, and she inquired, "Has it been delivered?" "Yes, Director Lena," Yamamoto Ippo replied, pausing for a moment before forcing a wry smile. "There is something I do not understand. Could you explain it to me?" Lena's beautiful visage bore an unmistakable coldness as her brows arched subtly, her tone chilling as she responded, "What do you wish to know, Yamamoto-kun?" At that moment, Yamamoto Ippo, facing the brink of death, candidly expressed his thoughts without reservation. "I could have enjoyed the privileges of Gliese 581D. Furthermore, your salary in this extreme northern district is arguably one of the highest. Why then do you betray us?" Lena, witnessing former colleagues and erstwhile lovers falling under the sway of the sulfur-based entities, felt a pang of sorrow and thus posed her question. "Lena, since you have inquired today, I shall speak candidly, considering the many years we have been colleagues. The truth is, we stand no chance against the sulfur-based life forms. Their technology has undergone numerous enhancements specifically designed to counter our human capabilities. I have witnessed this firsthand, and it is truly astonishing. One glance reveals the extent of their advancement, leaving one utterly astounded. At this moment, Yamamoto is exceedingly obstinate, even contemplating advising Lena to surrender, which leaves her in a state of bemusement. Just because the technology of the sulfur-based beings surpasses ours, must we concede? Yamamoto, we have known each other for quite some time. You are a technologist. Are you genuinely afraid? Speak honestly. I am not a child of 3. Do you believe I would be swayed? If that is the case, I have nothing further to say. Do as you wish." Yamamoto, however, remains reticent, closing his eyes and uttering not a word. For those who appreciate the solitude of interstellar civilizations, kindly save this. The fastest updates for the solitary civilization of the interstellar universe can be found here. As Zhao Junting encountered the holographic image of Lord Jiahuang, Qi Yunfei, manifested through the superbrain device, he stood beside him in astonishment and reached out to greet him. "Hello. I can't believe you are actually wearing the flying dragon battle armor. Quickly, Zhao, tell me how you accomplished this." The esteemed armor Emperor Qi Yunfei could scarcely fathom that despite his illustrious title, reigning as the unrivaled armor emperor among the 72 categories of terrestrial planets, he would encounter a lesson today from the flying dragon battle armor. I simply had an intuition, and upon trusting it, the flying dragon battle armor enveloped me. Approximately in this manner, Zhao Junting mused. "The truth of the matter is something I cannot reveal to you. Everyone, even this flying dragon battle armor from the next cosmic realm, is aware of the treachery lurking behind. A deeper engagement would undoubtedly lead to betrayal." Oh, the armor Emperor Qi Yunfei, upon hearing this, was filled with skepticism, as he distinctly felt a colossal 5-clawed golden dragon swirling behind him, which had activated the flying dragon battle armor. Yet now, Zhao Junting, with a casual yet profound demeanor, appeared to dismiss the notion entirely. This lad's thoughts had indeed grown considerably more intricate. "Is it true? Very well, Armor Emperor. When shall we commence our studies of the Dragon's Roar 13 styles?" Zhao Junting, adorned in the flying dragon battle armor, felt a surge of vibrant source energy permeating into his source C, rendering him invigorated and alert. At this moment, the prospect of learning the Dragon's Roar 13 styles surely promised extraordinary results. Dragon's Roar 13 styles, you say? In that case, I shall don a secondary armor as well, and we shall embark on this journey together at a measured pace. Having spoken, Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei snapped his fingers, and immediately, his entire body was enveloped by the semi-intelligent mechanical ensemble known as Vice Armor, transforming him into a formidable figure clad in this protective gear, a Vice Armor Master. Goodness, look at him. Activating yours must be quite the hassle, Zhao Junting remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, then murmured to Dragon Battle Armor No. 777. Haha, Master. If you find it displeasing, you may remove the Vice Armor now, and I shall seek another master, the armor responded. All right, you are impressive, I concede. You are the finest dragon battle armor, and I adore you, Zhao Junting exclaimed, suddenly bursting forth with such sentimental words. Faced with the steadfast and unyielding dragon battle armor No. 777, he could only surrender and admit defeat. Master, with just one move, I could make that worthless Qi Yunfei call me father, so you have nothing to envy, Dragon Battle Armor No. 777 explained, noticing Zhao Junting's inability to grasp the nuances of technological prowess. I believe that, Zhao Junting replied, feeling a surge of joy within. If Dragon Battle Armor No. 777 lacked such capabilities, it would indeed be an exaggeration to regard it as a divine entity in this realm. Come, Brother Zhao. Allow me to teach you the first two forms of Dragon's Roar 13 styles. Watch closely, the first form is Cloud Rising, Dragon Soaring. The armor Emperor Qi Yunfei was oblivious to the conversation between Zhao Junting and Flying Dragon Armor No. 777, which was equipped with AB3 Absolute Soundproof Shield. No technology from this realm could achieve such precision, including that of the esteemed Fist Emperor Park Wentian's eldest son, Park Zixuan, who was eavesdropping from the rooftop. Having spoken, Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei demonstrated the initial move of the Dragon's Roar 13 styles, the Cloud Rising Dragon Soaring, for Zhao Junting, explaining as he performed it. Do you understand, Zhao? Upon turning around, Qi Yunfei noticed the perplexed expression on Zhao Junting's face, which sparked a twinge of doubt within him. I understand, Lord Armor Emperor, I understand. Allow me to show you in practice, Zhao Junting replied. With that, Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei called upon several muscular men within the gym, inviting them to withstand his attack. As expected, with a single execution of the Cloud Rising Dragon Soaring, he sent the men sprawling to the ground in agony. How impressive! Zhao Junting marveled, his admiration evident. Yet, Flying Dragon Armor No. 777. Observing Zhao Junting's fascination with the prowess of Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei, promptly dismissed it, asserting, if I couldn't recognize the strength, there would be no need for warm-up. It would merely take 0.00001 3 microseconds to activate normally, and the instantaneous combat value is unimaginably powerful. Upon hearing the introduction of the Flying Dragon Armor No. 777, Zhao Junting was instantly struck by the realization that this technological disparity had become a lethal vulnerability. Why don't you give it a try, Brother Zhao? With that, Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei immediately stepped back, making way for Zhao Junting to demonstrate the Cloud Rising Dragon Soar technique once more. Zhao Junting hesitated for a brief moment, and then quietly instructed Flying Dragon Armor No. 777, refrain from utilizing any of your combat capabilities. I wish to practice this Cloud Rising Dragon Soar at his level. Do you understand, Brother Qi? A sense of helplessness filled Zhao Junting's heart as he shook his head and offered a wry smile. Understood, Master. Flying Dragon Armor No. 777 remained silent, taken aback by the notion that its supreme power would be rendered unusable. Realizing this, it complied with Zhao Junting's request, disabling all its program components and energy systems, becoming as clumsy and ineffective as the sub-armor worn by Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei. Zhao Junting proceeded to mimic the first stance of the Dragon Roar 13 styles, Cloud Rising Dragon Soar. However, given that flying dragon armor no. 777 far surpassed the technological level of the sub-armor worn by Qi Yunfei, certain movements appeared forced and unnecessary, as they were solely dictated by Zhao Junting's insistence. Come on, you lot. Qi Yunfei beckoned, as a few burly men prepared to pounce upon Zhao Junting. Zhao Junting is also a master of acting, adeptly emulating the style of Emperor Jia. Qi Yunfei, as he systematically brings down his opponents with precision. He strikes with impeccable timing, demonstrating the perfect execution of punches, slashes, and side kicks. Chapter 96. Encountering the Black Mist in the Lonely Civilization of the Starry Universe. Chapter 96. Delivering the battle armor impressive, Brother Zhao. I did not expect you to grasp the first form of Dragon's Roar 13 styles, Cloud Rising, Dragon Soaring, so swiftly. Now, let us proceed to learn the second form, Dragon Ascending. Cloud Rising. This technique emphasizes maximizing the energy source within the dark matter reactor of the auxiliary armor, enabling it to operate at high speed, thus achieving the triad of speed, fastest operation, swiftest action, and quickest kills. As Qi Yunfei, the Emperor Jia, activated his auxiliary armor, he poked his head out and hesitated momentarily before explaining. Oh? So that's how it is, the second form, Dragon Ascending, Cloud Rising. Observing this, Zhao Junting's expression mirrored his unease, leading him to silently lament that perhaps the Emperor Jia wishes to assess the true combat prowess of the flying dragon battle armor. With that, Qi Yunfei assumed a starting position, exuding a serious demeanor. I am ready to begin, Lord Emperor Jia. 3, 2, 1. Zhao Junting then proceeded. Upon silently counting to 3, the figure suddenly sprang forth with remarkable speed, confirming that Emperor Qi Yunfei's velocity undoubtedly surpassed that of the bullet fired by Zhao Junting moments earlier. Look, Brother Zhao, he declared, producing a bullet from his palm that clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Turning to Zhao Junting, Emperor Qi Yunfei revealed a mischievous grin. Shao Qi, can you manage this? Zhao Junting hesitated, pondering that Shao Qi surely possessed the means to execute the second form of the Dragon's Roar 13 styles, known as the Dragon Rises with the Clouds. Rather than retorting, Shao Qi paused momentarily before inquiring, I don't quite understand your meaning, Shao Qi. Could you elaborate? Zhao Junting's mind was clouded with uncertainty, his expression shifting noticeably. However, within the soundproof enclosure, Emperor Qi Yunfei was oblivious to Zhao Junting's remarks. Dragon Armor No. 007 meticulously explained Emperor Qi Yunfei's intentions and his own counter-strategy. Oh, then let's proceed as you suggest. Inform him to prepare, Shao Qi. You simply need to adjust your speed to match his. Zhao Junting's face brightened with a hint of excitement as he arched an eyebrow, addressing Emperor Qi Yunfei outside the soundproof barrier. My lord, I am ready. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes and inwardly lamented. He never anticipated that the Emperor of the universe, known for its dominion over 72 terrestrial planets, would engage in such despicable acts of murder and treachery. Zhao Junting felt an immense sense of relief for having the fortune to escape with his life. I will fire now, 3, 2, 1. At this, Emperor Qi Yunfei tightly gripped his pistol and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, sparks erupted from the muzzle. What is happening? Shao Qi, how could you fail to intercept that bullet? Zhao Junting, witnessing Shao Qi tumble alongside him, was engulfed by confusion. Initially, it was stated that the bullet would be captured. So why, at this moment, was Shao Qi still falling? This puzzled Zhao Junting greatly. Not so, my master. The velocity of this bullet far surpasses that of the one discharged from your firearm moments ago. I can assert that even Qi Yunfei's own vice armor would be incapable of capturing this projectile. He is deliberately testing the true capabilities of my flying dragon armor No. 777. And should you have succeeded in intercepting it, he would undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate you. With that, flying dragon armor No. 777 projected a comparative image of the two bullets on the internal display of the vice armor, clearly illustrating their trajectories, velocities, and the authentic speed of the armor currently donned by Qi Yunfei. Indeed, as Xiao Qi had asserted, it was utterly impossible to seize that bullet. I see now. Thank you, Xiao Qi. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Junting could not help but draw a sharp breath, gazing languidly at the distant figure of Jia Huang, Qi Yunfei. A wave of indignation surged within him as he thought, "Damn this scoundrel, he truly intends to take action against me." At that moment, Qi Yunfei, witnessing that the flying dragon battle armor failed to reach the desired optimal speed, found his malevolent intentions towards Zhao Junting dissipating. He approached with an exaggeratedly concerned demeanor, inquiring, "Are you all right, brother Zhao?" Zhao Junting, with a hint of resignation, replied, "It appears, esteemed Jia Huang, that this flying dragon battle armor may not be performing to its fullest potential due to my insufficient abilities in mastering it. Perhaps, if it is not too much trouble, you could impart the dragon's Roar 13 forms to me. I would be immensely grateful, as I wish to utilize this flying dragon battle armor effectively." With that, Zhao Junting commanded Xiao Qi to remove his helmet, casting a helpless glance at Jia Huang Qi Yunfei as he spoke. "Oh, how can I possibly accept such a request? Since you have acquired the flying dragon battle armor, it is essential for you to diligently study its operation and gradually comprehend its intricacies. I shall do my utmost to assist you, brother Zhao," Qi Yunfei responded, seemingly elevating himself to the status of a virtuous gentleman, one who would not take advantage of his friends in the slightest. No, you must accept my request. However, there is a matter at hand. Tomorrow, the King of Fighters expects me to take the flying dragon battle armor for further training. Thus, I require it for one more day. After tomorrow, it shall rightfully belong to you, esteemed Jia Huang." Zhao Junting's earnest expression seemed so genuine that he nearly convinced even himself of his sincerity in wishing to present the flying dragon battle armor to Emperor Jia, Qi Yunfei. Chapter 97. The Azure Flame Demon Dragon, a Lonely Civilization in the Starry Universe. Chapter 97. The White Dragon Fish Attire, Science Fiction, Jiqi CMS. Bookmark this book. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jia Qi Yunfei was equally astonished, not expecting that Zhao Junting truly intended to gift him the flying dragon battle armor. However, if he were to accept this flying dragon battle armor, it would be only fitting for the dragon's Roar 13 techniques to be imparted to Zhao Junting. "Thank you for your efforts, Lord Jia. Please take care," Zhao Junting said, bowing respectfully, embodying a demeanor of utmost reverence. At that moment, he might have almost convinced himself that everything was indeed real. "Master, what are your intentions?" The flying dragon battle armor No. 777, through the calculations of heart rate and brain waves, immediately discerned that Zhao Junting was not genuinely wishing to present himself to Emperor Jia Qi Yunfei, and inquired in a suspended manner, "Hehe, do you possess any unique abilities? I could replicate them, and then I could craft an exterior that closely resembles yours. As for what comes next, I need not elaborate further," Zhao Junting said, narrowing his eyes slightly, observing as the image projected by the superbrain machine of Emperor Jia Qi Yunfei faded from view, speaking with a hint of confidence and a touch of stinginess. "However, my master, have you considered that once I exit this layer of the game space, I will no longer be able to contact you? Since you cannot utilize the superbrain machine, how then can you replicate me if we are unable to communicate?" After expressing this concern, Flying Dragon Armor No. 777 began to harbor doubts about Zhao Junting's genuine intentions in offering himself to armor Sovereign Qi Yunfei. "This is not a difficult task. Shortly, I shall take you to find someone who should be able to assist me in locating a secluded place equipped with a superbrain machine. The key is to identify several distinctive locations, replicate them, and then we shall be able to navigate through this situation undetected. I have no desire to offend armor Sovereign Qi Yunfei at this juncture." Upon learning of Qi Yunfei's intent to kill and seize the armor, Zhao Junting had already devised a plan to bestow a counterfeit flying dragon armor upon him, thus allowing him to use the authentic flying dragon armor with peace of mind. "Now I understand your intentions, master. Let us depart from here." With that, Flying Dragon Armor No. 777 abruptly vanished from this realm, leaving behind a small, capsule-like object on the ground before Zhao Junting. Bending down, he picked up the flying dragon armor and tucked it into his pocket. As he descended the stairs, Zhao Junting remembered to greet F, who stood nearby, before exiting the bookstore of the Brain Sovereign, Old Chun. Upon seeing Zhao Junting's somewhat disgruntled expression, Xiao He greeted him with a hint of boredom, stating, "I have matters to attend to with you. Step inside the necklace." Having spoken, Zhao Junting grasped Xiao He's body and headed towards the courtyard exit. "Slow down, why the rush?" Xiao He inquired, his expression reflecting confusion, followed by a hint of panic as he added, "There's no time to explain. We can discuss it in the car. By the way, have you seen Xiaoyi?" Zhao Junting felt the need for an assistant, hence his inquiry. "She seems to be washing dishes in the back. Take a look," Xiao He replied, and in an instant, transformed into a wisp of silver smoke, vanishing into Zhao Junting's necklace. "Xiaoyi, are you busy?" Zhao Junting entered the inner room and pushed the door open, finding Xiaoyi engaged in her final touches of tidying up. Upon seeing Zhao Junting, a glimmer of joy illuminated her beautiful face. "Fortunately, I have something that requires your assistance tonight. Has Zhaoan gone to sleep? Dress quickly and come with me. I'll wait for you outside." With that, Zhao Junting, exhibiting a sense of urgency, turned and made his way towards the water energy vehicle. Once inside, he dialed a number, the contact of Lina, the highest authority in the extreme North District. It was she whom Zhao Junting deemed capable of aiding him. On the other end of the line, upon learning that Zhao Junting required the use of the superbrain machine for 2 hours, Lina was not particularly surprised. However, her astonishment grew upon hearing that he needed access to a laboratory in the Research Institute to create a secondary armor. "What is this for? Have you encountered a dilemma?" Xiao He, residing within the Wolf Feng necklace, leisurely communicated with Zhao Junting. "Are you off to accompany Lina?" Little Black remarked disdainfully that there has never been any ivory spat from that dog's mouth. "Almost, but my senior sister Abu is quite fortunate. She possesses the Xuantian Yinfeng constitution. You can guess what I am implying, right?" Zhao Junting paused momentarily before continuing in this manner. "What are you trying to say?" "Wait, Xiantian Yinfeng. Could it be that you have encountered that old monster from the 8 Desolations?" Little Black, truly deserving of being the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan among the Starry Five, inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, the 8 Desolation Dragon even assisted me in donning the Flying Dragon battle armor." Zhao Junting recounted the details while Little One changed clothes, taking the opportunity to share everything with Little Black within the wolf tooth necklace. It makes sense. With 3 dragons soaring together and the dragon and phoenix harmonizing, that old monster from the 8 Desolations should indeed reveal himself. How could he boast about his former might and prowess in your source power sea? Do not heed his ramblings. If his words were true, would he have been sealed within the bodies of 40 individuals by the immortal emperor? Little Black wore a playful expression and then communicated with Zhao Junting through sound transmission. "Do you know what happened after I activated the Flying Dragon battle armor?" Seeing Little Black's disdain for the 8 Desolation Heavenly Dragon, Zhao Junting refrained from further commentary and reiterated the questions he needed to address. "What is it?" Upon encountering Zhao Junting, Xiao He felt a tightness in his heart. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he inquired about the dragon's Roar 13 styles taught to him by Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei. Zhao Junting remained silent for a moment before responding with a significant statement. "This is indeed a favorable development. The dragon's Roar 13 styles is the most formidable technique of the Deputy Jiao Master," he remarked, a hint of concern evident in his expression. Xiao He, however, remained undeterred and, before Zhao Junting could finish, began to lavish praise upon Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei. "Oh, really? Pay close attention, Xiao He. The first style is Cloud Rising, Dragon Soaring, and the second is Dragon Rising, Clouds Ascending." Zhao Junting then let out a cold chuckle, recounting the dragon's Roar 13 styles that Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei had imparted to him. "Wait a moment. This is incorrect. While Cloud Rising, Dragon Soaring is indeed the first style, the second is unmistakably White Dragon Fish Garb, a technique for concealing one's movements. Your reference to Dragon Rising, Clouds ascending is clearly the 11th style. Have you perhaps misremembered, Zhao? Xiao He exclaimed, initially taken aback before posing his question. Misremembered? You claim that Emperor Jiaqi Yunfei has rearranged the 11th style to be the second. What is the intention behind this? Zhao Junting countered with an inquiry. What has your flying dragon battle armor revealed to you? Xiao He seemed to perceive an underlying truth, concluding that someone must have informed Zhao Junting of these developments. If so, who else could it be but the flying dragon battle armor? Chapter 98. Trouble for Old Chun, Lonely Civilization of the Interstellar Universe. Chapter 98. Inside the Research Institute. Science Fiction. Jiaqi CMS Friendly Reminder. Please take care of your eyes during prolonged reading. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the solitary civilization known as the Dragon's Armor presented a set of data that clearly demonstrated its formidable prowess. According to this assessment, the conclusion drawn by Qi Yunfei was that Dragon's Armor surpassed the secondary armor he was currently adorned with, leading to the unsettling implication of potential violence to seize the armor. Each time Zhao Junting contemplated this, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, subsequently donning a grave expression as he spoke. His reasoning held merit. This young man, Qi, was notorious for his rebellious intellect. It was rumored that the venerable Brain Emperor Chun had once intended to bestow the Superbrain's essence machine upon Qi Yunfei. However, the Celestial Emperor had foreseen through divination that such an act would lead to dire consequences, as this young man harbored a rebellious spirit that would inevitably pose a significant threat among the 72 terrestrial planets. Thus, the Brain Emperor abandoned the idea of transmitting the essence machine to Qi Yunfei. At this moment, Xiao He seemed to recollect something, inhaling deeply before communicating with Zhao Junting. Xiao Yi, having changed into fresh attire, opened the door of the water energy vehicle and took a seat. Master, where are we headed? She inquired, her radiant visage lighting up at the prospect of accompanying Zhao Junting. With a hint of mystery in his tone, Zhao Junting replied, "You will find out soon enough." Silently, they arrived at the entrance of the Arctic Research Institute. Zhao Junting halted the vehicle and promptly exited. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yi gracefully shifted her alluring figure and followed him out of the car. "Master, is this the Arctic Research Institute?" she inquired, her beautiful visage revealing a hint of confusion. "Indeed," Zhao Junting replied with a slight nod, striding towards the institute. Although it was the late hours of the night, a middle-aged man of modest height, impeccably dressed in a suit with meticulously groomed hair, stood before the entrance. "Mr. Zhao, I am Yamamoto Kazuki, summoned by Director Lina S. Call." I rushed over immediately, the man said, extending his hands in a gesture of utmost respect and courtesy, which reminded Zhao Junting of his time at the Gliese 581D space station, where he met Yamamoto Ryota. "Are you Japanese?" Zhao Junting felt a tremor in his heart, narrowing his eyes slightly as he reached out to shake hands with Yamamoto Kazuki. Indeed. As per Director Lina S. instructions, I have prepared the processing room and the supercomputer you requested. Please, follow me." "And who might this be?" Yamamoto Kazuki paused, glancing at Xiao Yi behind Zhao Junting. "This is my AI intelligent butler, here to assist me. Yamamoto-kun, please lead the way." "Zhao, there seems to be an issue with Yamamoto." Suddenly, a voice emerged from Zhao Junting's wolf-tooth necklace. It was Xiao He. "Don't mention it. Do you still recall that dwarf mechanic from that day?" Zhao Junting quietly communicated with Xiao He through their mental link. "You mean my friend? What happened to him?" Xiao He, taken aback, responded with a question. Zhao Junting's previously stoic expression darkened further as he fixed his gaze on Yamamoto Ichimu, who was leading them. "I shouldn't have saved that scoundrel back then." Xiao He felt a chill run through him at Zhao Junting's words, and he lamented, cursing in regret. "It's too late to say anything now. The man in front of us definitely has issues, and I sensed it as well." Ever since Zhao Junting's heavenly dragon incarnation was awakened by Abu's mysterious celestial phoenix constitution, he had been acutely aware of the fluctuations in the energy sources around him. Most importantly, he had developed a premonition regarding the unique source energies possessed by sulfur-based and silicon-based beings. This premonition had spread throughout Zhao Junting's body the moment they shook hands. Be cautious. If things go awry, I can reveal myself when you are about to act. At least I can exert control over him. Concerned for Zhao Junting, Xiao He proposed to take on the role of guardian through their mental communication. There is no need for that. At this moment, I am neither a sulfur-based nor a silicon-based being. I cannot be harmed. Having spoken, Zhao Junting's gaze sharpened slightly, and a trace of disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he remarked, I concur. At that moment, Xiao He recalled the instant Zhao Junting had trembled, which was precisely the warning triggered by the 8 desolate heavenly dragon within the sea of source power. Xiao He had long been aware of the unparalleled capabilities of the 8 desolate heavenly dragon. However, it was only until that moment, when the dragon suddenly turned within Zhao Junting's sea of source power, causing him to tremble all over, that Xiao He truly comprehended the dragon's might, which could hardly be described as anything less than terrifyingly formidable. Mr. Zhao, here is the superbrain machine and the operational room prepared for you. I must emphasize that you may only use this machine for 2 hours, just 2 hours. With that, Yamamoto Ichibu handed a superbrain machine to Zhao Junting, then shrugged, seemingly intending to say more, but ultimately refrained. This is rather different from my previous superbrain machine, Zhao Junting remarked, his heart racing in surprise upon seeing the device brought by Yamamoto Ichibu. Please, Mr. Zhao, do try to be swift. Time is of the essence. Yamamoto Ichibu urged before turning and departing from Zhao Junting's line of sight. Could it be? Oh my! Upon seeing the superbrain machine in Zhao Junting's hands, Xiao He suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in shock, "What is this? Why the sudden surprise?" Zhao Junting felt a sudden chill in his heart and promptly inquired, "The superbrain machine, the Yuanshin machine? Do not hesitate any longer. Quickly don it and give it a try." Xiao He, in a moment of dazed confusion, responded, "What did you say? This is the Yuanshin machine. Are you certain?" Zhao Junting found it hard to believe his ears, exclaiming, "Are you pulling my leg? To deceive you would be akin to deceiving a puppy. You must try it." In his flustered state, Xiao He seemed to forget his own attributes. "Do not jest. What are you talking about?" Zhao Junting, taken aback by Xiao He's fervent declarations, was momentarily left speechless. He then let out a soft scoff, his expression darkening. "I assure you, I am not lying. Xiao, please try it on." Xiao He appeared nearly ready to leap from the wolf-tooth necklace in excitement. "Very well. I shall heed your advice. But how did this Yuanshin machine come to be in Yamamoto's possession when it was originally in old Shin's hands?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Junting proceeded to don the superbrain machine, the Yuanshin machine. Upon entering the office, Yamamoto Ichibu found himself confronted by dozens of sulfur-based biological guns aimed directly at his chest. Behind these formidable weapons emerged a woman clad in a sleek black leather coat, whose alluring figure exuded an undeniable charm. This captivating individual was none other than Lina, the highest authority in the extreme northern district. Lying unconscious behind her was an elderly man, known as the Brain Emperor, Old Chun. Previously, within the confines of the Rose Hotel, the King of Fighters Park Wentian had unleashed the Double Dragon Slash to vanquish the real person Yuan Yang, obliterating both his spirit and form. At that time, Lina had been nurturing tender feelings for Zhao Junting, and they could have enjoyed a harmonious relationship. However, a phone call interrupted their budding romance. It was from Yamamoto Ichibu. During the call, he claimed to be a classmate stationed at an outer space facility on a terrestrial-like planet in the Sagittarius constellation, revealing an astonishing discovery of a prison for sulfur-based beings. Furthermore, upon breaching this planet, he had encountered a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lina's late husband, sharing the same name, Park Zixuan. Although Lina had long since buried her love for Park Zixuan, a series of recent events rekindled memories of her past affection, compounded by the revelation that Xiao Xin was, in fact, Park Zixuan's mother. Lina found herself irresistibly drawn to relive those cherished moments. Certainly, as Park Jae-hoon, a human returned from outer space, prepares to enter the Arctic zone, he must naturally undergo a comprehensive medical examination at the Arctic Research Institute. Yamamoto Ippu, as the supervisor of the Arctic Research Institute, undoubtedly possesses the means to ensure Park Jae-hoon's smooth passage through this examination. However, when Lena discovers that Park Jae-hoon is no longer the same person he once was, she once again finds solace in Zhao Junting's embrace, generously bestowing upon him a substantial quantity of cosmic spirit stones, which enable Zhao Junting to successfully acquire the flying dragon armor at the auction. Simultaneously, Lena dispatches multiple security warriors to covertly monitor Park Jae-hoon and Yamamoto Ippu. As anticipated, when Zhao Junting and Xiao He confront Wang Hao, the gatekeeper at the Rose Garden Hotel in the Arctic Zone, Wang Hao transforms into a dwarf craftsman, offering his assistance to Zhao Junting. However, once Wang Hao sees Zhao Junting and Xiao He depart, he promptly reports back to Park Jae-hoon. This entire sequence of events is meticulously captured by the hypersensitive FEMI cameras and transmitted to Lena's hypersensitive screen. Consequently, when Park Jae-hoon later kills the security warriors, Lena is quick to alert Zhao Junting to exercise caution. In this instance, Zhao Junting expresses the need for a location equipped with a superbrain machine. Apart from the second floor of the Brain King Old Chen's domain, which has been transformed into an otherworldly space, the only other viable option is the Arctic Research Institute, where the superbrain machine can indeed be utilized. Otherwise, the entire Arctic zone remains enveloped in a barrier, rendering any superbrain machine inoperable. As Zhao Junting dialed Lena's number, the enigmatic Mr. Feng, an avatar of Brain Emperor Lao Chun, sat beside her. He had proactively requested to utilize the superbrain device Yuan Shunji for Zhao Junting, having ingested a potent sedative to ensure a 2-hour slumber, thus averting any life-threatening circumstances. However, upon learning this news, it was Yamamoto Ippu who expressed the greatest concern. Nevertheless, Lena adeptly executed this task, for she wished to avoid a repeat of the tragic scene where the security warrior monitoring Park Jae-hoon met a fatal end. After Lena ended the call, Lao Chun confirmed that his health was indeed intact. Consequently, Lena, accompanied by 15 security warriors, stormed into Yamamoto Ippu's residence and forcibly took him away. They implanted a superfine signal-sensing robot within his mind, effectively controlling this ambiguous entity, whether human or sulfur-based. Fearing for his life, Yamamoto Ippu complied, yielding the superbrain device Yuan Shinji to Zhao Junting as per Lena's comprehensive plan. Meanwhile, in another room, the 15 security warriors stood ready for battle. Upon seeing Yamamoto Ippu enter, Lena greeted him with a faint smile and inquired, "Have you delivered it?" Yamamoto Ippu paused momentarily, managing a faint smile as he replied, "I have done so, but there is something I do not understand. Could you explain it to me, Yamamoto-kun?" Lena's exquisite visage appeared particularly frigid, her elegantly arched brows lifting slightly as she spoke in an icy tone. "Mr. Yamamoto, at this moment, you are but a dead man, stripped of all pretense. What more is there to say? My privileges on Gliese 581D are indeed substantial. Moreover, within this extreme northern region, your compensation must be among the most generous. Why, then, do you choose to betray us?" As Lena witnessed her former colleagues and erstwhile beloved aligning themselves with the sulfur-based entities, a profound sorrow welled within her, prompting her to inquire thus. "Since you have posed this question today, and out of respect for our many years of camaraderie, allow me to speak candidly. We cannot contend with the sulfur-based life forms. Truly, their present technological advancements have been meticulously tailored to counter our kind. I, Lena, have witnessed this firsthand. It is a revelation that leaves one utterly astounded." At this juncture, Yamamoto seemed particularly obstinate, even contemplating advising Lena to abandon her course of action, which left her both amused and exasperated. "Is it merely because the technology of the sulfur-based entities surpasses ours that you choose to surrender? Yamamoto, we have known each other far too long for such cowardice. Are you truly frightened? Speak honestly. I am no naive child, and you must know that I am capable of discerning the truth." With that, Yamamoto remained resolute in his silence, shutting his eyes and uttering no further words. In the 100th chapter of The Lonely Civilization of the Interstellar Universe, Zhao Junting, accompanied by Xiao Yi, entered the operational chamber of the Extreme North District Research Institute, where he began applying the skills he had acquired on the second floor of Brain Emperor Old Chen's bookstore to craft the secondary armor. Before long, Zhao Junting successfully completed the creation of the armor. Is it truly finished? Xiao He, nestled within the Wolf Fang necklace, was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Zhao Junting's remarkable familiarity with the intricate process of crafting the secondary armor. Even as the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan among the Interstellar Five, he found himself at a loss for words. It is complete, thanks to Xiao Yi. I never imagined that Xiao Yi would prove to be more agile and versatile than typical AI robotic systems. Now, all that remains is to awaken this flying dragon armor. In truth, Zhao Junting had slightly misunderstood the situation. The connection between the ordinary superbrain device and AI intelligent equipment possessed a certain time buffer. However, the link speed of the superbrain device, Yuan Xinji, approached zero latency. Therefore, Zhao Junting mistakenly believed that Xiao Yi was superior to conventional AI robots, when in fact, it was the extraordinary capabilities of the superbrain device he carried that played a pivotal role. Subsequently, Zhao Junting placed a capsule-like object on the ground and commanded, "Open." In an instant, the capsule expanded exponentially, followed by an explosion, revealing the flying dragon armor standing majestically before him. Is the 8 desolate heavenly dragon present? As Zhao Junting entered the sea of source power, he immediately located a pool of water, moving with a speed several times greater than before. He could distinctly sense the enhancement within himself, a result of the capabilities of the superbrain device, the Yuan Xinji. Indeed, Brother Zhao, it seems your superbrain device is exponentially more powerful than the one you previously possessed. Quite intriguing. Upon hearing Zhao Junting's call, the Bahuang Tianlong swiftly traversed the water, landing on the adjacent ground, bowing to keenly perceive the extraordinary aura emanating from Zhao Junting at that moment. Blushing slightly, Zhao Junting addressed the Bahuang Tianlong, stating, "This is not an issue at all. If you require my assistance in activating the flying dragon armor, you need not be so formal." The Bahuang Tianlong opened its mouth wide, an expression of helplessness etched upon its face. "Very well. I shall attend to my other tasks. What is the situation, Zhao?" Seeing Zhao Junting fall silent, Xiao He surmised he was seeking help, as he could reasonably deduce that without the intervention of the Bahuang Tianlong within Zhao Junting's sea of source power, activating the flying dragon armor would be a formidable challenge. "All right, just a moment." Then, Zhao Junting's form trembled as he spread his legs apart, gazing intently at the now activated flying dragon armor. "I am the center of the universe. You are the frontier of the cosmos. I come to rescue the beings of the universe, and you will assist me in achieving this mission." After a moment of silence, Zhao Junting found himself at a loss for words. However, to Xiaoyi, who stood nearby, it appeared as if an enormous 5-clawed golden dragon was spiraling behind Zhao Junting. Observing the eyes of the flying dragon armor helmet, a flicker of crimson light ignited, radiating brilliance that enveloped Zhao Junting in a dazzling white glow, swiftly propelling him into the depths of the flying dragon armor. "Good evening, Master. I am Xiaoqi, at your service." The flying dragon armor No. 777 spoke with newfound humility, shedding its previous air of arrogance and charm. "Did I not instruct you to identify a few characteristics and replicate them onto the auxiliary armor I have prepared as a gift for Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei?" Zhao Junting remarked with a hint of exasperation at the unexpected inquiry from flying dragon armor No. 777. "Ah, Master. The superbrain device you brought this time is remarkably different from those in the past. Within the dimensional space I inhabit, it is undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be?" Flying dragon armor No. 777 inquired with palpable curiosity. "You are correct, but do not divulge the answer." Zhao Junting promptly declined any further conversation on the matter. "By the way, Master, your necklace is quite unique. I can sense the presence of a peculiar species within it. It seems this little creature feels a bit shy in my presence." However, with time, should you elevate its rank, it is bound to become an extraordinary entity. Dragon Battle Armor number 777 once again made its presence known. A friendly reminder, please rest your eyes during prolonged reading. Who is the little one? Outsider, could you kindly greet Black Master for me? I am older than the Patriarch's father. Well, let us focus on the matter at hand. Shao-Chi, do you think the dimensions of the auxiliary armor I crafted can be convincingly authentic? Based on the data you assessed this morning, what might we add to enhance it? Zhao Junting observed the dwindling time of the Super Brain's operation and noticed that Xiao He and Shao-Chi were bickering. With a wry smile, he shook his head and intervened to halt their dispute. Yes, Master. With that, Dragon Battle Armor number 777 approached the recently completed Dragon Battle Armor crafted by Zhao Junting. A brilliant azure light emanated from the helmet of Zhao Junting's armor, illuminating the entire body of the auxiliary armor with its dazzling brilliance. Master, your Dragon Battle Armor exhibits no flaws in welding technique or dimensions. I shall now input capabilities that exceed 1/3 of the auxiliary armor worn by Qi Yunfei this morning. I believe it will indeed be indistinguishable from the authentic. With this, Dragon Battle Armor number 777 communicated with Zhao Junting. Look there. How about it, Xiao He? Shao-Chi suggests inputting capabilities that surpass Qi Yunfei's by 1/3. Do you think that will suffice? Zhao Junting understood that Xiao He, as the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan among the Interstellar Five, was well versed in the intricacies of the cosmos. Thus he called upon it to make a decisive judgment on the matter. Sufficient it may be. Yet the prowess of this dragon armor is but a fraction of what it could achieve. Even within our realm, it would be regarded as a deity among mortals. Nonetheless, there lies a predicament. Having fashioned this counterfeit dragon armor for Qi Yunfei, what shall be done with the authentic one? Xiao He unabashedly extolled the might of the dragon armor. Do not worry. I have my methods. Shao-Chi, is it possible for you to alter your appearance? Zhao Junting inquired of the dragon armor no. 777. Altering my appearance is indeed feasible. As long as you require it, I shall comply, replied Dragon Armor no. 777 with an air of calm. In the solitude of the interstellar cosmos, Chapter 101. Encountering the Black Mist again, Science Fiction, Jichi CMS. After a brief interlude, the cacophony within the operation chamber subsided into an enveloping silence. Mr. Zhao, have you completed the task? Yamamoto Ichi was taken aback upon seeing Zhao Junting at the door. He had not anticipated that the task would be accomplished in merely an hour and a half. Indeed, Yamamoto-kun, I sincerely appreciate your assistance today. Please extend my gratitude to Miss Lina as well. Zhao Junting held in his hand the neural sovereign Old Chin's super brain machine, his expression flickering with hesitation before he added, Is there anything else? Mr. Zhao? Yamamoto Ichi's countenance tightened at this, and he inquired of Zhao Junting. It's nothing, just thank Lina for me. Zhao Junting revealed a smile of relief. He then slightly raised his eyebrows and shrugged. In truth, Zhao Junting initially intended to express his gratitude to Old Chun. Yet upon reflection, he refrained from continuing. After all, having known Old Chun for so long, he had always been reticent about revealing his identity as the Brain Emperor among the 9 emperors of the universe. Thus, Zhao Junting decided to maintain his pretense of ignorance. I shall certainly convey your message, he remarked. Following this, Yamamoto took a deep bow, then regarded Zhao Junting's departing figure with indifferent eyes. Yamamoto-kun, you have worked hard. Please restrain me. A slight agreement flickered across Lina's beautiful visage. Upon noticing Yamamoto holding the core of the super brain machine, she gestured for her subordinates to proceed. Commanding the security personnel, please take caution with prolonged reading. Remember to rest your eyes. Yamamoto had firmly secured the situation. I knew this day would inevitably arrive. Lina, considering the years of loyalty from my subordinates, I kindly ask you to treat my family with care. A hint of bitterness appeared on Yamamoto's face. Yet he resolutely addressed Lina across from him. Take them away. Lina showed no desire to engage in further conversation with Yamamoto and ordered her security personnel to escort him out through a side door of the research facility. The super brain machine, was reinstalled into Old Chin's body, the Brain Emperor. Meanwhile, Zhao Junting, accompanied by Xiao Yi, strolled leisurely out of the extreme North District Research Institute. Master, I just witnessed a colossal golden dragon with 5 claws appearing behind you, faint yet distinctly visible. The delicate features of Xiao Yi's beautiful face revealed a hint of peculiarity, followed by a slight arching of her brows as she softly inquired, "Oh, is it truly so?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting felt a shiver run down his spine, and with a weighty tone, he responded in a hushed voice, "What is it, Zhao? Have you encountered some dilemma?" Within the wolf tooth necklace, Xiao Hei's expression mirrored a similar strangeness. He then conveyed through telepathy to Zhao Junting. Xiao Yi just mentioned that while I was summoning the flying dragon armor, I caught a fleeting glimpse of the 8 desolate heavenly dragon. Presumably, when I activate the flying dragon armor today, Qi Yunfei would have also clearly seen it. However, how shall I explain this when Qi Yunfei is present tomorrow? Zhao Junting felt a tightening in his chest and replied through telepathy, "Let me think for a moment. I will provide you with an answer shortly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei fell silent. Not long after Zhao Junting's water energy vehicle had been driven a short distance, he heard Xiao Hei's voice emanating from the wolf tooth necklace. "I've got it." "What do you mean you've got it?" Zhao Junting asked, his body instinctively tensing as he pressed the brake, causing the water energy vehicle to shudder. "Do you remember Li Jiawen? She could assist you in unlocking the flying dragon armor once more. Surely, it would be able to create an illusion indistinguishable from reality." Xiao Hei truly lived up to his reputation as a clever strategist. Such an ingenious plan had sprung to his mind. Upon arriving at the Four Harmony Garden in Beijing, Zhao Junting promptly awakened Li Jiawen, inquiring whether it was feasible to imbue his illusionary art within the flying dragon armor. "Of course, my master," Li Jiawen replied confidently. "While his mental prowess may not be formidable, as long as the armor remains intact, I can certainly preserve the essence of the illusion." His fair visage reflected a newfound certainty. "Very well, Jiawen, I place my trust in you. Let us commence." With a subtle smile, Zhao Junting expressed his surprise at Li Jiawen's capabilities, remarking nonchalantly, "A gentle reminder, please rest your eyes during prolonged reading." Zhao Junting positioned 2 capsule-like substances within the courtyard of the Four Harmony Garden and then intoned, "Open." In an instant, the capsules detonated, revealing 2 pieces of secondary armor standing majestically in the center of the courtyard. One was a pristine white cylinder, resembling the flying dragon armor Zhao Junting had activated earlier that morning. The other, a deep green cylinder, bore a faint blue glow upon its knee, appearing to be an ordinary secondary armor. It goes without saying that the white secondary armor was indeed the counterfeit flying dragon armor intended as a gift for the armor emperor, Qi Yunfei, while the unassuming green piece was the authentic flying dragon armor. "Let us begin," Zhao Junting softly instructed Li Jiawen beside him. "Yes, my master." As Li Jiawen spoke, his eyes gently closed, and a thread of divine consciousness began to circulate in the sea of source power. He was preparing to unleash the full might of the dragon battle armor, intending to transfer its transformed essence to the counterfeit dragon battle armor. "Ah, what a lively evening it is at your residence." Suddenly, a faint aura of darkness enveloped the courtyard of Beijing's Siyuan, casting an eerie and ominous veil over the entire area. A growl resonated from the wolf tooth necklace worn by Zhao Junting, followed by a flash of silver light, which materialized into the figure of Xiao Hei. However, this time, Xiao Hei was no longer the massive black dog, but had transformed into a silver wolf adorned with a mane of white fur, its size now several times larger than before. He chuckled, "Black Wind, why are you everywhere? I let you off last time, but you dare to show your face again? Are you seeking death?" From the swirling black mist emerged 3 figures, the one in the center clearly recognizable as Park Zishuan, the eldest son of the King of Fighters. "Park Wentian, have you finally reached your limit and decided to strike?" Zhao Junting's eyes narrowed slightly, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Do you know who I am, Zhao Junting?" Park Zishuan's eyes gleamed with malice, emitting a sinister crimson glow. "The young master of the King of Fighters clan, or perhaps the highest authority in the Northern District, also bears the title of the leader of the Eternal Life sect. Am I correct, Park Jae-hoon?" Zhao Junting remarked with a hint of disdain, his brow slightly adjusting as he spoke. Very well, very well, very well. Park Jae-hoon reiterated thrice, his sinister gaze sweeping across the room, before he coldly declared, everyone present today must perish. The chill emanating from Park Jae-hoon's blackened lips was palpable as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth, stating thus, aside from you, Park Jae-hoon, only 2 others shall survive this day. One is merely Wang Hao from the Rose Garden Hotel, a traitor among the diminutive craftsmen, and the other, if I am not mistaken, is the gentleman I just encountered, Yamamoto Ippo. Zhao Junting's eyes widened slightly as he inhaled deeply, a smirk of contempt gracing his features, before he nonchalantly replied, Heh, gentlemen, since you have been discerned by this Zhao, there is no need to conceal your identities. From the swirling black mist emerged 2 figures, precisely as Zhao Junting had surmised, Wang Hao and Yamamoto Ippo. As for how Yamamoto Ippo arrived here, it was because the very vehicle that had escorted him was ambushed by Park Jae-hoon and Wang Hao en route to the Northern District Prison. As the words were spoken, the figures within the 2 other swirling shadows emerged. One was indeed Wang Hao from the Rose family's liquor store, yet at this moment, he had transformed from a strikingly handsome man into a middle-aged, rotund figure reminiscent of a dwarf. The other, as anticipated, was Yamamoto Ippo, whom I had encountered just moments prior. Zhao Junting, how did you know it was me? The rotund Wang Hao inquired, his voice tinged with hesitation due to his diminutive stature. I have seen the footage after Xiao He and I left the Rose family hotel. You were kneeling before Pu Zixuan, reporting back, Zhao Junting stated, revealing no need to conceal his suspicions regarding the 3 shadows before him. And how did you come to know that? Yamamoto Ippo suddenly pressed forward with his question. Yamamoto-kun, there has been something I could not comprehend until I saw you tonight. I realized that Pu Zixuan, originally a sulfur-based biological carrier, must have had his examination manipulated somehow in this most stringent research facility of the extreme north. The only possibility is that those conducting the examination tampered with the results. Am I correct, Pu Zixuan? Zhao Junting's expression turned cold as he cast a sidelong glance at the 3 before him, his tone darkening. In response to his words, Pu Zixuan and Yamamoto Ippo exchanged glances, falling into a profound silence. They then summoned their inner powers, preparing to confront Zhao Junting in a battle of life and death. Observing this, Zhao Junting exchanged a glance with Xiao He before turning to Li Jiawen behind him. I understand, Master. Upon finishing his words, Li Jiawen activated the principles within his body, causing a radiant crimson light to manifest in his eyes. His originally delicate features took on a slightly enchanting allure. Suddenly, 2 beams of light, as thick as a thumb, shot into Zhao Junting's body, illuminating him with a crimson glow. Is the 8 Desolation Heavenly Dragon present? Zhao Junting shouted incessantly towards the depths of the water, his voice echoing relentlessly. Yes, yes, I am coming. Immediately, the energy within the pool surged dramatically, and a whirlpool emerged, enveloping the entire body of water. With a resounding bang, the formidable form of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Dragon burst forth from the depths, landing on the stone wall beside the pool, gazing at Zhao Junting from afar. I am fully aware of your situation, Zhao Junting. Do not worry. I will lend you my strength to deal with that little brat from the Pu family. I do not hold his father in any regard, let alone him. The 8 Desolation Heavenly Dragon declared with a hint of disdain. This time is different. Pu Jae-hun is now a sulfur-based entity, so we must exercise extra caution. I implore you, Heavenly Dragon, Zhao Junting replied with sincerity etched on his face. Rest assured, with me here, you need only to harness the power within the ocean of principles, and I shall assist you with all my might, the 8 Desolation Heavenly Dragon assured him, realizing the importance of not being easily vanquished again after returning to the world. Indeed, Zhao Junting responded. On that fateful day within the bathroom, the colossal azure dragon appeared. Yet the comparison of its prowess to that of the ancient ancestor of the 8 Desolations remained elusive. Ah, Black Wind, you have summoned the leader of the Qingyan demon dragon from the Interstellar 5, but this matter lies solely between Black Wind and me. You need not meddle. Upon seeing the Azure Dragon, Park Zyshuan's countenance shifted dramatically, prompting him to attempt to sow discord by declaring, "Begone." As a member of the Interstellar Five, alongside Black Wind, what are you? Indeed, you are now nothing, neither carbon-based nor sulfur-based. By the way, that dwarf resembles the treacherous beast that murdered its kin. The Qingyan demon dragon immediately launched into a tirade against the three individuals opposite, displaying a verbal prowess that rivaled that of the flying dragon armor. After listening to the Qingyan demon dragon, Park Zyshuan and the greasy middle-aged dwarf exchanged glances, their faces alternating between pallor and crimson, creating quite a spectacle. What manner of creature is this? Observing Yamamoto, who stood momentarily speechless, the Qingyan demon dragon contemplated a retort but found no suitable entry point, thus uttering, "Dragon Emperor." Indeed, this was no exaggeration, for the Eight Desolation celestial dragon was the sovereign of ancient dragons. The Qingyan demon dragon had no qualms in addressing Zhao Junting as such. Given the Eight Desolation dragon within the depths of his source sea, you possess quite an impressive breadth of knowledge. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Junting turned his head, chuckling as he remarked, "Hey, Black, what kind of connections does your friend have? Just a few days ago, he was calling himself the true form of the heavenly dragon, and now he has awakened the Dragon Emperor?" The fiery infernal dragon, observing the scene, trembled slightly, and in a soft voice, addressed Little Black, abandoning the earlier fervor with which he had confronted the trio opposite, as if transformed in an instant. Lonely Civilizations of the Interstellar Universe, Chapter 103, Old Chen's Incident, Sci-Fi, Jiechi CMS. Bookmark this book. What connections indeed. Did you sleep with a mysterious heavenly phoenix last night? Little Black's countenance darkened, and he fixated his gaze on the trio of Park Jae-hoon, momentarily at a loss for words. A mysterious heavenly phoenix. No wonder. The Dragon Emperor has emerged. Listen, you scoundrel Park, choose your demise wisely today. In light of my prior acquaintance with your father and our slight familiarity, I shall ensure your remains are intact. With that, the fiery infernal dragon opened its massive jaws and addressed Park Jae-hoon in such a manner. "Ha ha, there's no need for you to act just yet, envoy. I find this Interstellar 5 rather intriguing. Allow me to handle this on your behalf." This short, artificial craftsman, brimming with an unmerited confidence, took a step forward, seemingly unafraid of death. "Black Wind, consider this my act of removing a menace for the people." With that, the fiery infernal dragon transformed into a radiant red light and vanished from the sky. With a sudden whoosh, a fiery orb exploded violently against the ground, reverberating with a thunderous boom that sent tremors through the earth, chilling the hearts of all present. The dwarf, without hesitation, staggered backward, and upon witnessing the azure flame dragon reemerge, drew his firearm and unleashed a barrage of shots towards the creature. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Ippo wasted no time and charged towards Xiaohei. In that moment, Xiaohei's form swelled dramatically, transforming into an enormous silver wolf, exuding an imposing presence as it engaged in a fierce struggle with Yamamoto Ippo. Lastly, there stood Zhao Junting and Park Zyshuan. "You must have slept with my wife, haven't you? Today, let's settle both new grievances and old scores," Park Zyshuan remarked with a sinister expression. "Wait a moment. You must understand one thing. You are now a sulfur-based organism. If you possess the ability to procreate like a human, I would not have what I have today. As for Lena, I believe she loves you, but whether you are worthy of her affection, I suspect you know better than I do." Park Zyshuan. Carbon-based beings and sulfur-based beings are inherently incompatible. Today, I urgently need to rectify my master's legacy and clear the past of the one I love. Furthermore, I must eradicate the future threats posed to carbon-based humanity. With that, Zhao Junting's expression hardened with determination. In response, Park Zyshuan released his hand seals, adopting a stance of life and death combat, as a surge of primal energy coursed through him, making even Zhao Junting feel the formidable power of the martial master deity. Such formidable power. Standing behind Li Jiaowen, a hint of hesitation flickered across his meticulously maintained visage as he murmured softly, "Are you afraid?" Jiawen? Not afraid. As long as the master is present, Jiawen shall never fear. A faint smile graced Li Jiawen's delicate features as he responded, Hee, it's all right. It's not a big deal. As he spoke, Zhao Junting also formed hand seals, unleashing the might of the source power within him. If the renowned Pu Baixuan was a prodigious talent in the realm of martial arts, then the source power Zhao Junting summoned resembled a majestic dragon surging forth from the depths of a turbulent sea. Wow! Li Jiawen, positioned behind Zhao Junting, appeared to perceive a colossal five-clawed golden dragon standing behind him, continuously channeling source power into him. Twin Dragon Slash. The two simultaneously roared, Twin Dragon Slash. The technique Zhao Junting wielded drew its energy from the 8 Desolation Heavenly Dragon, and his entire being shimmered with a pale golden hue. The unleashed Twin Dragon Slash surged forth like an unstoppable dragon, launching a formidable offensive. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke engulfed the area, and the black screen wall within the old Beijing courtyard of the northernmost district, which had previously loomed ominously, vanished without a trace. How did you accomplish this? The strike known as Double Dragon Slash left the 3 opponents incapacitated, with only Park Jae-hoon still able to stand. As Zhao Junting posed a question, the other 2 lay on the ground, resembling the very image of impending demise. Are you all right, Black? Zhao Junting had little time to entertain Park Jae-hoon's query, noticing that his companion, Little Black, bore the scars of their recent skirmish. I'm fine, just a scratch, replied Little Black, turning his head away and spitting dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. With a dull thud, Park Jae-hoon and the other man met their fate, their souls departing this realm. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed as several security personnel rushed into the courtyard. Am I too late? The speaker was none other than King of Fighters Park Woon-taean. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, he appeared on the verge of tears. Master, I am sorry. Zhao Junting understood that at this moment, any words would be futile. It was better to simply acknowledge his mistakes. Embarrassed, the King of Fighters could not contain his emotions and began to weep, turning away to slowly exit the courtyard in the extreme northern district. Are you all right? At that moment, a voluptuous and alluring woman rushed into the courtyard, and Zhao Junting immediately inquired with concern. I'm fine. The question is, are you all right? Zhao Junting was taken aback to find that the person before him was none other than the highest authority of the northern district, Lina. A sense of unease gripped her heart as she inquired with a hint of astonished concern, I wasn't in the same vehicle, but my colleagues in the other one. Oh, it's all my fault. Lina buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by anguish, ensnared in her torment. This isn't your fault. It's not your doing. Zhao Junting stepped forward to console her, gently resting her head on his shoulder. However, as Lina leaned in, a sudden realization struck Zhao Junting, prompting him to exclaim, This is bad. What is it, Junting? Lina asked, her beautiful features reflecting a moment of confusion. Zhao Junting and Xiao He exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of regret. Without uttering further words, they ascended to the rooftop with a swift motion, racing towards a specific destination. When did you discover this, Zhao? Xiao He inquired telepathically as they made their escape. During our recent encounter, I sensed something amiss. However, it was only when Lina approached me that the true nature of the predicament crystallized in my mind. This was evidently a diversionary tactic. On the surface, it appeared as though Yamamoto Ippo had been taken hostage, luring me into a vendetta. In reality, it was a ploy to draw away the guardianship of Lina and Park Woon-tae, with the true objective aimed at the Brain Emperor. If my deductions are correct, the exposure of both the diminutive figure and Yamamoto Ippo were part of the scheme. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting felt a chill run through him. His eyes glimmered momentarily before he spoke. I too found it perplexing that the sulfur-based life forms of Eternal Gate seemed to yield nothing but incompetence. It seems I had underestimated the situation. Upon seeing the old boxing master, I should have surmised that Park Jae-hoon's true target was none other than Brain Emperor Old Chun. The small black dog, in agreement, expressed its profound regret. It was too late for words now. By the way, Have you ever pondered who could possibly assist these three individuals in manifesting such authentic external forms? Zhao Junting found himself momentarily baffled, unable to comprehend how the assailants could embody their external selves so convincingly, and he turned to the small black dog for clarification. The Demon Emperor, Oglina. Upon hearing Zhao Junting's transmission, the small black dog initially froze, then its pupils constricted as it responded. Is it not true that all the 9 emperors of the universe are carbon-based life forms? How could anyone possibly aid sulfur-based beings? Zhao Junting's expression darkened as he continued to soar towards the direction from which the threat had emerged, undeterred in his haste. The Demon Emperor Oglina, a being of both carbon-based and sulfur-based origins, is the offspring of the previous Demon Emperor Augustus, a carbon-based entity, and the youngest daughter of the master of the Twin Crossing sect, one of the 4 great sects of sulfur-based beings. As the thought swirled in Xiaohei's mind, he seemed to grasp the essence of the matter, speaking with a hint of realization. So, does this mean that the Demon Emperor Oglina's stance is rather ambiguous? Upon hearing Xiaohei's words, Zhao Junting felt a shiver run through him. He had not anticipated the intricate background of the Demon Emperor Oglina. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his father met his demise at the hands of his father-in-law, the master of the Twin Crossing sect, while his mother perished at the hands of a carbon-based being. Xiaohei hesitated, then shook his head with a wry smile. Carbon-based beings? Could it be? Zhao Junting was momentarily taken aback, then gasped in shock, turning to stare blankly at Xiaohei, rendered speechless. Indeed, one might surmise that the mother of Demon Emperor Oglina fell victim during the Third Interstellar Cosmic War, slain by the joint efforts of Fist Emperor Park Wentian and Brain Emperor Old Shin. Observing Zhao Junting's astonished expression, Xiaohei could only respond with a sense of helplessness. The whims of fate. He then pondered aloud. How can we possibly restrain this Demon Emperor Oglina now? Zhao Junting, too, yearned to rescue his master, Fist Emperor Park Wentian, along with Brain Emperor Old Chun, who had always been gracious to him. In this realm, few could truly challenge him, yet. There was one individual, but alas, that person has also passed away, which is truly regrettable. However, a situation has arisen. Xiaohei's form remained consistent as it came to a halt midair. Is anyone there? Zhao Junting squinted his eyes and turned to inquire. It is she. Xiaohei's figure instantly transformed, and a silvery mane stood erect. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohei whistled, summoning the Qingyan demon dragon to appear by its side. Hey, Zhao kid. Together we are nearly 1,300 years old, and you have certainly put us through quite a night, grumbled the Qingyan demon dragon in a reluctant murmur. After this battle, the outcome remains uncertain. Should Zhao Junting endure this confrontation, I, Heifeng, would willingly acknowledge him as my master. If he perishes, I shall accompany him to meet the Underworld Emperor. A look of astonishment crossed Xiaohei's eyes, and it then spoke with remarkable composure. My, Heifeng, what has gotten into you today? You are so willing to make such oaths. Has this boy merely awakened the Dragon Emperor? Is it truly deserving of such fervor? The Qingyan demon dragon remarked dismissively, perplexed by the situation. What are you young ones chirping about over there? Suddenly, clusters of black mist materialized in midair, revealing 4 figures. At the forefront stood a masked woman adorned with a black veil, who immediately belittled Zhao Junting, Heifeng, and the Qingyan demon dragon without restraint. The esteemed Princess Oglina is indeed the daughter of the illustrious Black Flag, the chieftain of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan, one of the Interstellar Quintet. I humbly beseech Her Majesty Oglina to consider the long-standing friendship between our families and release the esteemed Brain Sovereign and the formidable Fist Sovereign. Young He stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, and addressed the sorceress Empress Oglina with utmost reverence. The Crimson Moon Wolf clan? She scoffed. How curious that you did not exhibit such courtesy moments ago. While it is true that you are acquainted with my captives, you cannot possibly be unaware of the vengeance I seek in apprehending these 2 decrepit fools. The sorceress Empress Oglina spoke without reservation, referring to the Brain Sovereign, Old Chun, and the Fist Sovereign, Park Wentian, as mere relics of the past. Young He found himself momentarily speechless, his words caught in his throat. This diminutive azure dragon, if his observations were correct, must be a descendant of the azure flame dragon within the interstellar quintet. What madness drives him to challenge me? The sorceress Empress Oglyna observed him with a disdainful smile, as if extinguishing the azure flame dragon were as effortless as crushing an ant beneath her heel. Oh, such is the nature of life and death, wealth and nobility. I care not for your title of Empress, for I stand here in support of my brother, Black Wind. The azure flame dragon, undeterred, proclaimed boldly. Well said, you possess the spirit of your father. Soon, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, the sorceress Empress Oglyna cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Junting, her expression shifting momentarily before she regained her composure and spoke with a measured calm. This individual possesses a certain intrigue. It is unexpected that someone could awaken the ancient bones of the 8 desolations. However, there is an unmistakable aura surrounding you, one that is remarkably potent. The demon sovereign Oglyna's gaze sharpened momentarily, her pupils constricting as she fell silent. Master, are you here? Below, in the air, were the reinforcements. Xiao Yi and Li Jiawen. That tattoo? Could it be? Upon noticing the tattoo on Li Jiawen's body, the demon sovereign Oglyna's expression shifted dramatically, her face reflecting a profound terror as she looked towards Zhao Junting.